Huh?
Back on.
Well, right. So anyway, as we were saying, as we were saying it before we were rudely interrupted. Oh dear. We are back. No idea what that was, but we're back. Stream couldn't handle the river.
So interesting here because we don't know what Julian's got, but both Alex and John have got hands that are going to want to continue on this particular flop. Ace 9, 6, 2 hearts. Alex is in a bit of a dicey situation here with his stack size and overcalling this spot potentially with the A7. And just chooses to move all in. Julian's all in, and now John has to make the call because he's getting the price with 2 cards to come with a nut flush draw.
Indeed he is.
So we got another all in. 3-way this time.
Any lucky sevens about for Alex again?
Yeah, imagine. Have to be an offsuit one as well, Tower. It can't be the 7 of hearts.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get to see Julian's cards.
Ace King?
Yeah, spot on. Absolutely spot on. You man. Julian Seaborn. Short film actor. Might be re-entering.
Yeah. Well, could be on his way to a triple up. Just fading 7s and hearts.
Oh, nobody stood up. Nobody has stood up. It's a 6 of hearts. I'm not so sure why they were still betting and checking there because...
Well, I think Julian and Alex got very similar stacks. I think Alex has Julian covered slightly. That's why he's still sat there. He wins a small side pot off John Kelly if that's the case.
Yeah. So Alex... Has he been eliminated? No, Alex has got loads left. So we need a full stack chip count for Alex sat in seat number 5. So Alex is not out, he has not been eliminated. He is back in the game. If you got the aces against the 7s and the 7s you'd have been online on Amazon looking for a new laptop.
Yeah, you would.
the lot have gone. It only happens online. Online's rigged. It's rigged, that online poker. Kick the hell out of the screen, smash it to smithereens, punch it, order a new one, crack on. That's what would have happened. So we'll get the chip stack for scene number 5. Alex is he's not out. We had a 3-way all-in coup, but everybody's still got chips.
Tony raising to 600 in the low jack. Ronald makes the call with the pocket 5s in the cut-off. And John here. King deuce of clubs on the button. Potential free bet, but no. Didn't elect to. Matt in the big blind getting over 4-1 on the call. 6-3 off, hits the mark. So heads up between Tony and Ronald. Tony with the king 9, Ronald with the pocket 5, so it does have position. And if we're opening king 9, this is a board that I expect Anthony to have a fair amount of continues on, but doesn't choose to continue and checks this one behind. And now he is going to fire for 400, and this is going to get called. Tower. Ronald's not folding with the 5s. See, bet that flop, we probably win. Trig with the 8s under the gun, first time getting involved, second session of the day. Makes it 500. And John looks like he has a decision here in the cut-off. Three bets to 1.7 here, and Alex has got an easy rip, which means Trig can now get out the way with the 8s after this action occurring in front of him. John's going to call Tao up whatever he's got, and we will see.
Right.
Both got ace king.
Yeah, it looks like ace king against ace king. Afternoon, Richard. Lenny's in the box, the fun guy himself. Hope you're well, and Richard Whitmore as well. Whitty.
How did Rich?
Who can now play the seniors, so I'm expecting to see you on Sunday.
Well, good thing no one's got a club, because it would be a little bit of a sweat, but they're going to chop this one up no matter what. He'll be in Coventry, he says Tower.
Awesome. We are looking forward to Coventry leg number 2. In fact, Coventry, talking of Coventry, there it is. There's a full schedule for Coventry, and starting on the 24th of February, the G400. Full schedule. Mini mains going on, main events, cash out satellites, turbos on the Wednesday night. We'll be having a cash game live stream.
We only got high rollers in London, I take it.
Yes.
Ah, okay, makes sense.
Yeah, it's only London when it's like that. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for the main. Plenty going on, all there. Check all the details out. It's also on the app on Coventry. It is all there. But the seniors is on Sunday, the 6th of March at 1 p.m. That's to start early because of old people. Then crowning the champion on the live stream. So plenty going on for Coventry. We'll give you updates regarding that during this week.
So blind on blind between Julian and Trig here. Trig raising up the Queen 10 suited after the complete from Julian in the small. Julian happy to make the call and take a flop out of position versus Trig.
Yeah, Trig would have got the lot in the last time with the 8s.
Ace Jack 4, 2 clubs. It's a board which Trig's going to have plenty of bets on here at Tower. He's going to be firing this one high frequency. Ace high, good for his range, and we have equity to the nuts in terms of the offsuit king. So Julian calling once here. And 2 of spades on the turn. It's an interesting spot this for Trig. I think either way here is fine. We can either take the free card, but I wouldn't hate the double barrel here, Tower, because this is just the boards. It's still going to be good for our range. Yes, Julian has the nut advantage. 5-3 suit, it's going to be in there blind on blind, but it's just a ball where we can double barrel and just start putting pressure on some 4x, some jack x, some gut shots that are out there themselves. Maybe a limp call with like Queen 10 or King 10 off. So there are plenty of hands we can fold out of this double barrel. Obviously an ace is never folding in this particular scenario, but Trig might be thinking about lining up the 3 barrel here to really put the 1 pair holdings of Julian to the test. And if this river, I want like an offsuit 7, a complete brick, and see if Trig is going to unload, but this 9 of clubs sitting here with a queen 10 of spades, not the best bluff candidate for us now on this particular river, and could just see the white flag raised from Rick Trig here and just take the hit and move on to the next hand. Double barrel perfectly fine. I think if this was an offsuit 9, you may see the triple, but Jack X of clubs definitely a thing, as well as just some random club draws he can have. And I like the give up from Trig, and shows the queen 10, and Julian looks like an ace.
So is any news on the Goliath schedule? Not yet at this moment in time, but the app does show the main event and the buying days for that. You can buy in online and you can buy in at any grove in the casino. There are 4 people already bought in for the Friday. Friday's Goliath is 2 turbo flights. Flight 1 starting at...
So 1 starts in the morning, 1 later in the evening.
Yep.
Are we covering both, I take it?
Do we get twice as much money?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm guessing that the second turbo will probably finish around about 12ish. Finishes at 1, does it?
Then back in
overtime?
4:11.
Shall we ask for overtime already?
For the day 2 on Saturday.
Shall we stick the overtime tab in already? Yeah, there's 2 turbo legs because obviously there's a break in between of a couple of hours to get them in and out. But the Friday has 2 turbos. It will be busy on Friday. Now, Richard Belluma. Is it as cold in Canada as it was where we had Canada on earlier? It was minus 32. Claire was in Canada. She said she's minus 32. Forgot which part of Canada she said she was in. It was minus. There we go. She had the heating on. It was minus 32 and the wind chill was minus 41. And it was snowing. I don't know which part of Canada it was. Minus 32.
86 Deuce Rainbow.
86 Deuces. Chiesa's back.
Oh there, Chiesa.
Buongiorno.
Where you been? Should be the question.
Buongiorno. Happy New Year and welcome on board 2022 GUKPT. They don't close schools in Alberta and Canada until it gets to minus 20. I'm just going to school, Mum. Well, minus 19, yeah, off you go. Imagine that. Imagine. Rich said it's minus 11.
Oh, so he's at the sunny part, the southern part. You're at the sunny part of Canada.
Southern Ontario, minus 11. Amazing.
Happy New Year to you too. Kie's up.
Happy day, yeah.
Been on holiday and he's back for a few days.
Good stuff. How's Fiorentina doing in the football? Is it this year that Chiesa's going to make us a homemade pizza?
Yeah, we're meant to be getting out there. I don't know if I can fit in Tower. Got to go to the White Line in Brighton. I've got to go Ireland. I've got to go Malta. I've got to go Vegas. Poland.
Absolutely.
Off everywhere.
Attention to the event players and dealers. You have a big leg of all 100, 300 with a big leg of 300, 133.
What's the hottest temperature I have been in? 46. 46 degrees, the hottest temperature I've been in.
Was that the Asia Poker tour that you went to?
No, it weren't that hot there. It was just humid. Vegas and Turkey both hit for 46 in different years. But I've never had 47. Believe me or not, that's only going by what it says on the figures. But yeah, 46. Mehmet says, whatever happened to Mark Goodwin? Yeah, there's quite a few players from the old days that don't play anymore. Mark was European #1 about 10 years ago now, and he says, I'm never ever chasing that ever again. He lived out in a suitcase for 11 months, became European #1. That was his dream. He made it. He won a GUKPT, won plenty of events in Europe, and more or less quit the game. I think he still plays privately every now and again around the Birmingham area. And 50 degrees in Turkey in 2000. Wow, that's hot. What's the temperature of the World Cup going to be now they're playing in winter?
Still like, I think 30 or 40.
Is it still going to be really hot?
I think.
The most bizarre World Cup ever coming up in 2022.
Qatar's right on the equator, isn't it?
It's, yeah.
I'm assuming.
6-week break for the Premier League. 6-week break. Rome in the summer of 33 to 34 sounds lovely. Multi George says it's 52 in Oman. 52? You'd melt. You'd absolutely melt. Ace 3 for Julian in seat number 7. This stack back at 22,000.
Make your way to the desk. That's Paul Trousers. Make your way to the desk. Thank you.
No action at the moment. Is the big blind calling? Ron? Yes, he is. Ace 2 10. Julian flops nice.
Yeah, this is one of the ace X that we can incorporate into our check range tower. We need some top pairs in our check range, but fire and fine too. As I say, all about a mixture. Bet and fine, but we can. This is a good combo to incorporate a checking, especially versus big blind defend range as well, which is going to be so wide. Quick fold from Ronald.
I bet Iceland is lovely in the middle of the winter. I bet it is beautiful for New Year in Iceland.
Good afternoon, Warren. Just tuning in.
Afternoon, was it? We've had a new button added.
I don't know what it does.
I have no idea. Shall we press it?
It looks impressive though. Whatever that picture is.
Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new button. I've been informed I can press this said button. Are you ready?
Yep.
Hold on a minute. Just have it. Do it after this hand. Do it after this. But we do have a new button.
Tower exclusive. Gary free betting the ace jack versus this hijack open from Richard. Love this. Can free bet this one, can flat as well, but versus late position, taking the aggressive route and taking it down uncontested. Do you want to press it?
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Shall we press it? Is there any need to press it?
If the stream goes off, guys, we're sorry.
Apologies for what we're about to receive. I have no idea what this button does. Are you ready?
Ah, Goliath. The main event schedule.
I didn't know to tell us. Nobody told us anything.
So we start on the Saturday.
Saturday, the 27th of August. Flight A of Goliath. 8 30-minute levels and 8 40-minute levels. That's 16 levels of poker.
Yep.
25,000 starting stake. 150 in. Wow, late reg until 4:40 p.m. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Look at Fridays. Look at Fridays. 8 levels, 16 levels at 20 minutes. Work out. Go on then. Work it out. When do we finish?
Okay, so 8 30-minute levels, 16, 120, 2 40 minutes, 3 20 minutes, 560 minutes, so 9 hours 20 minutes. 9 hours 20-minute day, plus the breaks, going to be 5 breaks, 1 hour dinner break, 10 hours 20, about 11 hour 20 day for us, Tower, so we'll be finishing up not too late. Not too late.
I wanted to know when the first one finished.
I've got this. Approximate time, 11:20.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said, 11:20, there we go.
So when does the first one finish?
What?
Oh, Friday.
What do you mean, the first?
The first, there's 2 turbos.
Oh, the turbo ones.
There's
I'm doing
2.
the main. Sorry, the turbo ones. So my mistake. 20 minutes, 3 minutes. That's 5 hours 20 minutes. So plus 1 break. I'm assuming 5 hours 35 minutes. About 25 to 6.
Right.
And then the next, so we'll have about an hour break in between. And then we'll be back for the other turbo, which is going to be 5 hours 20 minutes plus the break. So about 25 to 12. Or there's 2 breaks in the turbo.
Right.
Oh, there's 2. Okay, add a 15 minutes.
We'll do them both then.
Okay.
Thanks for that. That's an exclusive because we've never seen that before.
Nice.
We have never seen that before, and that is what it is. Awesome. Thank you very much indeed for that.
Yeah, Uber's your best bet in Cov regarding if you want to travel rather than a taxi. It's a lot cheaper and they're absolutely everywhere in Coventry. You get one in literally 2 minutes wherever you are usually. If you are getting to the hotel, need a bit of travel and you're not driving.
Where is Goliath held, Top? You need to change your name. It still needs to change your name. It's in Coventry.
I'll call him Top Ball.
Top Ball. Oh, we'll do that. Yeah, Coventry, the old Rico Arena, which is now renamed the CBS Arena. We will be there, as we always are, for the entirety of Goliath. Afternoon, Wendy. Wendy Watson, who's been in London all week, can't play the main event this week. She flicked it in yesterday for the 6 big blinds high roller. Unfortunately, King Jack ran into Kings. We're good to see you down here, Wendy. And we will see you in Coventry for the lot. Awesome. Yeah, Top Ball it is then. That's what we'll stick with from now on. Thank you very much.
There's a delayed C-bet here from Ronald after 3-betting the Ace Queen. Didn't choose to continue flop, but happy to start firing on this turn and going to take it down with the Ace Queen unless it's a Jack on the river. I'm guessing it is a Jack on the river. No, it's not a Jack on the river. McKaylee put the cards above the board, so I assume Tony made the best hand, but Ronald's Ace Queen height wins that one.
quickly check the app for the number of runners so far for day 1B, and it will tell us. It will tell us that there are 241 playing today so far. That's 428 in total as it stands right now, and we're in level number 3.
It's going to be. I think it's going to be over 600. Like I said, wow. It's. I think this is going to be the biggest GUKPT we've ever seen, Tower. Just the numbers coming out in force again, and people not afraid to re-enter when they bust. It's just as soon as someone busts, it seems like they're straight back at the cash desk, flicking back in. The 10-8 Deuce Rainbow board. There's not much for anyone here. Ronald was the original opener, but we are multi-way, so less inclined to continue in this spot. John's happy to take 3-1 with his Queen Jack, and turns it up and down, and both Matt and Ronald turn in top pair here. Ronald has Matt slightly outkicked. And checks once more. And now it looks like John is going to take initiative here after turning a bit more equity. Ace or 9 now making him a straight. Matt not going anywhere. Neither is Ronald. Oh, that is a dirty river card.
9 of diamonds on the river. Where's that come from?
Oh, that gives John the nuts, and it gives Ronald kings and 9s. So Ronald going to lose some chips here, Tower. Thinking about potentially leading this spot. Doesn't want John checking back.
Yeah,
I'm gonna feel so confident about our hand. We're not worried about like King 10. You expect John to fire King 10 on the flop, not check it behind 4-way. So that hand's not going to be a worry.
But is that 2.5 maybe?
Well, I'm surprised he's leading still though, Tower, because we should be checking it over to John as the aggressor here. Try let him fire with some of his bluffs, and maybe he is going to check back a lot of his King X once we go 3-way to the river actually. So don't hate the small lead, thinking of it from that standpoint that this is a card that like John's King Queen, King Jack are probably just going to check behind once we go 3-way, but now we get raised, and we're going to be in a really gross spot now once it comes back round to us. Matt's got a snap fold here with the King 6 here, Tower. This is just a easy fold for Matt. Not much working out to do for him. We can just never have the best hand here the way this is played. We need specifically Ronald to be bluffing, and then John to just raise with air in this particular spot, when John was the aggressor on the turn as well, and eventually lets it go, and now it's back to Ronald with the King 9. So
I think he has to call.
There is the call, and he's going to get the bad news. Sees the Queen Jack.
Still trying to work it out. Looks down. King 9 2-pair. Worst card in the deck for Ron in C3.
How are you doing, Dan? Dan Gormley in the chat. Biggest GUKPT ever, I said, and he said that's without his 3-4 bullets. Didn't fancy this one, Dan, yeah? Or you're busy, or you're away.
Still celebrating Wednesday, I think.
Still celebrating Wednesday. Oh yeah, Celtic game, he's probably still recovering.
So am I. Thinking to get a few of us down to play the Goliaths as top ball. How many are we looking at, chaps, in general?
10k, I reckon.
10,000 runners.
10,000 runners.
Amazing.
I reckon we could hit the
We got
10K
9,300 in 2019 for the last live Goliath. The momentum was growing and growing and growing, and then unfortunately the world stopped, and we're just getting back now It looks like everything is all systems go for 2022, and if we get 10,000 runners and over £1 million in the prize pool, it will be amazing.
Trig opted in to defend the 10-3 suited here, and Gary paired board rainbow here is Broadway cards as well. Yeah, I just like to continue firing. Don't even have to go big on that particular board. We can really size down on the paired rainbow board.
See, I like the idea of the turbo on the Friday. We'll just put that one back up again. I like the idea of the turbo on the Friday because if you play the first one and make it through, and you finish at, what did you say, 7 o'clock?
Yep. No, 10 to 6. 10 to 6.
So you finish at 6. There might be side events added, I'm not sure. I really don't know if there's going to be a side event added because I'm probably expecting 1,000 runners for each flight, to be fair. So there might not be a side event on the Friday. But you've got plenty of time to chill, plenty of time to have something to eat, play a bit of cash, watch a bit of football on telly on the Friday night. It's just going to be a chilled out night rather than fighting your way through another turbo. I think it's a great idea. I like that. That's the new and exclusive to us. That's just the main event for Goliath. Other events will be added, of course.
I have a question actually. Saturday, levels played 16 or last 4 tables. I remember us coming back with like 2 tables on the final day one year. I'm sure it was like 2 tables because. So
maybe they want 36 players coming back for D. Yeah,
because didn't David Hay make it down to the last 3 tables and then bust back end of the day?
He finished 40th, didn't he?
Oh, 40th. Okay, yeah.
He finished 40th.
Okay, makes more sense.
Yeah. He finished 40th, didn't he? All the last 4 tables. So we'll be coming back with 36.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Makes sense.
At least 36 for the final day.
Or 16 levels, which probably would be the case if we do get the turnout that we are expecting.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's cool.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, that will grow and grow as the months go on for 2022. Obviously, as you can see there, it's now 120 plus 30. It was 100 plus 25. So a slight increase. I think with everything in the world, I think it's just a natural progression. So it was 100 plus 25, it's now 120 plus 30. A very slight increase in what you get for your money. And obviously the prize pool will be a little bit bigger if we get the same 9,300 runners. The prize pool would be bigger. People will have something to say about it because it's an increase, and people will say, "Oh my days, it's gone up again." But when you actually look at the logistics of Goliath and you look at the logistics of staffing it, it's just incredible. So embrace it and enjoy it. That's all we can say.
Like that was like, you always, obviously as a poker player, you go to a festival or a trip because you want to make profit. Like, that's the thing. But Goliath was the one week of the year for me that I used to play, and I weren't really too fast. I played the few sides, a bit of cash, usually multiple bullets in the main event, trying to make day 2. And it's just one of them weeks where you're just there for a good laugh. It's one of the best events of the year in the UK. And everyone's there, literally everyone's there. All the faces throughout the UK poker community are there in Coventry, and it's just an unbelievable event.
It is. Are you ringing Patrick up, telling him what the dates are?
I'm not sure. He's a bit busy at the moment, so I spoke to him last night, and he's a bit busy this year. He's got a lot on, so I might see him. I'll see if I can get him out, and
I would.
We'll get him back in the comms.
Absolutely.
While you're doing your old Joker's Wild on the DJ decks. Back to the action. So John opening 7-6 suited, and Gary just defending the ace-10 in the big blind. No, you're spot on, Ryder.
That's right. 100 plus 25.
I'm surprised that with 7 high here after opening early position, we didn't see the continue from John, but now going to have to delay C-bet this one. 7 high never going to be good at showdown. We've got equity in terms of the straight and flush draw, and now choosing to barrel, and we do get the best hand to fold, which is great for us.
Thank you, Goodwin Nichols. Please make your way to the tournament desk. That's Goodwin to the tournament desk. Proceed in the tournament.
Okay. Matt 38,000. Richard 30,000. This session, winning players of the minute. Julian in seat number 7. Matt, Johnny Kelly, Gary and Richard up slightly. And they're the players that are down in chips. That's just this session on the feature.
That sounds great until you put the last word of that sentence, Ryder. That sounds absolutely great, and then I read the last word of that sentence, and then I'm not so sure anymore. He says, yeah, it's fine, looking forward to it. Booked in the Hilton for 10 nights with Spand.
I wonder what they'll be talking about at bedtime.
Yeah, it's at the CBS Arena, Rico,
Yeah.
Old Rico. So just raise and take there for Matt. No action for him with the ace-10. I usually lose about a stone Goliath week as well, walking back and forth to that hotel room in the Hilton. 2-mile walk just to get to your room.
I remember when Andy videoed it that first time he went. Like a 7-minute video just to get to the room from reception.
Okay, lamb with rice, sweet and sour prawns with rice, and vegetable noodles.
I remember Coventry leg last year. I'm walking to my room, like on a break or something, and one of the doors, I get out of the lift, I walk through, one of the doors open here. Jamie Nixon walks out.
Oh, right.
I'm like, oh, you're right, Jamie, staying at Hilton too. Yeah, he's like, oh, what are you doing? I go, I've got a break, I'll be back in like an hour or so. He's like, oh yeah, where's your room? I went, oh, about a mile that way. It's literally a mile that way, because it's round the stadium, ain't it?
The reception's in a different postcode to level 2's numbers on the doors.
I might have to pull the boss's trick this year. I've got some spare crutches at home actually. I might actually have to pull the boss's trick this year.
He walks into the reception with a bad knee.
Can I have a closer room or one near the lift, please? Oh. 9-8 deuce, 2 spades. Ronald not choosing to 3-bet the ace-king here out the small after an open and a call, just choosing to flat. No one choosing to bet the 9-8 deuce board. Checks through. See a turn. Here's the 5 of hearts here. And incoming delay continued from Matt. And Tony going to call with his double gut, and Ronald overcalls with ace high correctly. And the rivet is the 8 of diamonds here. And here's Matt. Gonna go for it. The ace king's going to be good.
It is indeed. Back over starting stack. So welcome aboard GUKPT Day 1B live stream.
Trick with the pocket eights here. And Alex moving all in for 3.3. This is 16 bigs, and Triggs just in with the eights as well. Ronald now got an easy fold, and it's going to be a flip between Alex and Trigg.
Who wins this flip? Alex needs to hit to survive. Trigg has him covered, even though Triggs 12.5 of his 20 starting stack.
It's pretty clean. Trading ace and king, running jack 10. So just an ace or king to survive for Alex. But it's the 7 of clubs, so we're going to lose Alex Peffley.
Unlucky, sir.
And Trigg takes a small one. Right, I'll put the dates up now for you.
What's happening
Throw them
now?
up again. There they are. The dates of the Goliath for your Chiesa. Thinking about coming over, bringing the family for the week.
Amazing.
Do they all play?
That's amazing. It'd be amazing to see it if we've not already made it over to Italy to see you. Plenty of days. If you just want to make it the weekend, do the Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Fly back home Monday. Extra luggage for the trophy.
Yeah, you'd need it with that trophy. Size of that thing. Ace king for Julian under the gun. Richard here, Queen Jack of Hearts, going to be continuing this one. And chooses to 3-bet. Like it. Can mix in a 3-bet with his hand some of the time. Going to get the bad news once it's folded back to Julian. Because could see Julian 4-betting this spot tower with the ace king. We have opened gun and been 3-bet +2. So Rich also repping a strong range himself. Obviously never folding here. Just the call. Takes the less aggressive option. A 10-6-5 rainbow is the flop. A nice little board here for Rich. Like this is good for our range. We're going to have jacks through aces here, and the thing is, this queen jack's nice to bet on this board because there's so many turn cards that are going to come that are really good double barrels for us in this particular scenario. Don't even need to size up too much. Well, he's got 1.5 half pot exactly, and Julian here with the ace king. Expect to see him call once tower and take a turn out of position, and in comes the call. And that is one of the cards I was talking about.
Delicious. Having so many options for Richard.
Yeah, it's just gonna have to be a double barrel here from Rich now on this particular turn card. We've got Queen High. It's never going to be good versus Julian's hand, whatever it is in this 3-bet situation. So just going to be firing here. Fold out some of the ace highs with backdoors, perhaps some 7s and 8s in there. I'd really like to see a big size in, but he's actually opted for half pot. Would have gone closer to pot here with this particular hand on this board. Firing for 3k, and Julian now just can't do anything but fold. Yes, he has the best hand, as we can see, but versus Richard and the range of hands he can still have here. He can have 10s. He could have turned a set with 9s, and then jacks for aces, still all in there as the 3-better pre versus our under the gun open. Really weighing up his options here. Definitely agree with the fold there. Did have the best hand in terms of hand value.
Have to dodge a lot of outs.
But range wise, just going to get out of the way.
You seen who's just come to the table? Seat 5. Seat 5 come to the table. Andy Chip Shop. Andy Christoforu. There he is, seat number 5. Blinds up. Blinds up. Another hour in the can. So 100, 300.
Trig opening under the gun with the ace 9. Julian happy to defend in the big. Ace Queen 3 rainbow, and Trig firing with his top pair, and going to get at least 2 streets here from Julian on this particular board. Julian here with ace deuce, just going to be calling this one and taking some turns, which is the 3 of clubs, which is a bad card for Trig because now we are chopping with all other ace-x, and decides to check this one back. There will be some 3x in the range of Julian's sit bump. And king on the river. May even decide to lead small here as Julian. After turn goes check, check. Chop it up.
Busy card room, young man.
It is.
Busy, busy card room. Don't forget the Poker Live app, check all the details on what is going on poker related within Grosvenor. And if you check today's event, you'll see there are 257 players. 257 players just for day 1B. The prize pool currently stands at £488,000. Any tools about? Any tools about?
Quack, quack, quack.
Housey, housey, yeah, me too.
Tony limping under the gun with 9-8 off. Great advertising for the 1K. And Ronald over limping the 4s, which is perfectly fine after the limp under the gun. And Johnny, as he should, isolating with the ace-jack suited. And Andy with the 7-8 of clubs is in the hijack. Rich going to come in with a 9-8 off.
Yes, let's go 5-way to the flop.
Tony going to come in with it. 5-way.
Any twos about?
Oh, yeah.
2-5-2 this time.
So I think this should just check through tower. Actually, Andy may fire with position. No, he is going to check. Just because we're multi-way here, probably understands it's hard for our bet to get through as Andy into 4 players. So happy to just take a free one, and then he can call a turn lead with his particular hand. He can definitely call a turn lead now. And 6 of diamonds. Up and down as well. And Tony here fires 900, which is just tiny. And if I'm Andy here, Tal, I'm just always raising this size. It's just so weak. Sometimes we're going to run into quad 6s or 5s, but more often than not, we're just going to get a fold from the field. And we've only got 8 high at the moment. Yes, we've got a really big draw, but sitting here with 8 high, all this dead money in the pot, we've got heaps of equity with our hand as Andy. I'd really like to see him raise. Well, once we see John get out of the way, well, he's not going to get out of the way. He's going to come along as well, and now even more reason I expect to see Andy raise, but he's just going to flat. Just going to take his equity and see if he can catch the river.
Oh, is it the 8?
Well, it's worked out perfect for Tony because he got the 8-9 to fold and 3 better hands to call, and then he's pinged the 8 on the river, and now he's going to scoop the pot. It's like the one scenario where we see Tony win this hand is what just happened. That's like the only scenario we're going to see Tony actually scoop this pot is what's
They're all
actually
gonna turn
happening.
the card over.
And Matthew Rodriguez comes the other way to Buckness.
Turn the card over to Tony. He's just worked out the 8-9 wins. Literally just worked out the 8-9 wins.
It's just great advertising, guys. I know you say it might be a daft hand, but it's just great advertising when you need to play these comps. How soft the 1K can actually be. It's incredible when you think of it. Sometimes you think £1,000 buy-in, go, that must be a tough field. I'm going to stay away from that. But then you watch it and it's sometimes complete opposite. I'm really surprised that Andy Chipshot didn't attack that small sizing on the turn with his particular hand with heaps of equity. Vitor says if the hotels were as soft, I'd fly over. That is one thing here in London, the expenses. Ryan says his eyes hurt after that hand. Open for Matt in the hijack with the A7 of clubs and Tony here Ace9. Just expect to see her defend.
Riyadh Sullivan, make your way to the desk. That's Riyadh Sullivan to the desk.
Go.
Pot's just going to go the way I'm at. Probably going to get Tony to fold the best hand here, but we've just got heaps of equity flopping the nut flush draw here after opening.
Matthew Rodriguez comes in with the total desk, 4 seats in the front.
Tony gets out of the way.
Getting very close to $500,000 in the prize pool already. 490,000 it was. Gary Bush tucking into his beef bourguignon and mash. There will still be a dinner break as normal at the end of level 4, which is in about 45 minutes time. As you can see there, 46 minutes and 27 seconds. Yeah, a C4 will have stayed in plenty of hotels around around London and around where we are now. He's in Croatia at the minute. Croatia.
Don't show the cloth. Bring the cloth to it. Don't show.
What's the culinary delights in Croatia, a C4? What's the word on the grapevine?
Queen 5 suited for Julian here in the low jack. Happy to open this one, even with trig on our left. Would be a bit less inclined to open as wide as this with trig on our direct left, but he's happy to get involved, and trig just flattened the ace-8 suited, and Ronald got a lovely one to defend in the form of Queen 9.
Ace-8, 7, 2, all spades.
Yeah, it's a lovely flop here for Rick Trig with the ace-8 flopping top 2. It's 3 spades on board. Going to be happy to fire here. Over 100 to 1 shot to flop a flush, so we're just going to feel fairly confident that we got the best of it, which we do.
There's the lunch coming out for the players. Have a nibble at their tables. Tim says that the culinary lights in Zagreb are chicken McNuggets and the McFlurry. Croatia's going into the European. They're going into the European Union. Now they're just using the euro. Says Asifo. So there you go. Top tips from our chat box today. Top tips.
Thank you, Vincent Moses, to the front desk. That's Vincent.
So Andy opening under the gun with a king-8 suited, and this is just a slam dunk squeeze here for John Kelly. We don't want to be going 4 ways with queens. It's likely we have the best hand, so we want to be bumping it up here. Nice big size, what I like to see from him. Like at least 3.5 here. Like once it's open, call. Like he's gone just sub 5x. Still big, still nice and juicy size. We've got a lot of players in the pot. Out of position as well. We're going to be navigating the streets out of position if we are called, and we do get action from Tony with the 9s. This is perfect for us. This is the ideal scenario as John, getting one caller and going heads up to the flop with our hand.
Nice flop.
Yeah, that's the burn card's just slipped onto one of the sensors
It has,
there.
yeah.
And the board is Jack 10-8, 6 of hearts is the actual burn. And Tony should be checking this over to the 3-better. Oh, sorry. Thought Tony was out of position. It's not. John, obviously. Out of position in the big firing for 3.1. And Tony never going anywhere on this board. Jack 10-8. Jack 10-8. To the turn. There we are, Action Tracker sorted it for us.
John Kelly moves all in.
13 into 13.6, basically a pot size bet. Anthony here with a 9s tower, should be getting out of the way. I just don't think John's ever going to do this with ace king or ace queen.
Whoa, he has made the call.
And he'll see.
Yeah.
His straight outs are blocked because a queen's no good for him, so he's literally drawing to a 9 or 7 here. I just don't think John's the type of player to just squeeze ace king there and then go bet setting him. I think it's always just going to be queens plus in that particular scenario, and Tony just not wanting to fold the 9s, maybe because he's up and down. That should have hit the muck. And no fortune on the river, and we're going to lose Tony Palingaris there with the pocket 9s. like everything, like calling the open pre, perfectly fine, then calling the free bet in position, calling the flop bet once we're up and down, but then when we're faced with the pot size turn jam, that's when we should just be letting our hand go. Like, what best case scenario for us there is John rocks up with like ace king of clubs, ace queen of clubs, something like that, which basically we're nigh on, well, 60-40ish. We're only slight equity favourite. But just get out of the way on the turn in that particular scenario. But Tony knows that he can have a re-entry, so probably straight back to the cash desk. We move on to the next hand.
What's happened to the camera? Or is it Simon that's not pressed the button?
Probably Simon.
Yeah, blame Simon. Yeah, that was Simon. Well, we will blame Simon. He's had too many sherbets for his birthday yesterday. That's what we were doing.
Oh, Tony is still in. He's got 300 chips.
And he's all in now, still eating his beef bourguignon and mash.
Stop watching the stream and do some work.
Oh dear, we love him. We gave him a great big hug. I can only just get my arms
That's
around
probably
him.
what he was doing. He might have been watching the stream.
Yeah, he was watching the hand. He was watching the hand. And fixing the cards, to be fair. I hope he poked the dealer in the eye and told him not to put the burn cards in box number 1. Good old Simon. Sat there in the background, inputting all the action.
Done it again. He's done it again.
No, he's done it again.
And low. Oh, it's okay that time.
Phew.
It's okay.
He's getting ever so close.
Yeah, it's nearly touching the box. Most of them burned like 6 inches to the left below the board.
7, 9, 10 flop. Tony's all in with his ace jack. He has outs. That's not one of them. He needs to hit an 8.
Yeah, check, check. So 8 for Tony to survive and only an 8.
Yep.
Oh, he does hit the 8. 8 with an 8.
Everybody thinks they're chopping. Tony survives. Crack on with your dinner, Tony. He was just texting there, he was just getting an Uber, he just cancelled it.
And there is a side pot here, so Andy trying to bluff John off of a chop hit. No, we finish probably about 1 AM today, Man of Straw, because we're going to have probably 25 and 20 minute breaks throughout. We've got the hour dinner break, so I'd say between 1:45 and 1:15 finish time today.
I don't know why he's British coat. What's the British coat on for?
He hasn't looked at his hand.
Oh, is he not? Ah, I see. He's not even seen the hand. Sit back down again. Coat on. And while this is happening, we'll have a quick wander round. Oh, it's got. So Tony not looked at his hand. He got the 4x, and he's now up to 1.2. I thought he'd seen, but he was chomping on his beef bourguignon, wasn't he? And now we'll just have a quick wander around the room. Right, just see what Katie Swift's in the building. There she is. Got herself a satellite ticket last night. Well done, Katie. Bottom yellow chips are 5,000.
Joe Hindley in the mix. Anthony Gardner.
Oi,
Oi, oi, old Spurs boy.
One England cap to his name. Top lad.
One more than us, Tower.
Absolutely.
Callegro, Murray out.
Hello. Sat next to Mr. Miller.
Yeah, Gary Miller. Regular on the tour. There he is, Jam next, Jamie Nixon.
There, Nixon, man. Sat next to Cully.
Cully Sadu, what a week he's had. 30 plus K in the midi, and then chopped the high roller yesterday for just sub 60K. So Cully's on form already this week.
That's a busy card room.
That is
a busy card room. Kevin Allen.
Okay, Paul Siddle I see there as well.
All your favourite poker players.
Plenty of names.
What I tell you what, that's a view. Ken Wong in the background. That is a sight to behold. A full card room, 250 players plus.
TJ.
Oh yeah, you got something to live up to. You stop spoiling them streams, you.
Sat next to Raggy and Span.
Oh, fantastic. Good pictures from around the room.
There, and in just over half hour's time, we are going to head out on that hour dinner break.
We will.
Matt choosing to raise the 6 deuce here on the King 6 2-spade board, obviously for protection purposes. And John, non-believer here. We're going to make the call with the deuces, and we're going to just hate this now as Matt. Like, once our raise gets called here with a 6 deuce, we're only basically ahead of flush draws from our perspective. And even against flush draws here, we're now in a terrible spot equity-wise, because they're going to have 2 overs and the counterfeit out, which means we're going to be flipping against 2 overs and a flush draw. And then up against a king or a bigger pair, we're just basically dead to 2 outs. But John just might be looking to get to showdown, putting Matt on a flush draw himself, raising on the King 6 board. And this should go check here, Tower. I'm guessing John made the assumption that Matt wouldn't raise 6x, so it's either a king or a flush draw on the flop. Obviously it's hard to have a king with 2 out there, and we are ahead of some flush draws, but still very dicey continuing deuces. Gets the bad news, and he's up against the 6 deuce, and pot goes the way of Matt.
Absolutely.
Is it tea time?
Is it tea time? What would you like? Silly question, but
yeah.
It's not always tea, to be fair.
To be honest, I think this event it will be. I think I'll have 1 coffee in the morning, and that will
well, I'm not making you that.
Soldier me through for the day, no.
I'm not making you that. No way.
We're all room 334.
Attention players and dealers in the main event after the hand in progress on a 60-minute break. At 60-minute break, Once your hand has finished, please leave the room as quickly as you can. The room will be closed with the opening tail break. So again, please leave the room as quickly as you can.
So you would have just heard the announcement. Players going on break live. That means we've got 30 minutes left on the stream for the second session of the day. It's been fairly quiet so far today, guys. I know we saw the short stack all in for like 2k with 7s against the aces, and it was quads over boat, but it was a tiny pot. Other than that, there's not been too much going on, but that's what we expect early doors. It's an hour clock, it's a great structure. It's not always action packed. Just depends how the cards fall. Richard under the gun. Just folds the king queen. Tony finds the ace 9. In it goes for 4 bigs. Time. I think this is the 3rd or 4th time Triggs had 8s this session, and he's already won a flip with them once, and he's on course to winning another one with the pocket 8s. 7 of spades on the turn. River Cup is the 3 of spades, so we are going to lose Tony. Couldn't spin his 1 big blind up, did get the 1 quadruple, but unfortunately after that couldn't spin with the ace 9. Trig wins another flips with the 8s, and we have lost one. And there might be a bit of background noise as well, everybody, simply because players filtering out of the card room for their hour dinner break. How you doing, man? Here he comes.
I'm guessing there's a break.
Here he comes. Thank you very much. Mrs.
Thanks for that.
No, start calling you Mrs. Doyle.
The flop cam's not working.
Good tease like that.
We need Paul. I think that the overhead cam seems to have gone to the flop cam for some reason.
I think you're right, Tower.
You think Andy's sat at home fiddling with buttons?
Could be Boothie.
Oh, Vic, what are you fiddling with? If it has, we'll let you know, but next time it goes to the overhead camera, we'll check. But it does seem to linger on the flop cam a lot more for some reason. See, it's not gone back to the factory setting of the flop cam, of the overhead camera. Now, is
it because Simon's busy watching the stream, or is it because,
well
or is it because
he might be playing World of Warcraft? I'm not too sure. But we have noticed that the overhead cam.
I'm surprised you even know what that is, Tower. World of Warcraft.
Hey, it's only because Simon plays it.
Oh, okay.
It's not something I get into myself, but millions of people do. Millions of people.
Okay, all dealers, please come back. 5:15, please. 5:15. Push up 1 table when you come back. Okay, back 5:15. Push up 1 table when you come back.
So, as you can see in the background, 25 minutes until the end of this session.
So John choosing to open the 6-8 suited, raises to 700.
Martin Ace Queen in seat number 1. I missed Tony leaving us.
Yeah, he's Ace 9 versus Triggs 8s.
Oh, right, okay. Triggs had 8s again.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. Gary squeezing it out with the pocket 9s after the open from John and flat from Martin in the small. It's a 2.9, nice big sizing. Really like this size that Gary's opted to choose, Tower. Just sub 5x after an open and call out position. Really, really nice sizing choice from him. And now Martin with the Ace Queen here. I can't see him folding, although he may make the discipline lay down out of position to Gary if he thinks Gary's the type to be on the tighter side and he's not going to be getting out of line too often. But I just think Ace Queen's going to be too strong to fold, and he actually just chooses to rip it in here, Martin. For what Gary's got behind for effective like 35 big blinds, 36 to be precise. And this is interesting because like what do we expect Martin to have that just flats an open in the small and then rips over our 3-bet? Comes in for the old back raise 4-bet jam from Martin here. And I hate our life now with the 9s, but has he ever got 8s in there? Is he ever doing this with 7s or 8s? If he's trapping with aces or kings, surely he's just going to continue the trap. It's a really tough spot here for Gary, Tower. This is a tough one.
He is in the tank, Mr. Gary Bush.
Gary's still got heaps of big blinds. I think 10s might be the hand he's worried about. Might be 10s that he's thinking the only hand that's going to have him crush, because probably Jacks expects the 3-better against the original open. Same with Queens and Kings, and Aces should just continue their trap if they were trapping. So his main worry here is probably pocket 10s and only 10s, and then the rest of the time we're probably just going to be flipping. Maybe there's 8s in there for Martin as well.
He's made the call and turns over the best hand. Gary Bush. Said he was a blast from the past, didn't he? Mr. Gary Bush back in the day. Austrian Classic champion, Moscow Open champion, Winter Tournament Olympia Petersburg champion, Helsinki freeze-out champion, Walsall Midlands Meltdown champion. Oh, I'm being riveted by the Ace of Diamonds. Gary Bush.
So clean as well.
Oh my days.
So clean, and then it's just bang on the river. See you later. Thanks for coming.
Unbelievable. The UK British Masters. The UK Open in Luton. The guys, I said he'd been around a while. I said he was a blast from the past. And he finished second in a bracelet event in 2004. Johnny Kelly. So we lose seat 1 and seat 2 in quick succession. And just under 20 minutes to go of this session. Is it too early to be flipping or not? Says Kev.
Well, it depends what he thought, because the thing is, Kev, the way the hand played, it was really strange. So Martin flattered in the small and then 4-bet back raise ripped. It was like, it's like, what have you got here? It just looks really, really strange.
Yeah.
Like maybe he didn't think he was flipping. Maybe he just thought Martin could have a small pair there. We don't know the thought process of Gary or why he decided to call it off.
Ten 10-3 flop, great flop for Andy Cristoforo in seat number 5. So Andy bets 5.1. Julian gets out of the way. Julian Seabon. Short film actor Julian Seabon. A comedian. Does a lot of comedy films. Lives in Paris, or is from Paris. I think he resides in London now, but he was born in Paris. The camera's back now. It's back working. Andy in seat 5, 300 to call. Ace 9, raise opens to 6. Opens to 6. Julian 3 bets, and that is good. Andy knows where he is and gets out of the way. Cards are out, level number 4. Number of runners today, just unbelievable. $274. Prize pool £507,000. Do we see a flop? Yes, we do. No, we don't. Yes, we do. No, we don't. Yes, we do. No, we don't. Yeah, Julian's getting all the cards at the minute.
Nothing wrong with a bit of World of Warcraft.
Come on, Man Mountain, get out of the way. Everything just kaputs every time it turns up. So the overhead cam's back working again now, so we're all in the clear. Jay's just nipped at low and he's come running back. Straight in. What's it like out there?
Busy.
Any news on the grapevine as you're wandering through?
No.
No, you didn't have a chance to talk to anybody?
Card room's empty now, everyone's been filtered out.
60 minutes, that's it, 60 minutes. Jack Queen, I thought you might have been able to just capture anybody who was there just to see if anybody has anybody got any news on the grapevine. We've got Matteo coming to our seat in seat number 2.
John's in with the 9-8 off.
Matteo Rodriguez in seat 2, just comes to the table.
And he likes the price he's getting Tower, and he's going to come in with the old 6 deuce on the small. And Matt now getting this price, Queen 3 suited. Going to have to defend this.
Ace 4, Jack 2 clubs.
This is a board. Trig's not going to continue multi-way, I don't think, Tower. I think he's going to be more inclined to check this one. But in a heads-up queue, yes, we're going to just see bet this so high frequency, but multi-way, just want to be checking and taking our equity, and there it is, pings the 10 on the turn, so that's the nuts for Trig.
Delicious.
Now we do want to start building a pot. There's plenty we can get called by out there.
Can't see Ron unfolding. Ron in C3. John gets out of the way. John Kelly with the 8-9.
Yeah, Ron checks back flop, I'm guessing for this reason. So we can just call a turn bet. And it was multi-way as well, plenty out there that we are behind to.
Rivers the 5 of hearts. Better 4.5.
Tough spot.
Yeah.
The thing is, Trig has fired into the whole field on the turn, and he's continued barreling here, so he's never going to have like ace-9 or worse tower. So into that remit that we talk about a lot, it's just a bluff catcher here with the ace-jack. It's actually a really nice bluff catcher though. It's one of the better bluff catchers we can have in this spot. We don't have a club in our hand, we've got removal to the nuts, we've got removal to 2 pair hands, and Ronald does pay off, and can't blame him for calling that one. And the ace-jack hits the muck, and Trig up to just sub 30k.
Nice one, Trig. Nice, nice, nice. Heading towards the 60-minute dinner break.
How are we doing? Hey, on Twitch. Afternoon all.
Hey, hey, hey. Good afternoon.
Oh, I've just seen we've got the table for when we come back after the dinner break.
Okay. You got an exclusive?
Yeah, this is some table.
Okay.
Bav Catry, who won the 888 event a couple of weeks ago. We've got Dave Doherty, Luton champion last year. We've got Spand, that everyone knows, I'm sure. And then TJ Senior is coming to the table. That is going to be the table after the break.
That's the one.
Sounds fun.
That'll be interesting. Look forward to that.
The dad hasn't won one on the picture. I won it last year, so it's just this year.
Well done, TJ. I'm glad you were watching last day. Well done, Terry, as well.
It was good bets on it.
Well done.
There's loads of followers watching on that, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Ace King was a nice fold, wasn't it?
Very, very good. It was a great game to watch. Good game.
See if we can keep healthy.
Terry Jordan just wandering past. Will be entertaining us after the break. Thinking they're both in the field again today. TJ Junior and Senior. What would happen heads up?
I have no
Do you think
idea.
it'd be an absolute battle?
Yeah.
Do you think it would? So ace king for Martin. Turns 2 pair, but it's a dangerous board.
Yeah, very dangerous.
Any straightening cards going out there. Any flushing draws. Is that a race? That is a race. Andy Christopher getting a little bit giddy. Raises to 6.6. This is pretty hard for Martin to call.
Well, we're the same as the last hand tower. We don't beat any value now. Andy's never raising sets or 2 pairs here, so he's repping a straight or flush specifically. And to be honest with you, there's not a whole host of flush combinations with all these spades on the board, like Queen 10 of spades, 10 9 of spades, Queen 9 of spades, 9 8 of spades. There's probably only like 7 or 8 combinations of flushes he should have. However, there is a whole host of 10x that Andy can have in this spot. Hands like Ace 10, Queen 10, Jack 10, flop nuts, King 10 in there as well, 10 9s in there, all these type of hands. And Martin actually gets out of the way, and credit to Andy Christoforou there, turning top pair into a bluff and getting top 2 to fold. Really nice from him.
So we are heading towards the break. Around about 5 minutes to go until the end of the session. Might be just less. Clock will be up there in a minute. It'll tell us how long left. Very shortly. Under the gun. There we go. Under 4 minutes, as you can see. Under 4 minutes to go until the end of this session. Ron's picked up the 10s.
Wow, gonna get the full double. Sorry, not gonna get the full double. Could potentially bust other way. Because Andy Christoforou here. He's got the Cowboys. 3 bets the 3.6. Ronald says I'm all in. Andy calls and he's going to get the bad news. Kings for Andy, 10s for Ronald. Shake of the head. He's going to need to get lucky.
Ronnie. Do the 10s get lucky?
Yes!
Oh, yes they do.
Ooh,
But
queen
there's
to
more
fade
outs.
now as well as a king.
Days. The 10s get there on the flop.
Well, chop outs as well now.
Any 80 clubs about?
10s full. Much needed double up for Ronald.
Yes.
He's back to just sub starting.
Unlucky Andy. Andy Christoforou out. Very unlucky. 18th in the World Series of Poker 3 or 4 years ago was Andy. The main event. He cashed for about 300,000. Great effort, great run from Andy. And it was Norman Chad who called him Andy Chip Shop on the live stream. They get to know a little bit about the players as they at the World Series. They have a load of spotters around the room asking questions and whatever. Hundreds of staff they have. And they just tell us a little bit about yourself. My name's Andy Christoforou. I'm from London and I own a chip shop. So that was it. Andy Chip Shop was born.
Five to 6 we're going to
Yes.
be returning, guys.
We are indeed. We have 1 minute left on the clock, as you can see, straight above you.
Could be the last hand, I'm not sure.
See the last name. Could well be the last hand. You are not wrong. Could well be the last hand. Player standing up, had enough. Let me get out of here for the rush. Players not in the hand, they're just thinking, yeah, get me out.
Rich defending as wide as you can defend.
Oh, now then. Are we going to get any chips back?
No. Because Richard with a 10-3. This one should just hit the muck. And we're going to get one more hand in. I'm not sure what's left on the clock.
Should just get all the dealers ruffling it out quickly as you can. Go, 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 get them in, He's ready, he's rushing, get up, go. Everybody else is now thinking it was the last hand and they're all just, the dealer's going, yes, got it in, 3 seconds to go. Woo. The 2 players that left thought, that's it, me off, we only have 1 more hand in. That's it, put it in there, gives aces. Imagine C3 folding aces there. Oh my days. Oh, deuce 4. Everybody's on a break after this hand. Can we still read comments, says Man of Straw? Yes we can, what we missed. Katie aside, I don't think there are any other women who play on the GUKPT capable of winning one. Rennie Shares, cheap leader. 260,000 she's got.
Anyone is capable on their day, it's as simple as that. If you run well enough and you play well, anyone can win one on the day. On the right day, if the stars align, anyone can win the comp. That's a great thing about this poker.
Absolutely. Yeah, 260,000 she has. He's chip leader in the room in the tournament as it stands at this moment in time. And it wouldn't even surprise me if she's chip leader tonight, because it could be flat, a lot flatter. Even though there's a lot more players today, you could still see 260,000 being chip leader of the room coming for day 2. So yeah, Rennie is chip leader. Overnight, we showed you the chip counts a couple of times on the stream. Julian and Andrew are checking this one down. We can't see the holdings, unfortunately, but Andy's going to try and nick the last hand of the sesh. Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. And maybe I don't know if it's the buying of 11 fair at 12.50 or what it is, but down in London you don't see as many as what play other legs. I know we saw Tina Bandile playing undefeated to start the day, but no, you're right. It would be great if it was more than the 1% or the 2% of the field. It'd be a lot better. Wow, how has this ended up like this?
Andy has to have a boat here, Tower, because no one free bets plus Rivers
They're going
nowadays.
They're going in and we can't see it. We don't know the holdings of any of the players, and they're both laughing and joking to each other.
Nut flush, bottom of value range maybe here for Andy. So what's he gone? Right, well, they're both cool.
I don't know why he's on the phone. I want dealer. Just I would have a word saying. Oh, he's putting it in his pocket.
He might be randomising.
He's putting it in his pocket. Is it a call? No. See, this is the dealer's fault. 1 second on the clock. The dealer had. We could have all been having fish and chips. No, dealer wanted to get one more hand in. Could be getting rid of our friend Julien. What have you got, he says.
What's Andy check on the turn? Actually, what hands Andy check on the turn here once he fires flop?
He bets flop. Checks the turn.
Jacks, perhaps? Jacks makes sense, I guess. Playing Jacks dicey. It's just strange.
Looks like a fold.
We're 5 minutes into the dinner break for us. This is why we need a shot clock.
It is, and unfortunately, I can't hear the table. I wish I could, but I can't. Unfortunately, at this moment in time, I'd like to see what Julien's saying to Andy. They're going in the muck. I've got 12,900 behind the line. I can still come back at the next level. 2-4. Or is it 2-3 next level? 2-3 next level. Still got 40 bigs. Trying to get a bit of an angle. He's made the call. Oh, the muck! And a straight muck!
It's all in a call. They've got to be shown.
They have to be shown.
It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense to me, Tao. I was wondering what on earth Andy could have other than jacks. It was really weird the way the hand played. It was, and Julian takes it.
Are we going to see the cards? I think Simon's just asking to show us the cards. Now they're arguing. I don't know what happened about that. Unfortunately, I can't hear the table.
Maybe some players do. Free bet bluff Rivers, and Andy Christoforo is one of them.
What is the hands, man? What are the hands? 10 deuce for Julien. And 5-3. Right. There you go. So that is it. We will see you back at 5 to 6 with more of the same. We will be entertained by Spand, Terry, Jordan, Junior, Senior, and the old one. Darren Clark and Dave Doherty. Right. See you back at 5 to 6. He's off. Ta-ra. See you then.
would all be there right now. We're chasing bracelets. You might even have another one. We're moving to online. Are you going to be focusing on the online World Series? And obviously there's 85 events, there's 85 bracelets. They are real bracelets. Easier or harder for yourself, do you think? You'll have a chance of winning another bracelet?
Probably better for me because like online is like, I've been doing it for half my life almost now. So I feel really confident, especially the first half of the events are in the WSOP Nevada, sort of is shared between Nevada and New Jersey. And I've played on there for the last couple of years, so I know a lot of the players. I've got notes on them. I've had good results on there. So I feel really confident in those ones. So yeah, I'll hopefully can make some runs in those ones. And then my plan for the second half is to sort of actually go to Mexico in August and play the second half on the GG ones. I think the schedule just came out today, actually. So yeah, I'll plan on playing those and going to Mexico. And I have to get been in America too long this year anyway, so I'll get out of the country. So yeah, I'm excited for it because like that's what I know what to do. It's how I grew up playing the game. So hopefully can make some runs and get another bracelet. And I'd always wanted the online one. They every year now they've had sort of 4 or 5, maybe 10, as many as 10 events online. And I'd always wanted to win an online one just because, that's what I'm sort of known for and it feels appropriate kind of thing. So this is, I guess, the best chance I'll ever have. So gonna put my heart and soul into it. So I've kind of been chilling a bit this week, playing some golf and stuff like that, just to relax. But yeah, the next couple of months I'll be playing pretty much every day.
Some quick fire questions as we head towards the end of the hour with the tower. Do you prefer live or online poker?
Online on the whole, but live when you get deep is unreal. But like day one of live tournaments is the nut low for me. I hate it so much. Like only bad things can really happen. Like you make it through, you kind of expect it to, and if you bust, it's like you're out the tournament, you got no chance, or you got to rebuy, and now the tournament starts getting expensive. So yeah, online day to day, but once you get deep, the final table is just so much. It's like 100 times better live.
Not including the World Series main events, what tournament would you like to win?
Probably the Aussie Millions main event, just because I came 7th and they treat you so well there. Like, and I'm jealous a bit of Toby winning all the time there, so I'd have to knock him off. Like, ideally, I'd knock him out like on the final table on the way to victory.
Favorite tournament?
Favorite tournament? I guess that any of the 6 max tournaments of the World Series, I just love them. Like, I would say the World Series main event, but I've never done anything in it, so it's normally a negative experience. But like, obviously, if I did well in that, it would be amazing. But yeah, I'm excited for the 6 max tournaments of the World Series just because I've had so many deep runs in them. I feel really confident in my 6 max game, and even though a lot of those no limit tournaments you have to beat hundreds or even thousands of players, it feels like in those ones, I can do it, kind of thing.
Favorite casino?
Probably the Crown Casino in Melbourne. It's just really nice. I haven't been there for a few years as well. Yeah, I really like it down there.
What do you like listening to when you're grinding?
All kinds of like terrible music, really. No, like my wife comes in and she's like, "What are you listening to now?" Like it depends. I'll just have like a grind playlist that has all kinds of different stuff on it. But then like sometimes if I'm on real tilt, I'll have to put on some. I hate to say it, but I'll have to put on some Disney tunes or something.
Why is the 6-4 of clubs your favourite hand?
I'm not sure it is anymore, to be honest. I think back then it was just like I think I won a couple of big hands of it, and I think I hit a straight flush against someone who had the nut flush in a live tournament, so that was a pretty cool feeling. And yeah, I just had to, those were the days where you just 6-4 clubs, you'd play it from under the gun, you'd just be in there. But now you're playing a bit more sort of sensible poker. Sometimes I have to fold it when I'm on the short stack, so I guess it's not my favorite hand anymore.
The best player you've ever played against?
The That's tough, really tough question. I tell you, one of the people I was most impressed with when I played with them, was JC Tran. I played with him in this 40. They had a special anniversary 40K buy-in at the World Series, and I'd satellited in a live satellite. I hate satellites. Well, somehow I won my seat, so I was really pumped for that. Played with him on day one, I think, and it was really deep stack poker, which sometimes I don't play that as much of because I late register a lot and stuff. So I was sort of sitting there learning, playing quite tight, watching the table, and he was in there every hand, and he was taking unconventional lines and just winning every pot without showdowns. So yeah, he really impressed me that day.
If you could play and beat anyone heads up for your second bracelet, who would it be?
Oh, so many candidates. It'd have to be like one of my friends for sure. Just could have like bragging rights forever.
Toby.
Well, Toby would be good because he's never won a bracelet. It's like the only thing he's never won. So I almost feel too mean though beating heads up for a bracelet. I'd draw the line there. Maybe like someone who won one before, but like I think maybe beating Dempsey would be good. Just because when I lived with him for a while, I'd always win the flips against him. We'd always flip for dinner, and I was like 30-0 against him on flips. So just to beat him heads up as well would just be the icing on the cake.
Do you still play as much online as you used to, or is it just Sundays? What does the future hold, Chris?
Yeah, still playing quite a bit. Like there's a few American sites to play on. Play like maybe three or 4 days a week. Not like the full day grinds that I used to, or I couldn't do them now anyway. Like back through the night, and obviously you can't play on all the sites here. But yeah, like I don't know. Like I'll keep playing poker until I don't enjoy it anymore, and then I'll try and find something else that hopefully I can have even 50% of the passion for. So yeah, for now, poker, but you never know. But for the foreseeable future, I think I'll still be playing a decent amount of poker.
And finally, would you do anything differently?
I mean, I should do so many things differently, but I'm a big believer in sort of, as long as you don't do anything too bad, like not, I wouldn't change the past. Like you make mistakes and you learn from them, and I had so many backing, like it cost me a lot of money in the end, but like I had so many great experiences from it. I was there on the rail of so many of like my players, amazing experiences, traveled the world, stayed at people's houses free because of it, met so many amazing people from different places and different walks of life. So yeah, no, I wouldn't change anything really. It's all worked out pretty good in the end. So even though thousands of mistakes along the way, but yeah, pretty happy overall.
Well, 11 years late, 11 years since the first time we spoke. Well, I got a microphone in my hand. We've done it again. You've done absolutely incredible in the last 15 years, and every credit to you with the books, with everything you do poker-wise. Fingers crossed we get the live Triple Crown. That would just be absolutely amazing. And fingers crossed we see you on the GUKPT circuit once again. If you have to come over to the UK, that will be an amazing time because we get to speak to you yet again. Other than that, we'd have to come to Vegas. Yeah, I mean, I have to, like, my GUKPT record is really bad, so I do need to, like, at some point, probably the most likely ones, so occasionally I play the London one, so that's probably my most likely one. But yeah, I definitely, like, one day, even final table or GUKPT I've never done, so yeah, but mix it with the UK guys for sure. Chris Moment, thanks for spending an hour with the Tower. You're an absolute superstar. Cheers, buddy. Thanks very much. No worries. Good to chat to you, Phil. It's been too long. Take care. Cheers, buddy. Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment1, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding two of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter. Because for now with the tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Phil.
Oh man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid. And I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January. And then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So, yeah, I was kind of lucky that, I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with. And, yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot. Like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university, I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat. But still, $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down, It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It's quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on, you know, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, you know, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, you know, can't take a week off poker. You know, I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came 5th, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but they were the games were starting to get a bit stale, because, you know, cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, you know, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, you know, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, you know, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like, also I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on, you know, I had like 2 screens, and I put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I played, you know, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger. Yeah.
So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like? Or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career, because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and, you know, catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence, really. So I went into the I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't you know, probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, you know, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible, so they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously, I didn't have a degree to go and get a job, so I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans, so obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down every sort of all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time, I guess I was 20, 21 years old. And I was just all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just I've got to stay in and play poker. I have to play every day to just, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for the my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, Vegas always gets you do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And that 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until 2 or 3 years ago. So I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ender Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. As I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I tried to, I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it, even the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met, was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With 17 left, I started his career for sure. No, it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linton. And yeah, then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you were actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now. But then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set. And Sam shoved all into me, and in my head, I was like, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff. And I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop, so I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, Nido as well. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. He did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, like making #1, we always thought, oh wow, maybe, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, suddenly you start making the top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, it was like to get #1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroyd.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from #1, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who were like in my groomsmen party, I met them through, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why
in Manchester. This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where still dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing that he's sort of followed online because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys. And on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this, or chip stack or whatever. And he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks. And yeah, after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates kind of thing, adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to round my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, made the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x'd it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmer style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, no, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank because, you know, he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards, and Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop, and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there, and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and got to the final table, and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM, and my dad was just going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for me for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker, because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone would think, yeah, everyone in me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So. Yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of Champions as well, and that's his only two Ender Mob. Like that's the only two cash he's got on the Ender Mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, "Oh, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker." Like, because he didn't really start playing much. He played like one World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of him when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won 1. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me, whenever I go and see him, I go to his house and play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament? Like the tournament was like 100 times to buy him, but yeah.
Brilliant! It was a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times. Whenever you do pop up and we're on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, even all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like, it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like, it was just surreal. It was such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed, or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy, because like that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also, like, I was free rolling anyway, because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis, and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2, I think, on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this 20. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping you or whatever. And I was like, what the, So we had a bet. So I bet I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, most people, if they got that much money running on it, more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of, play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table, and he knew about the bet, and he raised under the gun. And, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the cutoff, and I had to free bet him and, start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there, and he was just like, you're an idiot. But yeah, so I won the bet, and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game, with on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. There was made the final table actually with James Keys, like well-known blast from the past, and Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And but still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And my friends were there watching and stuff, so gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that six match is probably your best game. Third out of 1,378 for 271, and also cashed in the 5K six match, finishing 11th. Incredible scores, and then 12 days later, so these three events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet, second out of 474 in the six match 10K. Three massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like the bracelet didn't, like, obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. Like I was just happy to finally, you know, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards, and now like have, you know, like the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just I just wanted to do well and not go out, you know, first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, you know, the 2.5K six match came third, was just that was, I think, like one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and drinking, which, like, to anyone who doesn't know, is drinking beer.
There.
Yeah, drinking beer out of their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually had like kind of fucked me over on one hand because we were three left. And I played this hand where I was in the 9 seat and the guy I was playing was in the 1 seat. I don't know why we didn't all move around. But I couldn't really see him in the hand. So which didn't really bother me because, like, live poker, I kind of wanted to hide anyway. Still at this stage, I wasn't looking for reads on my opponents. And I've opened ace-2 blind on blind. And he's called, and I was kind of short step. And it came king 5-4, and so I got gut shot. And I bet, and he raised. And to me at the time as well, it didn't really make much sense. I felt like he was weak. And I was like, okay, whatever. If he's got king, he's got king. I got an ace or 3 to hit. So I shoved all in, and he tanked for ages. So I'm like, okay, he would have called already if he had a king. So I thought it was going to fold for sure. And like the rails chanting, and then like out of nowhere, there's like a big cheer. So I wasn't even looking. I was just staring at the felt, just doing my thing that I did every time. And I just assumed that he'd folded because they were like cheering that I was chipped the pot. And someone said, show the deuce. And I was like, wow, there's not very often you get the chance to do this. So I just sort of looked across and flipped over the deuce. And then as I'm flipping over, I realized he still had cards. And then now there was another. I'm like, oh no, now what the hell? Like, what's going on here? And then he tanked for another minute. And then he called me with ace deuce. So then we chopped the hand. But like, obviously, I don't know what was going on in the whole hand, to be honest. But yeah, we ended up chopping that hand, but obviously it could have all been different. But no, overall, I was really happy with the results. Like, tough tournaments as well. The 10K six match was a very tough tournament. I got heads up against the player. I played online a lot at the time, so it wasn't someone that I felt like I had a big edge against. And we played a marathon match, had to come back the next day and finish it off. But yeah, it just didn't work out for me in either of those at the end. But I was still really happy just to be cashing and making runs and final tables. It just felt unreal, you know. It was almost like back to when I first started playing online and started winning. It was back to that feeling because it had been so long in live poker that I'd been playing and not really doing anything. So to finally start making runs was just an amazing feeling. It was kind of better than if I'd have just come straight into live poker and started winning instantly. It wouldn't have been nearly the same rush.
Well, you obviously 2011, and it is just such a fantastic year for yourself, and it'll always be etched in the memory. But it was the first time that the World Series Poker Europe wasn't in London. It moved to Cannes in France. And second again.
Yeah, I worked on a heads up game. Nah, this was crazy as well because I kind of felt like I had massive unfinished business in this tournament, because when it was at the Empire Casino in London, one of my first big live poker runs, like, it was a really long tournament as well. We were on, I think it was day 4, and we're still winning the money. But I had a big stack on the bubble, and I was feeling really good, really confident. And even like one of the guys at my table went to the bar just so they could cash. So, you know, there was a weird dynamic where We're just, you know, that blind sitting out. So me and Johnny Lodden had big chips, and we were both taking it in turns. Kind of there was a mutual agreement almost, but we hadn't really clashed yet. But we were both the most aggressive players at the table, building up our stacks. And I was basically, you know, like 99 times out of 100, I'm going to cash in this spot, and let alone like I felt like over 50% of the time I'm going to final table, because only 27 people cash. So once you're in the money, you know, you got a real shot at making it, especially because I had over 100 big blinds. And we go on dinner break, like free off the money. A bunch of my friends came down, just sort of sweat the tournament. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to cash for at least, I think min cash was real decent, like maybe like £30,000. So it was huge. And I was like, okay, I'll just shout everyone a steak dinner. So we go for a nice steak dinner on dinner break, like 10 of us, buy everyone dinner, no big deal. I'm going to cash for 30K. Come back, I get kings on the big blind, kings when the guy in the big blind is not even there. And Johnny Lawton raises, and I'm like, wow, this is going to look bullshit from me, especially like with our history. So he's raised, I've re-raised, he's re-raised. I'm just like, you know, so happy. Not even a thought in the world that I could ever be beat. We end up getting in, he just had aces, and my heart sunk. And I actually had him covered by about 20 big blinds. So I still had, you know, still hopefully I can cash, and, you know, maybe I can run it back up. But like, obviously I'm a bit demoralized and a bit shook up. And I played this hand where this guy 3x'd it under the gun, this Scandinavian guy, but everyone 3x back then. And I pocket nines, and he'd been in enough hands, and I decided, I'm not going to fold the cash. I'm going to go for it here, and I'll just go all in. But in my head, I was like, okay, I'm just going to re-raise half my stack because it will look stronger than going all in. I don't know. Weird theory back then. And I've misclicked. So I've min re-raised him. And he's like, how much more? And like, you know, he's made 10K, and they're like 6K more. So it's like, oh my God. Just kind of trying to keep a straight face. And he like tanks for a bit, and then he calls. I'm like, okay, just come a low flop. Just comes ace, king, queen. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. But like, obviously, you know, I got to still try and win it a bit. So I fired out a bet, and he tanked for ages, and someone called the clock on him. I'm like, okay, he's going to fold. And I'm trying to like project that I've got trip aces here to him, you know, like stay away. And then anyway, after like max time bank, he shoves all in. So then I have to fold that, and I'm down to 10 big blinds, find a pair, shove, get called by ace king, lose the flip, and I'm out one off the money. And, you know, trying to avoid the cameras or trying to do an interview, make out the back exit out the Empire, managed to avoid that. But yeah, I was kind of gutted, you know, I almost wanted to burst into tears. It was like one of the lowest moments in poker. At that time, I think that was 2007, I think is the one. John Joanda one. So like, yeah, you know, this was, or maybe it's 2008, but I'd never had a live cash over 10K.
And that won in 2007.
Okay, yeah, so it's 2008. So literally, like you said, my first cash was 2008, and so now this would have been like my third cash. I could have won the tournament for over, you know, like 1.5 million or whatever it was for first. I don't even know, but yeah, I ended up playing for 4 days and got nothing. And then there was EPT London the next week. I was so over it, I wasn't even going to play though, so I didn't plan on playing that. And I've actually woke up on the day, and I've woke up at 9 a.m., which I never did because, you know, I was always playing online all through the night. I woke up randomly at 9 a.m., took it as a sign to go and play that tournament because I was like, I'm never normally up at this time. So I went and got on the waiting list, played the tournament, bubbled that one as well. And that was when I actually, me and All In Stevie and Paul Fulton, we all went to, I told them, all right, I don't want to play online poker for a while, no poker. So we went to Ayia Napa and had like a 3-week holiday there. Didn't even take my laptop. And that's like basically the longest break I ever took from poker. But yeah, I was on life tilt after those 2 tournaments. So especially the first one, it was the worst. So I always thought like I had unfinished business in the Europe main event. Like the actual WSOP main event just seems so unattainable because you have to beat thousands of players. Whereas this one, you know, the field size is a lot smaller, like 500 normally. But, you know, it's a much tougher tournament. But I felt like this one was more winnable and a great structure. And I just was like, every year I was pumped for the tournament. So, yeah, it was to make a run at it was really cool.
$2.3 million live in 2011, and you were still #1 online.
Yeah,
How do we even juggle these two to stay ahead of the game while you were number one online? Because that was just a fantastic year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't do a lot other than play poker. Like, actually, it was the start of 2012 that I realized that, you know, I needed a bit more life balance, and I sort of New Year's resolutions. I hit up Jason Kuhn in Facebook chat, and I'd sort of just been eating really bad, putting on a ton of weight, like just through poker, and I was feeling bad about myself. Like, even though I was doing amazing at poker online and live, feeling really good about that, I just wasn't feeling great about life outside of poker. So that's, I think, like why I kind of almost dived into poker even more, because that was the only thing that was giving me happiness. So I kind of, start of the year, you know, everyone gets New Year's resolutions. I was like, okay, I need to make some changes here. So I kind of, on a whim, hit him up and said, oh, I was living in Cyprus with some of my horses after Black Friday at that point. And I was like, well, do you fancy coming to Cyprus, and I'll back you for some EPTs and stuff. And if you'll sort of be my personal trainer and chef, it's like kind of like a trade-off, because I knew he was like the healthiest guy in poker. And so I kind of just, at the time in my head, I did it to like make myself, you know, at least I'm trying. I didn't think he'd jump at the idea or anything. I just thought, yeah, at least I can tell myself that I'm trying to make a change. And then he like was like straight away, he was like, okay, I booked the flight. I'm then in 3 days time. I was like, oh shit. And then, at the deep end, I went from like not going to the gym for sort of 10 years to going like pretty much every day, and not, you know, he was cooking clean food. And yeah, I mean, I had like 2012, I think in the first 6 months, I ended up losing like 50 pounds or something. So it was a big change, and something that I really needed, because it was getting, just seemed, it was one of those things that I had let it slip so much that it seemed like it was unattainable, and I was never going to do it myself. So I needed to kick up the backside kind of thing. So yeah.
Awesome. We've got 30 online Triple Crowns. Now, for people out there that don't know what an online Triple Crown is, just tell them how good you actually are. What is the Triple Crown?
It's pretty easy, really. You just have to win three tournaments with a 10K prize pool, and you have to have over 100 people in them. But in a week, but they have to be all on different sites as well. So that's the harder part. Is, you know, if you're playing every day, you play a lot of tournaments, so you can win 3 tournaments in a week. Not too, you know, it's not too out of the ordinary, but winning 3 on different sites, you know, a lot of time you get the first 2, like Poker Stars, you know, pretty easy one to get because you're playing a lot of volume on there, and then you get the first 2, and then it would be really hard to win the third one because you'd only have a couple of options to win the third one. But yeah, once I was kind of, that always inspired me to, because, you know, like week to week, the grind can become a bit monotonous. But, you know, say I won 2 tournaments on 2 different sites on the Monday and the Tuesday. I'm like, okay, now I've got 5 days to win. So I was like, okay, I've got to be in every day, otherwise I can't win it. So I like got hooked on winning them. And, you know, you don't get any, there's no real other incentive for it, but it was definitely like something I strive to do. And like, I wanted to be the leader. And once I got in the lead, I didn't want anyone catching me. So I kept grinding them hard. But yeah, I always wanted the live one, but it's eluded me so far. I'm two-thirds of the legs through, but yeah, 30 online is not too bad.
We'll get there. 2007 your first online Triple Crown, and 2019 your last. That's incredible consistency over the years. Do you think 30 will ever be matched?
It's like weird, because it's like, it's much harder these days, because you know, like, people don't put their screen names out there on some of the sites, and back then there was more sites you could.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to day 1B. The numbers are insane. 270 so far in the building. Incredible yet again. The prize pool is over £500,000 already. We've got 6 levels of this to go. We've got a turbo.
Day 2 buy-ins.
Day 2 buy-ins.
700 possible, you reckon? 700 entries, is that possible?
When we're going to stop, man?
It's a great effort from everyone, and we've got a great featured table coming up for this session of the day. Everyone just taking their seats. Mark Hawes is going to be in seat 1. Bav Katri, who shipped the 888 main event a couple of weeks ago, is going to be in 2. Darren Clark in 3. Dave Cocker. The golfer Darren Clark?
Golfer?
I don't know.
The Irish Ryder
Could
Cup
be.
legend.
Could be, Tower.
Won't be.
Oh, it won't be. Seat 4. I'm sure you all know Dave Doherty, Ship Luton last year, already has a GUKPT title. Nicolay is in 5. Sam Akapong is in 6.
Big Sam.
Spand, Andy Back is in 7. And TJ, Terry Jordan, is in 9.
He apologised.
Yeah?
When I went to the bar,
Yeah.
I got my crowbar.
Yeah.
You spoiled the street. Oh, so I had to explain that we commentate on the 30-minute delay and then we commentate in the chat box.
Yeah.
He says the chat box was right funny last night. I couldn't believe it. He said never tune in. He says it's just great, right banter.
Good lad, Terry, off the table.
So yeah, so he apologised and didn't realise that obviously with a 30-minute delay and he's just buzzing for his lad and what have you. So
And
I let him off.
I know you've just got back after your dinner, Tower, but I'm going to send you on your way for an hour.
What?
You can go and have another dinner break.
Hey, what's happening?
Sam Orledge is going to come in and do some comms this session. He's going to do the first hour with myself, second hour with Tower.
The big Liverpool fan, Mr.
Yep.
Sam Orledge.
So any questions for Sam? You can fire him away. I'll be having a chat with him, seeing what he's been up to poker-wise.
We know Sam from the Goliath, from plenty of GKPTs. Kevin did a few.
Yeah, he's done comms quite a bit.
Yeah, they did comms in Goliath for 2 or 3 days, and they really enjoyed it. And he sent us a message today. Are we all right to come and have a chat? I said, of course you are. So he is making his way across. When he comes, we'll do a split shift as Sam will be coming in. So that's good news for us. That Sam Orledge is on his way. And then he said he's going to play a bit of cash. He's going to play a lot of Coventry. So he'll be coming to join Jay and then myself.
Sam in the low jack. Ace 10 raises to 800. Level 5 of the day.
Welcome back, everybody.
And Terry's come to entertain as he always does on the featured table. Peels the 3 deuce on the button involved first hand. Oh no! Oh no! Look at this first flop, Tower.
Top, bottom 2.
Oh dear, Sam is in a world of pain here, especially against TJ. He is going to be losing some chips in this pot, and that is for sure, because against Terry here, Sam is going to have a tough time getting away from this Tower.
Yeah.
What a hand to start.
What a start. We are back with a bang. Oh, fills it up.
And this is actually a terrible card for Sam, because now it makes it less likely of hands that Terry can have on the flop that we're behind to, that like the 2 pairs, like the sets. These all become less likely now once there's 3 pairs on the turn, and Terry has got Sam on the hook here, and we're going to have a tough time folding river, Tower. We are going to have a real tough time unless it's something like the ace of hearts. Well, it can't be the ace of hearts, like a king of hearts or something, queen of hearts, jack of hearts. This
can't be a 10, can it?
It could be a 10. Well, it's the 5 of hearts, so Sam does have the ace of hearts in his hand. But this is just a real gross spot versus TJ, first hand of the session. And it's good that we got the ace of hearts, because it makes it less likely that Terry can have a flush in this spot. But then again, we talk about what heart combos players are going to peel on the button. Terry's probably got every single one of those. He's probably, if he's peeling 3 deuce off, he's peeling 7-4 suited, 9-5 suited, all these hands that Terry can have in this spot. So it's a bit grim for Sam. But one thing I will say, if Terry's got a flush draw and raises flop, he might check behind. Really good fold from Sam there, and may have helped that the river was the 5 of hearts, but
He's just showed him the deuce.
Oh.
He's showed him the deuce.
That's a good card to see for Sam. When Terry shows us a deuce, offsuit deuce, that's a great card for us to see, because Terry's not going to raise a lone deuce on the flop, so he'll make the assumption now he's up against either 3 deuce or pocket deuces.
And I don't know if you noticed, but for us colourblind people, the all-in then was yellow.
Oh, yellow.
So we got rid of the red. It looks so much cleaner and better. Right, I'm going to bring in Sam.
Yep. I'm going to move over.
You're moving over here, you're controlling the controls. Let's get Sam involved.
I've got Tower's little little thing now. Start clicking some buttons. What have we got here? Dave Doherty, Ace King suited, under the gun. There he is, perfect timing at the end of a hand. Put the cam on so everyone knows who's here with me. How you doing, Sam?
I'm very well, thank you, mate. How are you?
Good? Yeah, good, thank you. Good, thank you.
Good stuff.
You playing this event?
Oh, I'm not playing this event.
Just come down for a bit of cash?
Yeah, exactly that. And it's been a pretty busy week with work and whatnot, so not in this one. But looking forward to getting involved in some of the events. What promises to be a pretty crazy year, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be
the last
packed.
year was mental. And
if this event's anything to go by, it's just going to be a busy year. Like everyone just turning out in force, and expect the same throughout every stop that we go to. Have you been playing much at all? Much poker?
not over Christmas. Unfortunately, I had the bug quite bad over the festive period. But no, recovering now into the new year, and looking forward to getting involved again now. Really, I think the last sort of stop I went to was the Coventry tour, Coventry stop on last year's tour. So yeah, no, nice to be back in and around. The buzz in here is incredible.
Is that where you're local to, Coventry? Then?
No. I'm in.
You're south.
I'm in Camberley, so south. So I'll be going to the 25-25 in Reading next week. That will probably be the next comp, and then planning to head back down to back up to Coventry for the next stop, which will be good.
Good. Be good to see you there. So interesting pill here from Darren. Peeled the 6-5 off in the small blind face in the open from Span, and chooses to call the continuation bet as well. Span turning top two pair here. Really nice for him as well, because there shouldn't really be too many flushes for Darren, peeling out the small blind with the ace and 10 of spades on board here. But he does have like the king queen, king jack, queen jack of spades. Span just happy to fire, get some value from some worse ace x, and gets it through. Did you watch much of the cash game with Terry the other night in it?
I watched bits and pieces. I was actually at a home game, but managed to pick up on bits and pieces. It was quite a spicy table from what I saw. But yeah, it's the cash game feature that Goodwin, you guys are now covering as well. I think it's just really engaging to a different audience that wouldn't necessarily be that interested in tournaments as well. So I think it's definitely a plus for the live stream.
Yeah, thinking of doing a round of each for Coventry, which would be watchable.
Yeah, sure.
Bit for everyone. The marks turn to open ace 10 in the hijack, raises to 700. And Nicolay here got a nice one to defend. Suited king, heads up coup. And flops best on the 8-4-5 all club board. Checks it over to Mark as he is the aggressor. This is a board Mark's going to have plenty of checks on though. It's very wet, it's really good for big blind range. It's going to have plenty of flushes, straights, two pairs, these type of holdings. So good to see Mark check this one behind. It might even be a hand where we can just be done with the ace 10 and just get to showdown and pray that our ace high is good. It's just not the best board for our range as the open up when Nicolay is defending in the big blind. And Nicolay is a very good player, very aggressive. He is definitely capable of putting in some light check raises when he knows that it's better for his perceived range. Mark is going to now opt to fire the delay c-bet once the queen rolls off. We'll have queen x that open from the hijack. I expect Nicolay still to call once here if he does make the assumption that Mark's going to be firing this card with or without it. How are we doing, Sean? Sean Lewis tuning in on Facebook. Good afternoon.
James Mitchell, Hugh Barford, Sam Crafton, Melanie Simpson, Charles Whitehouse, Tim Jung, Sam Lee.
It's like 65-70% bet, so it's fairly large, but I'd still be surprised when he's counting out chips if Nikolai did fold, but he's actually going to...
Nikolai's counting out a raise here.
And this is what I mentioned. He's very good, very aggressive. He knows this board's just so much better for him, and he can just take initiative and really put one pair of hands in a spot.
Yeah, it's a really nice raise there.
I'm going to start playing with towers. Towers tall. Oh, look at this.
Oh, this is the buttons.
What's that about, Terry? What's that V-pip about, Terry Jordan? 25%. I'm not happy about that. I know, but
50% lower than normal.
No, but I think only because we played 4 hands, he's only played 1, which was 3 deuce off, believe it or not.
Firmly believed. So Span's going to have the ace queen here under the gun, coming with an open 700, and Owen +1 with the king 10 of spades.
Yeah, not folding. Both options available. Probably going to flat more often, but can mix in a 3-bet some of the time with this one as Owen. Terry's in with king jack. Do you like new graphics?
Ah, they're nice, aren't they?
Yeah, crisp, ain't they? There.
I don't remember which one of you was saying earlier on in the day, but someone was saying one of those things you don't really notice until it's better.
Yeah.
And now it's so much better for sure. So we go 4-way here, and Sam with a pretty favourable flop out the big blind with the king 6 of hearts.
Yeah, lovely for Sam, and Span shouldn't be continuing this 4-way. I don't think. Once we go multi-way in this spot, especially with Terry in position with us, Terry can be prone to peel very wide, but looks like he is happy to fire 1 c-bet here. We do have backdoor clubs. Of course, we do need some bets that aren't value multi-weight. Choosing this ace queen as one of them, with the queen of clubs in there. Ooh, this could be a bit of trouble for Span. However, this is a card we can check as well, simply because if it was against one of the other 2 in the hand, might go bet. But against big blind range here, as against Sam, like his range going to be 6x, 3x, and 4-5 in there, and club draws. 3x going to fold to our second barrel anyway. We get put in a really gross spot by 6x, and then obviously we can get some value from some flush draws. I'm happy to fire again, Span here, and Sam just moves all in. And this is the problem. Sometimes firing this one, just because Sam does have a whole host of 6x in the big blind. Once he calls flop, it's 6x, 3x, or club draws, and Span's just happy to call it off with the ace queen, and gets the bad news. Going to need to find a 2-outer. But in this spot, you see a lot of players like check back the ace on the turn versus a big blind, and then just call the river lead. But Span, I'm guessing, maybe knows Sam better than I do.
Please Mitch Hynam to make your way to the desk. That's Mitch Hynam to make your way to the desk.
And the 9 of diamonds doesn't help him. But it might just be that Span's played with Sam a lot, and he thinks the best course of action with this ace queen. Maybe he thinks he can go 3 streets with ace queen, going bet. Maybe he thinks that's an option against this particular opponent. Obviously, want maybe denying equity to all the flush draws that Sam can have out of the big blind on the turn. A bad start for Span. Doing Goliath this year, Sam? Be there?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone I've asked that, they've said yes, so it's probably going to be. I don't know how many.
It's going to be interesting to see how they do it. I mean, yeah.
Well, I've spoke to Jim, head of poker operations, and obviously they're expecting a bigger turnout than before. So what they're actually doing now, there's another room. Do you know, you've usually got the 2 rooms. There's now a third room where they're going to have more tables in. The old dealer break room, where all the dealers would have their break, is now going to be a third room where they're also going to have tables in. So there's just going to be
more rooms
probably like 130 tables in the old gaff. So interesting to see, but the atmosphere there is going to be great with the turnout that we are expecting.
So we've got a couple of playable hands here. So Bab deciding to open the ace-6 of diamonds, and Darren calling Queen Jack off in the hijack, and Span defending his big. 5-5-3, rainbow.
Yeah, freeway, don't mind a bet here from Bav. Fairly dry. Obviously I'll worry about Span's range, but he is going to peel very wide in the big. So like Bav's decision to fire here, and Darren getting floaty with the Queen Jack here with position. So if he's floating here, I'm guessing he's got plans on later streets, Sam.
Yeah, for sure. I like Bav's bet on the flop. There's definitely some good turns. Obviously the 4 of spades being one of them. Can imagine if he's been called on the flop here. It's going to be going through his mind between whether he's going to continue or opt for a check, and he has decided to bet into 5.4k. That's 4.1, so quite large sizing here on the turn.
I really like it. I like the fact that he sized up there as well after picking up that equity. Really nice play there from Bav. We know he can play. Shipped the event a couple of weeks ago for over 100k, 888. And white dealer shuffling, we will show you what's happening at the Goliath. This is the main event schedule, kicking off on the 27th of August all the way through to the 4th of September. And you can pick whatever day you want to play on the Friday. The 2 turbo flights are now involved for the first time at a Goliath, so they'll be interesting. See how they'll go. We're going to be covering them on stream. But, very soon as well, we'll have the whole schedule out, so side events. And obviously throughout the week there'll be cash games running, which are always just crazy. It's usually like 20-30 cash games going. It's like the Vic at a GUKPT.
It is crazy. Midway through the second week, that cash game list is something to see for Coventry. And those evening festival type games that you get on, Joker's Wild, all that kind of stuff going on, just make it such a well attended and very enjoyable event. If you can get down to is it still the Rico?
CBS Arena. It's Rico still. It's still the same place.
To the purists, it's the Rico, but the CBS, if you can get down there end of August at all, thoroughly encourage you to do so.
I'm joined by Sam Orledge, Brad, Chef Brad on Twitch, asking who I'm joined by. Hi, Sam's going to be joining us for this session. I am doing the first hour with him, then Tao will be back. I know you like Tao more than me, Brad, so he'll be back in an hour, don't worry. He will be back. So interesting here, because we've got 2 legitimate hands colliding. Nicolay opening ace queen here in the cutoff, and Owen 3-betting the tens. Really big size here from Owen here, full 5x, and
it starts the hand with just under starting stack as well, so it's not unreasonable to think that at some point we could be playing for stacks here.
But I do prefer big out of the blinds than small, so usually go closer to the 4x, but 5x yes, fine as well, especially against Nicolay as well. Maybe that's more inclined to peel with position, thinking that he's going to have an edge post flop.
Really nice flop here for Owen to navigate with the tens. Definitely going to be coming in for a C bet here.
Yeah, I like the sizing he's opted for as well, around 40%. Actually, exactly 40% from you.
Yeah. It's really nice sizing. Let's sit back over to Nicolay here, who might just see get out of the way here.
Yeah, I could see him just folding this spot, simply because of stack sizes as well. Like, we just have to fold to a turn shove on brick turns because of stack size of you and we call here. less than a pot size bet behind, but looks like he is happy to float once. Maybe looking for the check on the turn and trying to get Ewan off a hand like ace king.
9 on the turn. Pairs the board. Still very monotonic, but I'm deciding to go for a check here and just employ a little bit of pot control maybe.
Try and induce something from Nikolai, perhaps.
From Nikolai, yeah. Just decide to check it back.
Yeah, and now
7.
This is where we want to be going for value here with Ewan after it checks back from Nikolai on the turn. Nikolai very good, very tricky. He can sometimes have like 10-9 suited, Jack-9 suited here and check it back on the turn, knowing that we've got a pot size bet behind and we can get our value on the river. But I'm still a big fan of my hand here as Owen, the way the hand has played. I'd be happy coming in for some value, and that's exactly what he's going to do. 3,000. He's gone tiny here. 3k into 13.5. It's like 25% here. On the end. Now, this is a bit of an annoying spot here for Nikolai because you don't ever expect a bluff really for this size, do you, Sam? Like, if Ewan's got like a king-queen, like that elected to 3-bet, he's probably going to size up on the river here. So I'm not loving live too much with the ace-queen as Nikolai.
I don't think this is, like you say, ever really a bluff. As to whether Nikolai is reluctant to let this one go, though, by the looks of it so far. He's counting out some chips.
Wow. Raised. Just relentless, isn't he? Raises to 9.5k. 7s make sense.
It's pretty much repping full houses here.
Yeah, well, set with, and 9x. I think Nikolai's a good enough player, knowing that there's sub pot left to check back 9x on the turn. Sam, just say, for example, we're up against ace king, ace queen ourselves, and we have a 9. Like, we're going to check there, just hoping that it rolls off a high card, knowing that we can get the value on the river from like 10s, jacks anyway that opted to check the turn.
Yeah.
So he can credibly rep a 9 here, as well as 6s, 3s, 7s. These are all hands he can have here for value, and then bluffs. Just chose to turn this ace queen into a bluff, and this really isn't a nice spot here for Owen here. But then wow, he lets him go. What a play!
Play from Nikolai.
Really, really nice. And what I would say, one more thing I'd say about that spot, we've got to be aware as Ewan who we're up against, and like I think Nikolai is the type of player to attack a really small size in Sam, and I think the time we do go 25% with that particular hand, we might have to call off a raise because he may be more inclined to bluff against that particular size rather than a larger size.
I agree. Are you going to make day 2 of Goliath, George? That's the plan. Still haven't cashed that thing.
You're not cash?
It's mad. That was the pure bubble a few years ago.
Pure?
Well, maybe like one before. Yeah, but I've had many bullets in that tournament over the years. Good to hear from you though, George. Hope you're doing well. So David's going to open the ace-10 here from middle position. And Nikolai has the pocket 8s in the hijack. He's going to opt to call.
Terry's in. Where's Terry been? He's only played one hand so far. Was he watching the boy last night, perhaps, and taking some notes? You reckon he was watching? He was watching the junior and taking some notes.
I didn't know Terry's lad played, and I sort of had the stream on in the background doing some bits and pieces, and I heard you guys talking about Terry and looked over and I couldn't see him. I thought it was like some kind of, I'd misheard something, but no, it's a fantastic run. Fantastic run.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a bet here from Nikolai once it's checked to us here with the pocket 8s. Like if we flatted jacks or something, like it's a bit different. I wouldn't mind seeing a check, but with 8 specifically here, I like the choice, the bet from Nikolai. Yeah. David, very good player. Can have some Queen X in his check range for sure, but still going to be firing there more often than not with aces, Nicolate, and takes another one. What start to him from the session? Let's have a look. There you are, up 12k.
Obviously Sam getting that double up.
Yep.
Heading the chip growth in this session.
Span, unfortunately, on the wrong end of the double up from Sam. So Darren limping in with the queen 3 suited under the gun +1. TJ's in with a 5 deuce. Option for Mark. Checks it. Nice flop for Darren. After limping the queen 3 suited under the gun +1, he's going to fire now with his flush draw, and it's 2 quick faults. That pot going the way of Darren.
So things ticking over quite nicely here in London.
Yeah, just going to let everyone know how the prize pool is getting on. Up to 550k in the prize pool now. £550,000, 555 runners total. Wow. Oh, it's 1100, so it's actually less than that. It's less. I thought it was a bag plus the rake. Total runners. $500. Is that right? How many runners we got, PK? On the app here, just add these two together. Yeah, 500. 500 entries. Exactly.
500 entries in the first stop of the year.
Yeah, 500 entries exactly. And we've still got buy-ins today. We've still got the turbo flight, which starts in a few hours. And we've still got buy-ins tomorrow for day 2. 700 entries, is it possible?
I think so. I think so. We had has Kev set you a line?
I set a line.
Okay.
What 619 was my line.
619.
Yeah. I went with the Rey Mysterio, as I called it.
Wow, we are going to see it hot here,
wow,
guys.
We're going to come away from that talk because we got a setup here, and Bav is going to get the full double up unless this hand is played slow and another spade rolls off.
So Terry's going to bet here when check 2, obviously with a flush. Protect what he will feel pretty confident is the best hand and look to get some value, but as we can see, Bav has 10 high flush, and looks like he's just going to call here.
Yeah, now interesting spot for Sam here with the ace-9 and gets out the way.
Yeah, nice fold.
And you and ace as well gets out the way. So heads up between Bav and Terry here. Both players flopping it.
So Terry's just opening the conversation there.
7 of diamonds.
He's going to be trying to do something to prevent himself from doubling up Bav here. It's going to be very difficult. Bav checks over to Terry.
This is probably going to go in now. If I'm Bav here versus Terry,
it's like 5.6.
Yeah, I'm just shoving here simply because it's terrible for us if we call and Terry just checks back river. Like, Terry's not the type to just fold turn once he's bet 5.6 and we've got 18k behind. So I'd just like to see the shove here from Bav now with the 10-9 suited versus Terry. Because even if Terry's got like king queen with a queen of spades, he's not folding.
I completely agree.
Yeah, like even if he's just got even if he's got ace 10 no spade, he's probably not folding. But he's checking river back with those hands. So if I'm Bav, we have to make the move here, and there it is. He's all in for 17.7. Terry snaps it off, and he sees that he is drawing stone cold dead. And Bav going to get the double when he royals about one time. No.
The biggest brick in the building. Bad won't mind. Gets the full double.
Terry.
He's going to be up to 44,500.
Terry had 5 deuce of spades there, so the 3 of spades registering as the deuce of spades. I will let the team know.
That's a pretty unfortunate one there for Terry. Flush over flush on the flop. And we've got something in the chat. How are we doing, Ben? Hope you're doing well.
Hello, Ben. Vitor says is pronounced Owen.
Yeah, I think it's
Owen.
Saving myself some money, Ben. Saving myself some money. Stick to talking. No, I don't know. We'll be flicking it in some of the cash games up here. There's a crazy amount of action up here at the Vic this evening and over the course of the weekend. So David's going to open the sixes here under the gun, and Sam's just going to flat the ace king.
Yeah, certainly can a free bet this one. Just choosing to flat this time. That's going to bring Bavin in the small. Terry's in the cut with 10-8 suited, and Darren getting this price. Happy to defend the old 3 deuce.
We are going to go 5 ways here. And very good flop for Terry.
Oh, but Dave's got middle set.
This could be a brutal pair of hands for Terry.
Jordan, yeah. Could literally be out the door in 2 hands here, Sam. And Dave just loves this after opening under the gun and checking the middle set, and Terry's firing away. And we're literally just licking our lips here as Dave Doherty, because in our head we've got the effective nuts. Terry's going to 3-bet 10s almost always, so we're just loving life here as Dave Doherty, and just going to flat, not set off on the alarm bells, try and get Sam in behind us. Oh, but Terry,
unbelievable,
gets there on the turn. 7 of spades rolling off, and Terry turning the flush. Back-to-back spade flushes for TJ. I'm going to be firing again, sizing up to set up a river shove, I hope.
That looks like 6,000 there from Terry.
And Dave can never fold. He's just going to be doubling Terry up this hand, unless the board pairs obviously on the river, or he just decides to flat here and another spade rolls off. But he may just choose to go with it now. Sam, the pocket sixes, and just move all in, but he is going to flat.
So he's going to need the board to pair here.
Or a spade. A spade would be good for him. A spade would be very good for Dave here. Potential to get away from it.
And it is an offsuit 3.
Yeah, so full double up. Nothing we can do here as Dave Doherty. We've got a double Terry up with our set here. We've played it in this manner to call the whole weight, and he doesn't like it, but he's going to check.
A sigh smile from Dave.
And
Terry with the double fist pump.
Yeah, it's not a paired board, guys, on the river. Unfortunately, the threes and the deuces are in reverse for some reason, and we do get a deck change very shortly, but I can't see how Dave's not going to double Terry up here.
This is just one of those spots where Dave's probably got that inkling that he's
like
behind.
That like white magic feel,
Yeah,
like that gut
yeah.
feeling that I've just not got the best hand here, but be some fold if he can find it. It will be some unbelievable fold how we haven't double Terry up this hand. But I'm already in, to be fair. And credit to Dave for even thinking about this for this long against his opponent. Understand the tank against, let's say, a more less unorthodox opponent. Maybe he's picking up this on Terry. He's having a chat with him, and this is what I always say: if you're on the line about a decision, have a chat with your opponent and see if you can pick up on anything and get any reads, and I just can't see how Dave's going to fold this one. Oh wow!
Unbelievable fold. Mr. Doherty, take a bow.
That's just incredible against Terry. Like, I understand the fold against most, but against Terry specifically, that is an incredible fold from Dave Doherty, and that is why he's one of the UK's best at the moment, Sam. Making folds like that, I admit I can't make that fold versus Terry. There's no chance I am ever making that fold. And Dave Doherty, what a hero!
That's
what
an
an
unbelievable
absolute
fold.
hero!
An unbelievable fold. Yeah, thanks for just confirming there with the graphics. We're having a little bit of an issue at the minute. There's a deck change coming up shortly, but the 3 of spades registering on the graphic is actually the 2 of spades.
Yeah, the 3s and the 2s are the wrong way round for all suits, I've been told, I think, from our action tracker. So that's basically it. But the deck gets changed very shortly. It's been changed live, so it's going to get changed pretty soon.
Hi Kev, Mr. Glendale Shee, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We have got a cracking lineup here on the GUKPT main event feature table. Real pleasure to be in the booth here with Jay. The opportunity to talk you through some of the hands.
Yeah, it was just a set. It weren't 6s full, Rob. It was a slight graphic error. That's why I still can't believe they didn't double Terry up there.
That's an incredible fold.
I know.
Mate.
And this is the difference. Like, I don't make that fold.
Yeah.
I honestly don't make that fold. I don't even make that fold, and I can see the card, Sam.
Yeah.
It's literally like that.
Right, so interesting hand just starting to develop here. So Owen with King Queen, and Darren with Ace-7, deciding to lead out here after a check through on the flop. He's got second pair with the top kicker, and obviously 2 kings on the board, some card removal, thinking that it's less likely Owen has a king as a result. Owen going to come in for the flat here. I like it. And 6 of spades rolls off on the river. So if Darren does bet here, he's almost always going to get raised.
Well, yeah,
this is just going to be an all-in. This is just going to be an all-in. He does go for the all-in. And now Darren asks for a count, and wouldn't surprise me based on what we've seen so far if we end up seeing this get called.
Well, yeah, from what we've seen from Darren,
great price. He does go for the call. He's going to make the call here.
Sees the bad news.
Owen shows the king, and that's going to be good for a full double up there. After being raised out of the pot earlier with his 10s against Nikolai. Comes in for the double up here. Owen, so he's back in the mix. Hi Chris. Good to hear from you, mate. Long time no speak. Hope you're doing well. Off to Vegas for a work event. What a life. What a life.
Kev, I might pop up to play some cash, but it's probably very unlikely because I'm literally going on holiday a couple of days, well, a day and a half later, so I'm going to have a lot of stuff to do. I might be able to wangle it though. I'll see what I'm up to, and I'll come say hello to you on your birthday. But I might pop up for a little bit of cash, say hello to everyone. I haven't seen you in a while, so it'd be nice to say hello.
Yeah, really great to hear from you, Chris. Chris, like your first time going out? If it is, then enjoy it as much as you can. It's an unbelievable place. So Terry's going to open the pocket 4s here from middle position. And Mark is going to call with the Queen Jack of clubs in the hijack. Folding his Ace Deuce. And Ace King now for Darren on the button. Expect to see a 3-bet here.
Yeah, Karen, something like that. I've got to get packed, got to get ready to go.
He's going to make it 5.5k. Terrier just shipped it there, but he's just made the call.
That's going to bring Mark in as well. Mark with the Queen Jack of clubs this deep versus Darren. From what we've seen from Darren already, I'm going to be more than happy to get involved in a pot with him out of position, especially with a hand with playability of the Queen Jack suited here. Wow, he folds it. I'm really surprised to see that from Mark. Getting that price, Queen Jack suited, closing the action versus Terry and Darren. I'm going to be in that pot like a shot.
And Darren's going to flop best here. But it would have been an action flop had Queen Jack decided to peel here.
Yeah, it would have been.
Terry's just going to get out of the way, so Darren's going to pick that one up. I hope you have a great time, Chris. It's a fantastic place, staying at the Mandalay. Have a great time out there. If you get to experience some of the sights in and around work, do so.
Dave, the short stack, however, he should be on fumes after that hand versus Terry. I still can't believe he folded that, Sam. It's still running through my head now how on earth he's made the fold there.
It'd be really interesting to watch that one back. I personally never folded
there
were a few, I mean, if we're talking live reads,
yeah, it has to be that.
The double fist pump.
It has to be
was,
that.
You know, it could well be, but you know, like you say, it's what separates these guys.
Exactly.
Out. It's an unbelievable fold from Dave, and he'll live to fight another day. And certainly wouldn't bet against him finding a spot to get back in and amongst the action sooner rather than later. And Terry's going to open again here, trying his hardest to recover that V-pip. The fours again.
And Bav with the ladies, 3 bets to 4.2.
And so Nikolai with the 7s there, just snap folded.
Yeah,
Sam with 5s in the big.
Can't be cold balling this, I don't think. Sam, especially with Terry behind, who's capable of really popping it. So Terry just makes the call. Yeah, Jamie is still in, assuming you're talking about Jam Nicks. He is still in the field, I believe. A lovely flop for Bav with the ladies, over pair to the board. It should just be continuing once Terry checks it over to him.
So Bav's going to come in with a pretty standard C-bet here. Terry's going to call.
A non-believer.
So we are going to go to a turn here, which is a 7.
It's a bit dicey.
So a little bit of equity
Definitely
for Terry now. He can now win with a 4 or a 5.
Definitely a card that's going to favour Terry more than it is as us as Bav as the 3-better. Like Terry can have like 2 pair here. That's the crazy thing, Sam. He can have 7-8. He can have 6-7.
Sure.
He can have Jack 7. All these
9,
type of hands. 9-10, even 4-5 probably in there. 9-5. Terry can actually have all of these hands. That's the thing in this spot against this opponent. Bav just going to continue firing, trying to get some value from some Jack X.
And Terry's going to get out of the way now. So nice pot there for Bav.
Good start to the session from him as well. Bav's chipped up fairly nicely. There we are. He likes his featured table, Bav. Every time he's on it, he's always chipping up.
You? Never seen that before.
He was bragging about his buttons earlier.
Was that from the start of the session?
Pardon?
From the start of the session?
Yeah.
Right, we're going to see an open here from Darren in the hijack with the King 10 of Hearts. Nikolai's going to get out of the way. Sam as well, round to Span.
Span happy to defend the King 3 off heads up. Thinking a multi-way coup, we wouldn't see him defend this one, but happy to go to a flop versus Darren. It might have something to do with Darren opening and how Darren's been playing so far on this feature table as well.
Queen 7. Span checks over to Darren. He's going to come in with a C-bet.
Just a quick fold from Span.
That'll get it done.
Don't forget, guys, as well, give us a follow on social media at Grosvenor Poker on Facebook and Twitter, and then for all your live stream coverage /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch. Give us a follow or hit the subscribe button. You will get a notification every time that we are live streaming, and there is going to be plenty of streams coming up this year in 2022.
Yeah, the guys fully deserve a follow for sure. After all the hard work they were putting in for the stops at the end of last year, all of the hard work that's in their diaries for this year, it's going to be a full-on year on the GUKPT. But if you get a chance to drop them a follow, all kinds of support helps, no doubt. Darren's going to limp in here with the Ace-3, and Dave's. So he's going to take the ISO spot here with 9-7 hearts.
I think versus Darren, he's just happy to get heads up with this particular holding with position. Darren's going to come along. Dave going to do some chips here. Sam.
I agree. I expect this is probably just going to go check bet.
Could potentially barrel off on this board as well. Well, it depends how Darren plays it. He should be check calling. The fact he shouldn't really be in with Ace-3 off, but the fact that he should just be check calling this flop versus Dave. Dave opted for third, 1200 into 36, and good to see him just check call. But this is definitely a board, if it stays dry, Sam, that Dave could potentially barrel off on, especially on this turn card.
That's a really good card for Dave to barrel on against the huge range here.
We might even see him just rip this, fold out Jack X and pocket pairs in there, King Queen, Queen 10, all those type of hands that are going to call once.
And just an update on the graphics for you, for those of you watching at home. The Deuce of Spades on the graphic here is actually a 3.
Oh, is it a 3?
It's a 3, the slot's Ace Jack 3.
Oh, okay, okay, that's
and,
a bit different.
This is just going to go bet, jam,
the
call.
And Dave's going to need to find a half. He sees the Ace-3, and love the line, got to say. Really like the line from Dave Doherty. He's not done nothing wrong except run into it. There's not much we can do when we run into it. Happy with our line.
Still has heart outs.
Yeah, of course, still has the chance to get there.
Unfortunately, that's not going to be it. So we are going to lose Dave Doherty from the feature table here.
Yeah, but he's leaving, and he should be very proud, because that fold is. I still can't believe that fold he made.
Yeah, it's an incredible fold.
I'm still talking about it now because
I wonder how Terry's going to react when he finds out that he did fold a set there.
He was calling me down last year in the mini with King High correctly, and then Dave, and now he's folding sets to Terry Jordan correctly.
Yeah.
I don't like it. It's too good. Too good. These MTT regs.
So anyone out in any Grosvenor card rooms on Friday night, let us know.
It's Friday, I forget about that. It's just sat here, feels like a day's work. You forget it's Friday night.
Yeah. A couple of pounds will be down. FA Cup weekend as well. Yeah. Yeah. A couple of pounds down in Reading this evening.
Queen four hearts for Darren. Chooses to raise to 800.
And Terry, he's going to defend the big with the Jack 5 of clubs. Famous hand from our pastures in Guildford, the Jack 5. And Darren is going to flop a flush draw. And decides to check it back.
Do you know what? I actually like to see that from Darren because he's had a flush draw twice already, Sam, and he's bet it both times, but he's checked this one behind, so there is a bit of balance about his game. He's not always betting his flush draws, he's actually balancing it. He's having some bets and some checks, which is good to have. As I always say, you need to mix it up. You can't do the same thing each time with the same hand.
Yeah. Decides to come in for a little bit of value on the river there with his 4, but doesn't get it paid off this time.
Jim says he's just sat waiting for the second table to open in Great Yarmouth. 5-10-25 game going on in Great Yarmouth. Good luck, Jim. I'm assuming he's trolling, but if he's not, good luck. I'm going to have a look on the app just in case. Let's have a look. That's got to be a troll, hasn't it?
I'll take the troll.
What's that? 1 to 100 on a troll? 1 to 100 on.
I tell you what, the day they get the old 5-10-25 at Great Yarmouth, let alone 2 tables, will be a day to celebrate for the locals there. So Nikolai here +2 with the Ace Queen of Hearts. He's going to come in for an open. And Span looks like he's got a little bit of a decision. And graphic just updating there to show he's got Ace 10 in the cutoff. Coming for a 3-bet here. It's a 2.3k. Owen and Terry out the way.
Like this from Svan versus Nikolai. This is nice. Can 3-bet this particular hand versus this particular opponent. We have position as well. Span working with here like 40 odd bigs, just over 45. Nikolai never folding here. Obviously both options available. We can flat, we can 4-bet. I think he's going to be more inclined for the flat option though. Versus Span, and there's the call.
It's going to see pretty safe flop.
How comes every single time now it's always the 3 of spades or deuce of spades on the flop? The one card that's
should be getting
registered
the deck change soon.
Yeah, it's about 5. I think it's about 5 minutes time. The action trackers let me know the deck change will be very soon.
Did just update on the graphic there, I think.
So
definitely think we saw deuce eight, right?
I thought we saw 8-3 deuce.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure we saw 8-3 deuce. Either way, expect Span to continue here fairly often small. Wow, Nikolai leading. That's strange. What is he up to? Okay. No, that's not Nikolai lead. It's Span continue. Good. I'm glad. I thought Nikolai led into Span then, but it's just a graphic error from our action tracker. It's actually Span firing after Nikolai's check. Oh, you're right, Sam. You are right.
It's updated, although the 3 of hearts is on the turn and the 3 of spades is on the graphic, so a bad time to be a fan of deuces and 3s. So 3 of hearts peels off here. Nikolai picks up a flush draw on the turn. It's not the 3 of hearts, is it? Is it the 3 of hearts?
It's the 3 of hearts, yeah.
That was the 3 of spades on the graphic
there.
Hearts. Car.
And Span opted into a double barrel this spot versus Nikolai here, and Nikolai not going to be going anywhere now after turning the backdoor flush draw to go with his ace queen.
Yeah, pretty much a pure call here.
Gary Whitehead coming to the table. Just bought in from the looks of things.
Yeah, looks like a fresh stack and a receipt.
Nikolai here never folded. He's thinking whether if he shoves here, he's ever going to get it through, and what hands are going to fold. Like overpairs aren't going to be folding, so might just choose to take his equity here and just make the call, Sam. And I'd agree as well, simply because we're not folding out overpairs when Span's got this behind. So like this from Nicolay, just choosing to call. Where's this three of spades just keeps appearing from nowhere? We haven't even seen a river yet.
Yeah. That three of spades is determined to take over the live stream with a pair. Looks like the eight of hearts on the river to me. That looked like the eight of hearts. We'll get some clarification in a minute. There it is. Graphic just updating there. So Nicolay has backed into the nut flush here. It's a double paired board. And obviously Span now got to be a little bit more considerate that if Nicolay did have any 8x in his range, that he's now boated up, so getting that bet is probably going to be hard to get it through. But he does go for the all-in and gets quickly called, and it's going to see the bad news.
Yeah.
And that is going to be the end of Span.
Unlucky for Span. Ran the free barrel in the free bet pot. Didn't work on this occasion. Always smiling low. Look, he's like happy. He's just busted. Yeah. People are like that when they've doubled up. But always takes it in good spirit. Unlucky for Span. Credit for running it. Unfortunately, Nicolay river in the flush. Well, if it's not a heart on the river, it works.
Yeah,
it probably
it's a
works.
well-played hand for both parties, really.
And I'm just going to jump back to what Jim Marlowe said, just in case people are heading to play the game that he said was occurring in Great Yarmouth. There's no 10, 25, 50 in Great Yarmouth, Jim. I've just checked. There is free on the waiting list for the £20 no limit 50p pound game. That's all that's going on at Great Yarmouth at the moment. There's not a game running, but there is free on the waiting list if you fancy playing in Great Yarmouth on the £20 hold'em, no limit, 50p £1.
Big Brad offered us 500 to 1 on the 10.25.
I've got the app, I can check. I'm not having any trolls today.
Well, hopefully training goes all right, Brad.
The blind's going to be going up in around 5 minutes' time. And you got to put up with Tower for an hour, Sam.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
You got to watch him with these buttons. He gets carried away.
Yeah. It's not the pressing of the button, it's if you press the wrong button.
Yes.
You go about sorting it out.
So Nicolay, who's playing very, very well. Gets out of the way, leaves Sam room to open in the low jack with the 8s, raises to 900, full 3x. Terry's in with the suited jack 7 on the button. Hi Dan Hughes on Facebook. Buying for this event is £12.50. £1,250 gets you a 20k starting stack. And Darren says he's on his way to the £20, £40 game in Reading. I'm assuming that's £20 to £40 buy-in. I'm guessing. Ewan is in, but he's on his second bullet. He busted before the dinner break, but he's back in, fired again on his second bullet.
So Sam's just going to c-bet this flop, take it down.
Alright then, Rich Baker on Facebook and Sean Savage. This is at the Victoria, Edgware Road, Grosvenor Casino, hosting the GUKPT Leg 1 for the season. £12.50 buy-in. Prize pool already over $500,000, and still entries coming thick and fast. And we got the turbo flight in a few hours' time. We got day 2 buy-ins. This could surpass 700 entries. It's not out of question.
Yeah, evening Rich. Hope you're doing well. So Owen's opening the ace jack here, and Terry has elected to 3-bet, although we can't quite see what his cards are at the minute. And it looks like Darren is going to cold call the 3-bet out the big blind with the king queen. So we're back over to Owen, and this is an interesting spot here. We haven't seen Terry 3-bet at any kind of frequency so far on this table.
Yeah, if I've played quite a lot with Terry over the years. If I've learned one thing, when he starts 3-betting, 4-betting, a lot of the time it's more weighted towards a strong hand. Like, he's not the type to just 3-bet ace-5 suited Sam. He's usually just going to peel that.
So they've gone 3 ways. Haven't quite seen the flop yet, I don't think. So, interesting flop here. We don't know what Terry's got, but as Jay was saying, if we're weighting Terry's 3-bets to some more premium elements of his range, then Darren's got top pair on this flop. And it checks through to the 5 on the turn. And Darren now going to come in with a bet. He's going to go for just over half pot on this turn.
Yeah, and I expect Owen to pill once here with the ace-jack, especially after Terry's check-back flop. Probably not too worried about him and the way Darren has been playing at this table. Makes a really good laydown with second pair facing 1-bet. And I'm going to say here, Sam, that Terry's got ace-king or maybe 10s.
Right, we'll see how you get on there. 9 of spades peels off on the river.
Darren might check this now, but no, he's going to fire
bet again. I don't think Terry would necessarily be thinking this long with ace-king. We did see Owen fold the ace of spades, so eliminate some of the spade combos from Terry's range.
I think he's got 10s. I'm going to go with 10s, Sam.
You're going to go with 10s. Seems a pretty good candidate. We're going to see him flick it in then if he's got 10s.
I'm not sure.
Well, he's playing it. It's a strange spot for him. He is going to
shot in the dark at 10s.
Yeah,
is he going to show?
It's good.
No,
it's
he
good.
didn't show us. We'll never know.
So a nice value
we
bet
will
on the
never
end
know.
Darren's going to leave Terry very short here, and Darren up to 77k.
And that is where I'm going to leave you, everyone, because the main man is back.
Get out of town. Thank you very much.
Here we go.
That's amazing.
Cheers, Jay.
So what you done to decks, by the way? What have you done to cards? What have you done to decks? Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? What's happening? We're back. Well,
welcome back.
I tell you what, you've not missed the comms booth, have you? It's like listening. It's like listening to J&J. It's amazing.
No, good to have you back, mate. Good to have you back.
Good to have you on board, young man.
No, it's a pleasure.
Terry said to me at the break, he says, I've got to play properly because my lads bought me in.
Wow.
And I only want to have one bullet.
Wow.
That's what he said to me at the break. So maybe that's why he's been playing like he has.
If it wasn't for an unbelievable fold from Dave Doherty, then it might be a different story for Terry. But he is going to be all in here over Sam's open with the ace-king. And looks like we haven't
still got
ace queen. So it's been a pretty tough run for Terry here in the last couple of orbits. And Sam's just going to call here, obviously every day of the week. Terry with the nod. Sees the bad news.
He can hit a queen. Krista Silver, second in the eye roller, watching on.
Yeah. Nice bloke, Chris.
He is.
So, can Terry find one of the 3 remaining queens? I don't think we saw one folded. Although from his reaction there, it looks like there might have been
the seats.
Yeah, jackets up. Ace high flop. He's got backdoor spades working for him as well here, but jack on the turn.
Not anymore.
Only a queen.
Right, we need a queen. One of the queens in the deck, and to get lucky?
And he does
he does not
this time. So we are going to lose Terry Jordan.
He'll be flicking it in again.
He will be flicking it in
even though
again,
he said he wanted to play properly and do it on one bullet. Unfortunately.
Wouldn't we all?
Absolutely.
Wouldn't we all?
We would indeed. So a quick look at the stacks And what's happened in this session since we started? So Bav up 31,000, Darren up 24. As we just seen there, Terry losing the lots down there. But unlucky for Terry as he eliminates the tournament. The numbers, honestly, are absolutely insane.
We were just saying that we've got the turbo fly as well. Later, I think Jay's line of 619, I think is low.
I don't actually know where they're going to fit the turbo.
Well,
at this moment in time, I don't know where they're going to fit it. Because today, 333 players for day 1B. 333 just for this event. 521 so far.
Yeah, it's amazing.
521.
It's amazing.
Without the turbo and without day 2 binds.
Yeah.
This could get to 650. 675.
I don't think it's unrealistic to think this could get to 700.
Incredible.
But I do think 619 is a bit low.
I've not blamed you once, Simon. Not blamed you once. Only because I've not been here. What happened, man? What happened? No, you can tell us. Tell the world. Come on, what happened?
Dinner break starts.
Your dinner break starts.
Dealer sorts the deck.
Dealer sorts the deck.
I'll go and re-register the deck.
Yep.
Haven't noticed.
As we always do.
The deuce and the 3 of spades and clubs have been sorted into the deck the wrong way around.
So instead of ace 2 3, it's 1 3 2.
1 3 2 in 2 of the suits. Brilliant.
Great.
I'm loving life today. You get myself back on World of Warcraft.
The numbers, honestly, absolutely insane. 333 just for day 1B.
Yeah, so if you're watching us on YouTube, Twitch or Facebook, feel free to drop us a line in the chat box. We'd love to hear from you.
Yes. We have a collective chat box.
Yeah,
the best thing I've seen.
This is
it's the best. It's the best thing I've had. The best thing that's been given to me, apart from the power to press buttons every now and again.
Yeah.
What now? Yeah. What's? I can't. Go.
He's just sat down.
He has just sat down in seat 9.
Yeah. So Dreyosh.
Is it Dreyosh?
Dariush.
Well, it's
one of the two. For
we
sure.
will find out shortly. Good evening, Karen. How are you? How are you, Kaza?
Rob asking what the buy-in is for day 1B. Is it
1250?
1250. Yep.
Yeah, 1250 main. So day 1A, day 1B, day 1C. The turbo is still 1250. And also day 2 binds as well. The last events of the GUKPT in London, we had 17 day 2 binds. If you buy into day 2 of this event, you start with 17 big blinds, which to any decent or above average poker player, I think it's easily manageable.
Yeah,
17 bigs,
picking
know
up
your spots, know how to play.
Picking up here on the live stream, Nikolai coming in with the 3-bet there with the kings. Everyone else is starting to get out of the way. It's been a great session so far for Nikolai.
Or if you want to buy into day 2 into a 2K, you start with 6 bigs and then you go and win it.
Yeah.
As Terry Jordan Jr. did last night.
Yeah.
Which was just insane.
Yeah, we were watching majority of that final table. And we saw, I think Ewan did the same, right? Brought in day 2.
Yeah, there were 3, and then Ryan Mandara cashed as well.
Yeah.
And he bought him for day 2.
Yeah, I saw Ryan get a pretty unlucky exit against Chris. But good coverage of the high roller event from the team here.
Yeah.
Shouldn't they bring back the start time for the turbo flight to 10:30?
But then you're playing until 3 o'clock in the morning, and then you've still got to start at 12 for day 2. So it's a little bit of the devil and the deep. It's you don't realise how busy it's actually going to be for day 1B, and then day 1C for the turbo starts at 9 PM, which finishes at 1. So it finishes late enough anyway. I think it's around about 12:30, 1 when it finishes anyway. So if you push it back another 2 hours, you're then playing till 3 AM, and then if you've got to travel home, You're then going to come back, go home, rest, go to sleep, get up, come back again tomorrow for the 12 o'clock start for day 2. So it's that's probably not feasible for the players, to be fair.
So we've gone three-handed here to Queen 8-6 with is it Ronnie or Ronnie?
Ronnie.
We'll go with Ronnie. And Darren's holding's just yet to be picked up. But I would assume that Darren has come in for a bet here because Sam's passed the 3s.
Yeah. Remember Ronnie Rosenthal?
Ronnie Rosenthal.
Ex-Liverpool, ex-Aston Villa, the greatest miss on live television ever. If you've never seen it...
This is Ronnie.
No, that's not Ronnie. No.
So.
Ronnie's about 60 now.
I was like, come on, man. Like,
no, I'm just thinking, Ronnie. The only Ronnie I know is Ronnie Rosenthal.
Yeah, I knew what you meant. I was just looking at it like...
If you've never seen the greatest miss on football...
I must be missing something.
Ronnie Rosenthal rounds the keeper, 6 yards out, hits the bar.
Pain. Maximum pain.
Oh, dear. Karen Slay. How did we go on yesterday, Karen? Did you play the... You played the main. Did you play the satellite as well? How did we make it through? I don't think I saw your name this morning. There's no rubs intended, by the way. None at all, honest. Honestly, there's no rubs intended.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Fast Cash. I think it's just a bit of an operational, it's just a bit tight operationally for the guys to get the turnaround with the staff and the players as well. So look at there. Karen saying she got it in with
Jacks against Aces in level 8.
The Aces. So Darren going to win another pot here. He's ticking over quite nicely now after a bit of strain midway through this session, but tops the stacks as you can see there on the screen. Indeed, 267 blinds, a very, very healthy stack indeed.
While we're in between hands, PK says, have a look at this. So we will. Fraser McIntyre. There he is, main event travels, main man. Director of football at Ayr United.
It's Terry, isn't it?
Who's that?
Terry's back.
Was that? Is he back in? Feraldo.
Yeah,
probably
Feraldo's
still drunk
in.
from Wednesday night. Went to the Celtic bar in London.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes. Yeah, they found a Celtic supporters bar.
Nice.
In London. It was called the Cock Tavern. And they all went there.
Yeah.
And they actually went with Ludo as well, who was a Rangers fan.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Guy Taylor running about 70,000. Tony Palingris is backing. Dowsey, the man on form for the last 3 years. And somebody else's arms and Carlo Citrone. He's like Johnny Bravo these days. Have you seen the size of him? I want to shake his hand just to see what it feels like. Lovely to see Carlo Citrone back at the tables.
Yeah, so good to see some regular faces here in London.
It sure is. It sure is.
So Darren has opened here from +2, and Dariusz has elected to defend the Jack-4 offsuit in the big. And he's going to flop middle pair here on 8-4 deuce.
4.
This is a flop that we're probably going to be continuing quite a lot on as Darren, as the pre-flop aggressor, and he does look like he's going to lead out here. And Dariusz going to make the call with his middle pair.
7 of hearts on the turn.
7 of hearts on the turn, and usually this is going to be a board that's more in favour of Dariusz as the big blind defender. So when Darren goes bet here, I'm going to assume that he's quite heavily weighted towards value. And it does go bet call again on the turn, and 6 of clubs on the river. It's going to go check, and just from Darren's reaction here, not sure he's too in love with this river. Definitely now a board that will favour the big blind defence range more. But he's going to bet. Looks like 4,000, something like that. We'll get a confirmation of the sizing here on the river shortly. And an interesting spot here for Dariusz.
Tell us what it is. I like that hoodie.
No,
Now
looks like
it's
he's
called, so we're
called.
not seeing. Is he about 4,000?
Is that ace 8?
It is fucking.
Ace. Sure, we'll see. I might get to see that one.
Plus 4K. Daniel calls.
It's ace 7 of clubs, so wow, Darren had the nut flush.
Just a nut flush.
That is certainly one of those portions of value in that range. So continuing to chip up very nicely here, Darren. Up over 90,000. Who had the chip lead from day 1A?
Rennie Share.
Rennie.
Rennie Share. 261,000.
Yeah.
I don't think we've still got them. Oh, we have. There we go.
We have.
There we go, as if by magic.
What do you know? Antoine up there with
That's it.
just over $250,000 as well.
Yeah, don't pick your nose for you're on telly.
Yeah, no, I saw that. Thanks. Thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the heads up. Thrown right under the bus there. Go
Nick
on.
Marchington keeps making day 2s. Nick was World Series final tableist in 2019.
Yeah.
And his mum was watching in the chat box when he was on the feature table and the last event that we did in the grand final. And he had a deep run. And I spoke to him afterwards and he went, "My mum, she's watching everything. She even watches programs. She just doesn't even know how to play." I said, "Well, teach her how to play and let her come to a game with you." "No, can't do that." I said, "Of course you can. Of course you can." So if it does go onto the feature table for day 2, I'm sure we'll have Mrs. Marchington coming into the comms, but he just said she absolutely loves the game, loves to watch it, loves to see all the banter on the tables, and she just loves watching. She doesn't even watch it when I'm not even in it. That's fair enough. So there's plenty of names there that have made it through already. 49 of them have made it through to day 2. And the way it's going today, we could have 100 coming back for day 2 from this leg.
We could.
It's honestly, it's crazy. It really is absolutely amazing.
We could. So we haven't been able to pick up the graphics here. We do see there ace 5 for
we're struggling with these cards, aren't we? This session. Ace 5.
Looks like it's going to be
Is that a chop
winner.
pot? No. I thought it might have said Queen 10.
Queen 10 there for Darren.
I missed. Up and down straight draw.
Ali says she's watching now. What do you know?
Hi, Ali.
What do you know?
How are you? Hope things are well. Hope things are well, Ali. And yeah, Nick's made another day 2, so fingers crossed he'll be on the live stream at some point on day 2 tomorrow. He's had a good couple of years as Nick.
Yeah, best of luck with that one, Ali.
Absolutely.
And Dennis on YouTube asking who you fancy for the Super Bowl, mate.
Rams.
Rams.
I bet the Rams at 8-1.
When? What?
Week 6.
Wow.
And I also bet the Chiefs at 5s.
Did you?
Yeah. So when they lost, when they lose to the Bengals in the championship, I'm like, no. I'm on the Rams. I'm on the Rams at 8-1.
Yeah.
So I'll be rooting. But one of our group, you know, we're in an NFL and fantasy. One of our lads is a Bengals fan.
Right. Okay.
And he's like super excited. But my word, he is easy to wind up.
Yeah. My brother's a big 49ers fan, so fortunately didn't work out for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on the Rams. Oh, that'll be a nice birthday present. Ali, if he makes it to Sunday, that's a day 3. That's potentially a final table.
Yeah.
It might have to be a live rail with a glass of champagne for your birthday.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Well, very happy birthday for Sunday,
For
Ali.
Sunday, absolutely.
Let's hope it can be a good one.
Absolutely. But if he does make the day 3 for the Sunday, that'll be final table material.
Sure. For sure. So Darren now is going to open the ace jack here under the gun. Owen going to come in with a call in the cut-off with the Queen 10 of clubs. We're going to heads up to a flop here. Owen only with just under 12k behind here, but certainly okay to take this Queen 10 here.
2, 6, 8.
And Darren comes in with a check here. So Owen's going to bet out. Trying to deny some equity here, although Darren going nowhere just yet, and unlikely to be going anywhere now as he picks up the nut flush draw on the turn with a 9 of spades. He's going to check it over to Owen again, who checks back this time. And the river is going to need to be a 10, a jack or a queen. It's not, it's a spade.
It's just an
But
flush.
Darren continues to chip up nicely here. Comes in with a bet of 5k. And Owen probably just going to posture here and then just let this one go. Darren chipping up nicely again.
She's thinking a free roll for Mummy. I'm not surprised. We do have a live stream free roll on Sunday.
You do?
I'm hoping it's not that. Yeah, we do.
You do.
£250 live stream free roll on the Sunday, as well as being able to have a little flutter on the day 3 players on Grosvenor Sports.
Yeah.
Which has been a great addition for a lot of players.
It has indeed. Been very good fun.
Yeah, we're having a bit of problems, Radu. We are having a few problems with this deck of cards actually. It won't be until the break, which is in 40 minutes time, for it to rectify itself. Unfortunately, the decks will have to be re-registered. We can't stop the game, but we do realise that there has been a problem this level for some reason. I know Simon came in and has told us that the 2 and 3s of clubs and spades were registered wrongly as well. So we apologise about that. It doesn't happen very often at all. And when it does, it's instantly noticeable. So at the break, everything will get re-registered and we will be back, hopefully, back to normal.
For the next session.
Indeed.
So Ronnie opening the ace-jack here. And Bav calling out the small blind and checks its option on this queen-queen 4 flop. And c-bet from Ronnie and a call from Bav. Going to go to a jack on the turn. So Bav checks. Ronnie decided to check and take a river here.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking the jack's in front.
And ace on the river. Bav checks here. Fully expect Ronnie to be coming in for some value now.
Hiya Rob, does that happen if you do have it in landscape as well as whatever other scape it is?
The graphic is covered by the amount of people
on the top left hand corner, if you're watching on Facebook, it tells you how many people are watching.
Yeah.
Somebody did say there was a way you could get rid of that. I'm not actually too sure. But I think there was a way of actually getting rid of that. Hopefully there is, because there are a lot of people who do watch on Facebook. And good evening if you are one of those watching on Facebook. I thought somebody said yesterday there was a way.
One of the 54. 54 at the moment on Facebook.
Click on it. Let's have a butchers on the left hand side. What if you go that way? It's a little bit better if you go. Is that landscape?
This is yes.
Yes, I have no idea these things. You just turn it sideways.
Yeah, this is sideways, yeah, non-conventional. So folding round here to Bav on the button with the ace-8, certainly going to be coming in for an open here. And Darren going to call with the deuce-3 suited from the small blind. And Gary getting a good price here in the big. He's going to call as well with the king-7. Big bad nuts. So why not playing? Pretty busy week to be fair, and just a little bit outside of the bankroll, these main events at the moment. But very grateful to have the opportunity to come in and look through some of the hands with Tower and Jay, and be flicking it in some of the cash games up here as well afterwards. But good to have you in here. So Darren is going to bet here, bottom pair and backdoor hearts, a couple of backdoor straight draws as well. Bav having flop top.
down to the National League.
Makes it 5.5.
And Darren here is going to peel out of position.
The old not low.
He's going to need some help here. Is that the 5 of hearts? If it is, that is probably
That's
the card in the
best
deck.
card in the deck.
I think the graphic will just catch up in a minute. He's decided to lead again here, Darren, which is particularly strange play. Both these guys very deep.
He hasn't 3-bet, he called.
Yeah, just the action tracker, just missing this one just a little bit here, guys. So
yeah, there you go.
The 5 of hearts. What a turn card that was.
Absolute gin card.
And the river, I don't think we quite caught that one, is a 7. So Bav still with the best hand here, gets the check mark with the ace-8. But Darren going to continue telling the story here. And looks like he's sizing up here.
Like it.
He's going to bet here, needs to size up. And it looks like 12.5, I think.
Half pot just over.
8.5. That's probably could have done with that being a little bit bigger. I think we might see Bav make the call here. It's typically a board that's going to favour the range of the small blind, but Bav just with a really good candidate here. Draws of clubs have bricked, hearts that were picked up on the turn have bricked. Obviously a 6 to a straight. Darren has been playing a slightly unorthodox style so far. Definitely could have some 6x, but the way this is played down, wouldn't be surprised to see Bav make the call here. Action tracker just a little bit out of sync with what happened on this hand, but tough spot here for Bav. It looks like
was
looks
that
like
call?
the call
He has made a
does
call.
make the call.
Yeah,
really
nice
good call
call,
there. Really
won the
good call.
888 2 weeks ago here in the Vic.
And Darren is going to say bottom pair, show his deuce 3 of hearts.
Michael Casson has solved it for us. You click the comment icon on YouTube to disable them, and it removes viewer numbers. Top right when top right when it's on landscape.
As long as you're
Michael Casson, you're a gem.
Yeah, nice one, Michael.
The rest of the events in London coming up Friday. Today is just the main event, flights B and C. Saturday tomorrow, main event starts at 12 to 12:30 on the live stream. And then the high roller, £1,100 PLO 4, 5 or 6 starting at 7:30, and then a £200 turbo starting. The PLO starting at 4, and the turbo starting at 7. The £200. And then on Sunday, as we're crowning a champion on day 3, it'll be the seniors and the bounty to finish off, and we'll all be celebrating Ali's birthday on Sunday.
We will.
So.
We will.
There's every reason to tune in and have a lot of fun. Plenty going on here.
Hopefully with Nick through to day 3. That would be top birthday present there. So Bav's going to come in with the open here, the ace-6 in the cut-off. And Nikolai just going to give up the big. Anybody on any of our platforms head into any FA Cup games this weekend?
Is it the FA Cup?
FA Cup weekend,
yeah. I don't value it half as much as what it used to be. It used to be the best. Third round of the FA Cup used to be the best weekend of the year.
Third round of the Cup 2 years ago. Woking, Watford at home. That was some scenes. That was.
Yeah, but Watford made 10 changes.
They played a reasonable side. They played a reasonable side.
Third round, we used to wait. Cram by the wireless for Monday afternoon's draw.
Yeah.
See who we got.
That's it.
And then you get to the third round for the first time in 9 years. You end up with QPR away. How sad is that? How sad is a fan of you when you get Queen's Park Rangers away from home? First time you've been in third round. You batter them 1-1. You absolutely batter them 1-1, and you lose 7-6 on penalties.
That's tough.
That's what happened to us. We battered them 1-1.
That is tough. So Owen's going to come in with the open here and getting a couple of calls here. So he's going to open the 10s +1. That's right. Dariusz +2. Going to call with the 6-5 of spades, and Darren in the cutoff with 6-9 of hearts. Going to go 3-way. And it's taking off here. And it's just going to go. Owen's checked his tens here, and that has led for Dariush getting in with the 6-5 of spades. Owen snap calls, and they are Owen basically the effective stack here. That's very close. They're both very short. It's going to need a 5 or a 6.
Fit the 5 to give us more outs.
5, 6, or 7 now working for Dariush. And a jack on the river. That's not going to do it. So Owen is effectively going to double up, and Dariush is going to be out
the
main
door.
event.
Apparently, we're talking about the wrong shaped ball sport.
Yeah. Well,
because apparently Karen says it's the Six Nations.
Six Nations, yeah, it is the Six Nations. Wales Island first, I think.
Wales Island on tomorrow.
Kev says he's cheering on Kidderminster.
Who are they playing?
I'm not sure.
Who are they
Who
playing?
you got, Kev?
Cheering on Kiddie. They're not at Chelsea or something like that, are they?
Nah, Plymouth Chelsea. I know that, yeah. That's at Stamford Bridge, I think. Yeah, England, Scotland afterwards.
England versus Scotland for the Calcutta Cup.
Yeah. Woking FC, Kingfield. Yes, Kev. Mona's Corner, represent. KRE, second half. Ah, dear. I don't know why we do it. Go there and watch the trosh. There's some painful performances at Woking. Kiddy, you got West Ham.
Wow! Now that's brilliant for Kidderminster.
Yeah.
I think now the way football has gone these days.
Yeah.
I think they should fix it now to make all the Premier League teams be drawn at home in the third round and play a team that's going to benefit financially in the third round of the FA Cup.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because some teams will not necessarily. Obviously, this is the dream tie for sides like Kidderminster.
Absolutely.
And Shrewsbury at Anfield in the last round.
Yeah.
Dream tie for these guys. But if you get lower league sides matching up against each other, they get the opportunity to go through to the fourth round as well. So the scrapping of the replay is the tough one, just to fit the diary.
Yeah.
That is really tough. What a flop here for Nikolai. Sorry to just deviate quite so quick.
What a flop, ladies and gents, for Nikolai.
Darren with the open with the King Queen. Nikolai 3-bet the 7-8 of clubs and just flops so pure on 5-6-4. Yeah, Mona's Corner, Kev. Awful cup of coffee from the cafe at Mona's Corner. Would not recommend it. It's awful. It's so bad. It's so bad. Darren's checked. Nikolai's bet, and Darren gonna peel here. Sorry for the background noise. Players, as you might have gathered, just going on break. Watching on delay here on the live stream, of course. Evening, Lutster. So 4 of spades peeling off on the turn here. Darren's checked.
Shouldn't be too worried about the paired board, Nikolai.
He's definitely going to come in for a bet here. When Darren does call on this flop, you can definitely have a lot of hands that are going to call again on this 4 of spades. Exactly, not this time though. And Nikolai going to take down another pot. These two have firmly been chipping up at this table.
The Loopster. Is that John? Oh my days, if that is a blast from the past. John, if that's you, good evening.
It is.
It is.
Yes.
Oi, oi. Hope you're well. How's Debs? Hope everything's fantastic. Oi, oi. The Loopster. Awesome. Good news, the Loopster. Good news indeed. Hope to see you at a poker venue soon, John. Used to win tickets all the time on Grosvenor, playing all these events. Yeah, he's coming back. Hey, he used to satellite into these all the time. And let me tell you, when he sits at a feature table, the seat's locked.
Right.
His chips have got anchors on and they're screwed into the table. They're going nowhere. Them chips.
Yeah, that's really interesting, that is, Kev, about the Woking playing for the reserves. Yeah, my old man was at the West Brom game. Oh, Bazaglo. He's got the shirt on the wall at home. So I've got a little bit of an interesting pot developing here. Four-way limped pot.
There to play and flop.
That was kicked off with Darren limping the Queen Jack, Sam with the over limp on the button with the Ace-8, and then Ronnie just completing, Owen deciding to take the flop. It's come 7-7-3. Checks around to Sam, and he's just going to bet here with Ace-High on the button.
Yeah, the Loopster. Always the bridesmaid, he used to say. Every time he used to come walking past. How you doing on, John? Always the bridesmaid, Tower. Always the bridesmaid. Well, every time you won anything, it went straight into Debs' purse, straight to the shops. It'd be good to see you again round the tables, that is for sure. Now we are back. Just under 25 minutes to go until the end of this session. A 20-minute break, and then more of the same.
So Nikolai going to open up the Jack 10 offsuit here. Oh no, it's just switch back. It's Jack 10 of hearts here. Sorry, he's opened from the hijack. Look like folded round to big blind where Mark's going to defend the Ace-3. Very standard here.
Flop time.
Pick that flop up in a second. It looks like Mark's checked his option here, and it's come 10 high, so good flop here for Nikolai. He's going to continue with top pair for 1.2k. And looks like Mark's just going to get out of the way.
Sat with me at the minute is Sam Orledge. Sam watches the live streams, done a bit of comms at the Goliath before, loves jumping in, and he sent us a message saying he's on his way to the Vic. Can he come in for an hour? Absolutely.
No, pleasure to be here as always.
Top man, it's Sam. Top man. We will be in Coventry. Yes, we will for leg 2. In fact, Coventry, the leg is here. This is what's coming up in Coventry. Full schedule for Coventry, 24th until the 6th of March. The G400s, that'll start the festival off. Then the Mini, the Satellites, the Turbos, PLO on the Wednesday. Then the main events Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We will either be covering the Mini Main Day 3 or a cash game on the Wednesday. We think it'll be cash again, which should be an interesting one. The Mini Main does seem to go on for a while on day 3, but now they've made a day 3 for the Mini, it does shorten the day, so it's not too bad. That's the full schedule for Coventry. Looking forward to going there for the GUKPT and all the festivals. Are you
Darren.
from Woking?
Well, no, I'm not. I'm from Guildford, which is stone's throw. Sorry. Stone's throw from Woking.
Guildford.
Lived in Woking for a couple of years. Had a season ticket there as a kid with my dad, and then went into the world of work, and I came back out and got a season ticket again this season for the first time in a long time. So yeah, no, I do like getting down up down Kingfield for the games when I can. It's like 9-9 deuce flop here.
Love it how you support Liverpool, but yet you go to non-league football as well. It's great.
Yeah,
do you sometimes wonder which is which on a weekend?
I never forget when we're watching Woking. I tell you that, it's pain. It's pain. Yeah, no, I'm a Liverpool fan as well. It's hard to obviously geographically not ideal getting up to the games, but we go as many times as we can. Probably get up. I think this year we'll probably clock 15 games at Anfield this season, so that's probably not too bad going.
Nice one.
Yeah, someone My dad could have advised me a bit better when I was picking teams when I was younger. That it'd probably be a bit cheaper not to support someone so high up the country. But yeah, no, we love it. We love it. Why don't you stream the Omaha? Well, I think the cash game that has been played on.
On the Wednesday, it's either we did the first one, which was the 25-50 Omaha in November. That was awesome. We did the 5-10, 25 no limit this Wednesday. Why don't we do the Omaha? I'm guessing you're thinking about the tournament. The tournament wouldn't finish until about 6 a.m, which would mean a bit of a short turnaround to start streaming the main event on Thursday. So it is one of those.
I mean, if you could see the room down here at the moment at the Vic.
Yeah, and unfortunately, another thing about that is we can't do with the setup that we have at the moment. We can't do 4, 5, or 6 Omaha. We can only stream 4. But there is options to change it in the near future.
Evening, Reese. Welcome in.
Good evening.
Watching on Facebook. We are currently live on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, and assume the GUKPT
yes,
website
indeed.
as well.
Yeah, a lot of people say that Twitch and YouTube were the best two for Christmas on the stream.
I think Twitch is fantastic. Yeah,
Twitch is awesome, isn't it?
Yeah. Shout out to Josh Manley Poker. See Josh over here, followed by the guys here on the GUKPT. Good friend of mine, having great success at the moment with his poker.
What was the dart player that come out of retirement, or they're playing a seniors comp or something? Peter Manley.
Yeah.
Are they doing it? I think they're doing a seniors tour, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Sunday.
He was walking down the. I saw them. I think it was last night. He was playing. Peter on one dart. They used to call him.
Yeah. Hi, Dustin. How we doing? Welcome in.
Afternoon, Mark. How's Blackpool this evening?
Alright, so just going to pick this one up here. So Owen's going to open the queens here from the hijack to 1k off a 20k stack and just get that one through. Andy Wright saying great coverage, played the 500. I assume you mean the MIDI.
Yes.
Is there a MIDI at every stop?
I don't think. No, there's a G400 instead of the MIDI. With it being London have a 10-day festival and they have a MIDI, a mini, and a main. Coventry has quickly checked. Coventry, I think it's the G400.
Fine.
So they have a G400, a mini, and then a main, as well as everything else.
Yeah.
How old do you need to be for the seniors? Really, really, really old.
That's all right. Kev qualifies.
Holics and all that you need.
Kev qualifies for sure.
50. You need to be 50 or older.
All right, we're getting a heads up here that we're about to pick up a nice hand here on the live stream. So we'll just jump back over to the table. Looks like Owen coming in for an open here with the Ace Jack +2. Mark's going to call with the 7s. Darren again deciding to appeal the Queen 9 on the button, and Nikolai therefore priced in with the 8-4 of hearts in the big. So we're going to go full way to a flop here.
So Mark's in the hand and he's just flopped a set.
It's middle set for Mark and top pair for Darren. Not too much going on for Owen or Nikolai, but it'd be interesting to see how this forms out, because we've seen some spicy leads, shall we say, throughout this session. But Darren, when check 2, going to come in with a bet here with his top pair, looking to protect some equity. Although we can see from the graphic he only has 1% of it to protect, so Nikolai gets out of the way. I would imagine Owen's going to get out of the way as well with his Ace Jack.
Where is Mark? He's obviously watching on the rail somewhere. Wanted to see what Darren had got.
So wouldn't be surprised to see Mark come in for a raise here. And looks like he is going to make it 2.6. A small click back here. Don't mind it. Gives Darren the opportunity to continue with all of his top pairs. And a lot of the hands that he's going to play this way, which we've seen throughout this session, can be quite a wide range.
It says the dynamic on the table has called him to check. That's why he checked the flop. And he's check raised.
Based on what we've seen from Darren so far, I would be surprised if he folded to a single raise here, but he is certainly going through the thought process here, trying to work out what hands Mark can have that check raise this flop. And I think it's just set him all in.
All in. Set him all in. He's got a call.
Wow.
He has to call.
That is spectacular.
Absolutely.
So, unbelievable spot here for Mark. Just managed to get it in.
We're drawing to what? Running nines?
And look at Owen's face.
9 queen, maybe?
Owen in C8. So he's running, and that's dead on the turn. And a big double up here for Mark.
That'll do nicely.
Fills up on the river. And Darren is going to be shipping over a large chunk of his stack.
That was huge.
To Mark. And that is certainly one of the more interesting hands for the day.
That was huge. There's no wonder you wanted to go into the commentary box to watch that one. He sat somewhere on the rail watching the stream and wanted to come in there.
That was
amazing.
I can't quite believe we just watched that one happen like that, but we did.
Mark Pinnington. A group of us are going to Blackpool in February for the 25-25. Some are not members of Grosvenor. Do they have to join prior to entering the tournament, or can they join on the day? Also, what ID do they need to bring? They joined a year ago, so not up to date on requirements.
They'll be able to join on the day, Mark.
7th. There's no one who wanted to come and join us. Happy birthday, young man.
Yeah, happy birthday,
You've got to get it every now and then.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they'll be able to join on the day, Mark. Yeah. You just rock up to the casino. If they
just remember, Mark, if you would intend to do it on the same day at the 25-25, it's going to be extremely busy. If you can do it prior to the 25-25 starting, which you've got yourself 2 weeks to do so, because it's in 2 weeks' time, I would do that preferably. You need photo ID on your first visit. Everybody needs photo ID on the first visit, and then after that, you'll get yourself an ID. You get yourself a card, and you won't need to use photo ID again. But on the first visit for anybody, you'll need photo ID. So a passport or your driving license is suffice.
Couldn't have put it better myself. Spot on there for that. Hope that answers your question there, Mark.
But I would do it before the 25-25 starts, because it will be busy on the day and it might clog up the traffic trying to get into the club.
So Nikolai, we get to a river here with the check mark with the King 8 against Sam. It's going to come in for a little bit of value here on the river. And we don't really beat too many hands here as Sam has played this way. But it looks like he might be keen to just have a look. It does pay. Nikolai going to carry on chipping up. Not long until we head off on break here on the live stream, but a few more hands to cover before we do so.
Yeah, about 10 minutes. It'll show us on the clock when we look between stages 1 and 5. If that's where the clock is directly behind them. We're not saying it's busy in the club.
No, we're not saying it's busy in the club. But 30 men on the waiting list for the 1-3.
There's 40 waiting for the 1-3.
No worries, Mark. No worries.
Absolutely. Honestly, Mark, I really would. If you can get in it either next week or before the 25-25 starts, it will save you a lot of time.
So, bringing up wrong cards.
Yes. Yeah, we know. Yeah.
Tower.
Back to the action.
Back to the action. It's checked through here. Sam flots a flush draw and picks up some additional equity in the form of backdoor straight draw with a 6-5 of hearts. Nothing for Ronnie or Nikolai here. Action checks through again. And river 9. So Nikolai does have the best hand here with ace high. He's going to check through to him again, check down, and he's just going to win with ace jack high.
Yeah, it's all right. We all have automatic entry systems, but for the first ever trip to a casino, Dennis, you need to show ID and you need to fill in a form and sign this and that. So it'll take a little bit extra time, but once you've done it once, you won't need to do it again. So we're just saying on the first trip ever to a casino, it takes that little bit longer, and if there's more than half a dozen people doing it all at the same time, it could be an half-an-hour process by the time they've done it all. So, do you want feeding in food? Do you want paying in food? No.
I'm
What do you mean no?
Trying to be good.
Why?
Trying to be good.
Since when?
The year of
4 o'clock.
Since 4 o'clock.
Come on.
No, honestly, mate, honestly. No, I'm good, thank you.
Oh, man.
Cheers.
I didn't realise they were unwrapped. Oh, are they alright? I know. Shall I leave one here? We've got to eat them by July.
They'll do well to make Sunday, I think. July.
Oh, you know the team, then, yeah.
So Gary's going to open the Queen Jack of clubs here in the hijack. Owen is going to peel 6-3 of clubs from the big. Ace 8-5 with one club on the flop here. Owen going to check. Board that Gary's going to have a lot of continues on here. And does go check bet fold. And Gary wins, I think, his first pot of the session.
Attention players and dealers in the value blinds are 200, 500 with a big blind only of 500. Please begin to deal.
So Mark opting to fold the ace-8 under the gun. Bav going to come in with an open +1. Winding down the last couple of hands here of the session. 5 minutes until the players go on break. And Gary's found the 10s in middle position. I wouldn't be surprised to see him either go with a call here or a 3-bet.
Feels like I've gone deaf now.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
330 players on a break all at the same time. And we're in the bar area.
that Gary has elected to 3-bet the 10s here. And Ben's going to get out of the way in the big. And Bab's just going to fold the ace-jack. Don't mind it. Ace-jack not doing particularly well against the 3-bet range, especially Gary been on the slightly tighter side since joining the table. Bab just opting to take the lower variance route there with a fold. Chip stacks on the screen for you there. It's been a really enjoyable session actually. It's been a good table. Seen some fantastic hands. So Darren now trying to recover after that unorthodox hand earlier with the set against top pair situation, and we're going to be seeing another pot played here as Nikolai has the kings in middle position. This is going to be a clear 3-bet here. It's an open to 1.4 from Darren. Nikolai going to make this 4.5k. I like it, good sizing. Back to Darren. And looks like he's counting out a 4-bet here. This could be heading in one direction.
Just because you're beautiful. Whoa, whoa.
I'd have been disappointed if he didn't jump on that one. Actually, thinking about that, if he hadn't have, if you'd have missed that One Direction opportunity.
That's what it's singing off. It's the only song. I would sit here until the next leg and still not know another one.
Yeah, it's probably not a bad thing. So it's just going to be an all-in and call here.
It is indeed.
And Nikolai is in great shape to get another chunk of chips here, and it has been a tough level for Darren. And unless he can find one of the 3 remaining aces or some straight or flush combo cards, he is going to be out of the main event here.
Jack 8-6.
Jack 8-6. That is not offering any help at all for Darren. A really good flop there for Nikolai. Deuce on the turn, so just 3 aces left in the deck.
We are down to an ace from space, and it is not.
It is not. So we are going to lose what has been the table chip lead for a majority of this session. Darren, Nikolai just rounding off what's been a brilliant session of poker from him. Slightly more orthodox line, that one, picking up the kings and getting it in against the ace queen, holding out to build a really nice stack to go into the remaining levels of the day.
So the last few minutes of the session.
Stars France, Winamax.
We're not on a break just yet, but we will be, as the clock says there, 1 minute and 1 second, counting it down. So this could be the last hand of the session. Sam Orledge has been a joy to be sat with you, young man.
No, pleasure.
Are you sticking your name down on the 37 strong list to get yourself in?
Yeah.
Did you not think to use the app while you were sat there?
God,
and I'll just try and register.
I got too caught up in the moment, mate. You know, carried away, swept off my feet. But no, it's been a pleasure to be in here. Thank you very much. I'll be hanging around for the rest of the evening.
We'll have a 20-minute break and we're back at 8:15.
Yeah, Jay and the Towel will be back with you at 8:15.
More of the same. The numbers have been incredible. 335 runners the last time we saw. We'll give you an update when we come back, and hopefully some chip counts from around the room.
So thanks to those of you that have been watching for the last session. Do stick around. Coverage continues in about 20 minutes after this break.
It does. The last hand. Any action? 900 to call from Mark. So it is call.
Mark is going to call here with top pair.
We've got the big hand with a set of sevens. Flop set earlier to give him a complete double.
King on the turn. And expect Nikolai to check this one back now after he's been called on the flop. He does opt for a check back. And the river's a jack. That's an interesting card, because if Mark does decide to check here, then Nikolai certainly have some queen X in there, but
don't think with the one being too deep it'll get too giddy. I think this just might go check. And,
I think Nikolai might get a bit creative here. We've seen quite a lot of no, you're right, Tower, what do I know? Get him out. Sack him off, get Jay back.
Get one right every now and again.
Get Jay back.
Top man, absolutely brilliant.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sam Orledge, ladies and gentlemen, he'll be off. He's going to put his name on the 37. There's only 37 waiting for the cash game that he wants, but it is what it is.
Should get him a game by Sunday lunchtime, I think.
Sam, been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. We will see you back at 8:15 with another table and new players coming in. Thanks to this lad. Absolute pleasure seeing him back in the card room, and we'll see you in 20.
Stuff to play on Winamax, so there was a lot more options. Now now I live in the US, I only really get to play PokerStars and that when I'm in UK or like travel for a series to Canada. So yeah, now it's pretty much impossible for me to do it. And other people are like, it's not as easy with less sites. So who knows? I mean, what's going on? Yeah, I'm sure someone will beat it one day, but it's fine.
Well, I was going to say, do you think you'll ever get it back, or all the grinding days, the long nights, the long days, have they just gone now? Is it the last time you were number one was 2014?
Yeah.
So and you've just more or less said that grinding nowadays like that is just a thing in the past. Is that number one slot gone forever?
Yeah, I'm sad to say it, but yeah, I don't think I'll ever put in the volume to get it back. Like, I'd have to, like what I'd have to do is like, win one of the huge tournaments where it's like 2 or 3 million for first kind of thing that they have once a year, and then and then still have the sort of heart to want to get it after that, because you get a lot of points for that. So you could if you put the volume in for a couple of months after that, you could theoretically do it. But then if you just won 2 million, are you really gonna want to play poker every day? But like in my head, if I did that, maybe I would try and get it back then. But yeah, I don't realistically been there, done that. But yeah.
Being the best in the world is never something bad to be said about anybody, and you've done it on more than one occasion. So it's always in the bank. It's always there. But one of the reasons why you lost the number one spot is because you went on and won a WPT. The LA Poker Classic, 534 runners and just over 1 million. Is it a big relief having a WPT?
Huh?
Was it a big relief at the time, getting yourself that WPT?
I mean, it was just a big relief finally winning heads up, to be honest. I was like, Dempsey was always giving me shit for losing heads up. So I was like, if I lose this one, he's going to have a field day. So yeah, it was just nice. And also at the time, I'd actually been on pretty much my biggest ever downswing. I had to get the backing of horses has gone really bad. I'd had to get rid of everyone. I'd actually sort of, even though I'd won all those tournaments before, I'd not been smart with the money, and I had to pretty much start all over again. I was down playing low stakes, $10 rebuys, like the lot online. I still enjoyed doing that anyway, but now I actually needed to like build my bankroll back. So I hadn't really been playing any live poker for sort of a year. I'd just been taking a break and playing online, trying to build back to bread and butter, build sort of my roll back. And I've been in quite a negative place as well. I'd been that guy who'd sort of been seeing other people winning and moaning about it and saying, "Oh, I'm better than them." Why that? You know, just like the guy you don't want to be, really. And I started working with well, not through choice. Like my wife basically had enough of me being like negative, so she'd sort of put me in contact with this mind coach guy, Stephen Simpson, and he'd worked with a couple of people that I knew, like Liv Barry and a few other people. So I gave him a shot. He actually flew to Vancouver. I was playing online in Vancouver at that time, and he flew to Vancouver on a whim. Didn't offer him anything at the time. He just said he wanted to have a meeting. He'd obviously read up about me and knew that I had good potential as a client and stuff. And I met up with him. I came in pretty like, I just meet the guy, but like, I'm not going to work with him. But I actually got a lot out of it, and met with him a few times, and went on a good online heater, enough that I was comfortable sort of buying into this 10K event and just selling a bit of action to a friend. And yeah, played the live tournament and just ended up winning it. It was surreal. It was crazy. Like, it still feels not real to me now, because I've been in such a sort of bad place, not doing well, and in the space of a couple of months of talking to this guy, it sort of flipped my mindset completely. And I still work with him to this day, like five plus years later, just check in with him once a month or whatever, and really recommend it. Like, but it's so, at the time I was completely against it. I was like, I can sort out my own problems, but really, two heads is better than one, especially someone who knows what they're doing, So yeah, like I came into the final table. The final table, it was one of those ones. The final table didn't even go to plan. I was chip leader with 4 left, and then I basically threw away a lot of my chips with some dodgy hands. Misread my hand on the final table, one hand where I thought I had a straight. I think the board was like 4, 5, 6, 7 queen, so pretty scary board. And I thought my opponent just had like a queen, so he wouldn't call that big of a bet. And I had Jack 3 of hearts in my eye, so I missed the flush draw on the flop, but I backdoored into like the low end of the straight. So I was in my head, I was like, okay, I don't think the guy's going to call more than like 50% pot here. So I bet 50% of pot on the river, and he's tanked for a couple of minutes and called. I'm like, okay, good, got max value. And I go flip over my hand to show the winning hand, and I actually had Jack 2 of hearts. So I didn't have the straight at all. And so, like, obviously, and in my head, if I had known I didn't have the straight, I would have, against this guy, I would have bet a bit bigger, because I didn't think he would call a bigger bet. So yeah, I gone from that. So that's the swing of being chip leader to being last place. Like, the stacks were that close, and somehow I ended up coming back and won a freeway all in with 3 left, which was just probably my most memorable hand of poker ever. To like get heads up, and then after doing that, I was like, I have to win heads up after being 1 card away from being eliminated, and now it's this time I have to win, and I did. So it was amazing sort of feeling.
And then 2017, we get the bracelet. We get the bracelet, the 3K6 match.
Finally, yeah.
Just short of 1,000 entries, and it's really weird because the video's been online in the last few days. Can you remember that rail? What's it like having a British rail, man?
Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, especially because like the last few years, like the World Series hadn't been that many final tables for British people, and so yeah, it was nice to sort of. I was telling everyone, I just want to get a final table so we can have some positive sort of morale and have a British rail and layer up a few spots. And yeah, and the final table was like one of those dreams that normally you wake up from and it's like you realize it was a dream, but like I just ran so hot on the final table. Against the other big stat, the other best player at the table, I had top set in a 3-bet pot against him, and he had top 2 pair for all the chips. So that basically allowed me to sort of bully the rest of the table. I get heads up with this Brazilian player, good online player, and then he makes a comeback, stalemate. We're playing heads up for like 3.5 hours or something crazy, And I was just like, oh my god, am I ever gonna win one of these things? And yeah, to finally get over the line was it was really, really cool, and just have all your friends there cheering for you. It didn't finish till like 4 in the morning. It was late finish, but we still went out afterwards. Yeah.
When you stood on the back rail and everybody's behind you and you're all looking up at the screen and you're waiting for the final card to come, and then they just mobbed you.
Yeah.
Just fabulous.
Yeah, I think I got in trouble for breaking the TV or something. Someone pushed me into it.
So we got 203 on the Triple Crown. The EPT has eluded you. Is it? Are we going to chase it? Will we wait for it when we come back to the live poker and the EPT comes back? And is it something you want to get the live Triple Crown, or is it just happens if I happen to be there?
Probably just happens if it happens, because like the thing is, I only really play. There's not even many like. That's definitely the hardest one of the three to win. You know, if you just need a WPT or a World Series bracelet, there's so many events you can play, and even the WPTs, a lot of them are re-entry. You know, so you can buy yourself a stack and stuff like that. But you know, the EPTs are freeze out or one re-entry, some of them now. But there's only 4 or 5 of them a year, I think, and most of them I don't go to. Like the only ones I really ever go to, I always go to Barcelona. And that's about it, really. Like I used to go to the Caribbean one, and so yeah, no, realistically it's going to be tough. But you know, obviously, the funny thing was I actually had 29 Triple Crowns, and I wanted the 30th one to be the live one, and
that would have been nice.
That year I was doing good. I was like chip leader on day one, and EPT Barcelona obviously so far to go, but I was in the money. And I was actually feeling, oh my God, this could be it. Like, even though there's still 100 and something players left at this point, I was like, you never know. This would be really cool just to finish it off in that. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. But yeah, I had a few deep chances in EPTs. I think I final tabled EPT London. My mum came up to watch, and she gave me the needle because she came. Well, you know, it's not even that far a journey. She lives in Essex, so it's like an hour on the train to come up to Rail. And you know, I came in only with 20 big blinds, so I've reshoved 7s or something and got called by ace queen and lost the flip, and I like get away from the table, and she's like, "You done?" I'm like, "Yeah." Yeah, like, I'm always waiting for that. I was like, "Yeah." So, yeah. Another one. She always used to give me, like back in the day when I was doing bad at live poker as well, she'd always say that she'd watch some poker on the TV and they all wore sunglasses, and maybe that's what I needed to do, because I was giving away tells and stuff. So I think actually one year I got to the stage where I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm going to do it. So it was like a 25k Bellagio big tournament, and I was on day 2 and I didn't know anyone on my table, so I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. So I went to day 2 and I put on the sunglasses indoors, felt like an idiot, made the most standard raise ever, like ace-5 suited or something, and everyone tanked a little bit before they folded. It was one of those weird ones where everyone maybe had like half a decision or was just still asleep because it was first hand of the day. And you know, it wasn't even a big hand. I won the hand, and I just felt so nervous. My heart was beating. I was just like, I was just like, I feel like an idiot wearing sunglasses indoors. So that was the one hand I ever played wearing sunglasses. So I got 100% record on it, but yeah, I just can't do it.
Obviously, this year the World Series is not live, which is obviously a terrible shame, because we'd all be there right now. We're chasing bracelets. You might even have another one. We're moving to online. Are you going to be focusing on the online World Series? And obviously, there's 85 events. There's 85 bracelets. They are real bracelets. Easier or harder for yourself, do you think? You'll have a chance of winning another bracelet?
Probably better for me, because like online is like, you know, I've been doing it for half my life almost now, so I feel really confident, especially the first half of the events are in the WSOP Nevada, sort of it's shared between Nevada and New Jersey, and I've played on there for the last couple of years, so I know a lot of the players. I've got notes on them. I've had good results on there, so I feel really confident in those ones. So yeah, I'll hopefully can make some runs in those ones, and then my plan for the second half is to sort of actually go to Mexico in August and play the second half on the GG ones. I think the schedule just came out today, actually. So yeah, I'll plan on playing those and going to Mexico, and I have to get. Been in America too long this year anyway, so I'll get out of the country. So yeah, I'm excited for it, because like that's what I know what to do. You know, it's how I grew up playing the game, so hopefully can make some runs and get another bracelet. And you know, I'd always wanted the online one. You know, they every year now they've had sort of 4 or 5, maybe 10, as many as 10 events online. And I'd always wanted to win an online one just because, you know, that's what I'm sort of known for, and it feels appropriate kind of thing. So this is, I guess, the best chance I'll ever have. So gonna put my heart and soul into it. So I've kind of been chilling a bit this week, playing some golf and stuff like that, just to relax. But yeah, the next couple of months I'll be playing pretty much every day.
Some quick fire questions as we head towards the end of the hour with the tower. Do you prefer live or online poker?
Online on the whole, but live when you get deep is unreal. But like day one of live tournaments is the nut low for me. I hate it so much. Like only bad things can really happen. Like you make it through, you kind of expect it to, and if you bust, it's like, you know, you're out the tournament, you got no chance, or you got to rebuy, and now the tournament starts getting expensive. So yeah, online day to day, but once you get deep, the final table is just it's like 100 times better live.
Not including the World Series main events, what tournament would you like to win?
Probably the Aussie Millions main event, just because, like, you know, I came 7th and they treat you so well there. Like, and I'm jealous a bit of Toby winning all the time there, so I'd have to knock him off. But, like, ideally, I'd knock him out, like, on the final table on the way to victory.
Favorite tournament?
Favorite tournament? I guess that any of the Six Max tournaments of the World Series, I just love them. Like, I would say the World Series main event, but I've never done anything in it, so it's normally a negative experience. But like, obviously, if I did well in that, it would be amazing. But yeah, I'm excited for the Six Max tournaments of the World Series, just because I've had so many deep runs in them. I feel really confident in my Six Max game, and like, even though, you know, a lot of those no limit tournaments you have to beat hundreds or even thousands of players, it feels like in those ones, you know, I can do it, kind of thing.
Favorite casino?
Probably the Crown Casino in Melbourne is just really nice. I haven't been there for a few years as well. Yeah, I really like it down there.
What do you like listening to when you're grinding?
All kinds of, like, terrible music, really. No, like, my wife comes in and she's like, "What are you listening to now?" Like, it depends. Like, I'll just have like a grind playlist that has all kinds of different stuff on it. But then, like, sometimes if I'm on real tilt, I'll have to put on some. I hate to say it, but I'll have to put on some Disney tunes or something.
Why is the 6-4 of clubs your favourite hand?
I'm not sure it is anymore, to be honest. I think back then it was just like, I think I won a couple of big hands of it, and I think I hit a straight flush against someone who had the nut flush in a live tournament, so that was a pretty cool feeling. And yeah, I just had to, you know, those were the days where you just 6-4 clubs, you'd play it from under the gun, you'd just be in there. But now you're playing a bit more sort of sensible poker. You know, sometimes I have to fold it when I'm on the short stack, so I guess it's not my favorite hand anymore.
Best player you've ever played against?
That's tough, really tough question. I tell you, one of the people I was most impressed with when I played with them, like, was JC Tran. I played with him in this 40. They had a special anniversary 40K buy-in at the World Series, and I'd satellited in a live satellite. I hate satellites. Well, somehow I won my seat, so I was really pumped for that. Played with him on day one, I think, and it was really deep stack poker, which, you know, sometimes I don't play that as much of because I late register a lot and stuff. So I was sort of sitting there learning, playing quite tight, watching the table, and he was in there every hand, and he was taking unconventional lines and just winning every pot without showdown. So yeah, he really impressed me that day.
If you could play and beat anyone heads up for your second bracelet, who would it be?
Oh, so many candidates. It'd have to be like one of my friends for sure, just so I could have like bragging rights forever.
Toby.
Well, Toby would be good because he's never won a bracelet. It's like the only thing he's never won. So I almost feel too mean to beat him heads up for a bracelet. I'd draw the line there. Maybe like someone who won one before, but like, I think maybe beating Dempsey would be good. Just because when I lived with him for a while, I'd always win the flips against him. We'd always flip for dinner, and I was like 30-0 against him on flips. So just to beat him heads up as well would just be the icing on the cake.
Do you still play as much online as you used to, or is it just Sundays? What does the future hold, Chris?
Yeah, still playing quite a bit. Like there's a few American sites to play on. Play like maybe three or 4 days a week. Not like the full day grinds that I used to. Or I couldn't do them now anyway. Like back through the night, and obviously you can't play on all the sites here. But yeah, like I don't know. Like I'll keep playing poker until I don't enjoy it anymore, and then I'll try and find something else that hopefully I can have even 50% of the passion for. So yeah, for now, poker, but you never know. But for the foreseeable future, I think I'll still be playing a decent amount of poker.
And finally, would you do anything differently?
I mean, I should do so many things differently, but I'm a big believer in sort of, as long as you don't do anything too bad, like not, I wouldn't change the past. Like you make mistakes and you learn from them, and I had so many backing, like it cost me a lot of money in the end, but like I had so many great experiences from it. I was there on the rail of so many of like my players, amazing experiences, traveled the world, stayed at people's houses for free because of it, met so many amazing people from different places and different walks of life. So yeah, no, I wouldn't change anything really. It's all worked out pretty good in the end. So even though thousands of mistakes along the way, but yeah, pretty happy overall.
Well, 11 years since the first time we spoke. Well, I got a microphone in my hand. We've done it again. You've done absolutely incredible in the last 15 years, and every credit to you with the books, with everything you do poker-wise. Fingers crossed we get the live Triple Crown. That would just be absolutely amazing. And fingers crossed we see you on the GUKPT circuit once again. If you have to come over to the UK, that will be an amazing time, because we get to speak to you yet again. Other than that, we'd have to come to Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, I have to, like, my GUKPT record's really bad, so I do need to, like, at some point, probably the most likely ones, so occasionally I play the London one, so that's probably my most likely.
It's all right, that Chris Moorman.
Good player.
It's all right, that Chris Moorman. He'll be good at the game. He'll be nearly as good as his dad one day. What has his dad got that Chris Moorman's not?
GUKPT title.
Oh, we enjoy watching Chris over the course of the day. I know it's a bit repetitive if you've been with us all day, but bear with us. It's been great to see. It was fantastic to speak to all those guys during lockdown when we did an hour with the tower. Really, really good. Really enjoyed it. So it was good to get them on board, and just for Chris, while he was in Los Angeles, just to say yes. It was great for us to have him. So. But now we are back, as you can see. Oh, we got Jay's back.
I'm back. Hour off. Nice little break.
Thanks very much to Sam. He's a top lad.
Thank you.
Comes across very well, and he's a nice bloke as well. So it was great to have him sat here. But now it's
set and ready. Everyone taking their seats. In 1 is going to be Georgios Onesophoru. In 2, Peter Charalambos. In 3, Michael Shepherd. In 4, Anthony Kennedy. In 6, Rich Kellett. In 7, Connor Bazant. And in 8 is Vic Mehta. And 9, Ewan McNicholas is back.
He's back again. Ewan's back. He's back again.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
Anthony Kennedy.
Okay.
Was he runner-up in? The final table runner-up? Was he?
Yeah, in the 1K at the start of the grand final. He made the FT.
That's right. So let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, they are. What happened in the last 5
Ewan, he does have residency on the feature table. He's been on it so much this week. We could probably just have a highlight reel with just Ewan hands.
But it feels like Negreanu. Every now and again, Negreanu goes on a feature table and never comes off it.
Yeah. Go on. Have an apple.
The old Honey and Lemon Mental Factory. Peter Charalambos. I think he was second in the GUKPT a few years ago. Peter. I think he was second to Jeff Kimber.
First hand. Raise and take. Connor not opting to defend the a3 off in the big blind. Quite surprised about that one, but are out of position, can be in a dominated spot as we were.
So the blind's 2,000, 5,000, 200, 500. Did you have the unders or overs with anybody?
No, I didn't. How's 619 looking?
It's going to look like it's going to get smashed.
No.
Because at this moment in time it's 551. 357 today. The biggest day 1B ever.
Really?
Yeah. Ace King for Anthony, another raisin tape.
Ace 10 for Georgios here under the gun off 20 bigs, not choosing to get involved. Can definitely come in for an open with this and try and get it through. Great hand to just try and raise and take, and we're also raising for value versus big blind defend range. But oh, he has opened. Good to see. Good to see. I saw some cards hit the muck. Georgios has opened. It's 1.1, and Ewan with Jack 3 off. Just can't defend that one. Raise and take. So haven't seen a flop yet. First 3 hands.
Connor 82k, big stack. Georgios 22 bigs as a shorty. The boots for Peter in 2. Kellett's looking a bit clean shaven and a bit suave, isn't he?
Yeah, looking good, old Kellett.
Remember when we did the hour with the towel, Kellett?
Yeah,
He looked
that was lockdown though.
He looked like Castaway.
Like, remember, I had one as well. I done one with you. Not an hour, but the live at 5 one day, and I come on with that beard like that. And he was like, "What is that?" So everyone was like it though. Everyone grew a beard during lockdown. There's no need. Couldn't go anywhere.
Yeah, but the shop still sold razors.
Yeah, but no one went outside.
That's true. Green eye flop for Vic. Unfortunately, up and down straight draw for Georgios, and the boots for Peter.
Yeah, real action here, Tower. And Vic just calling as he should be on the Queen 8-10 2-club board. And Georgios just getting out of the way. Not always going to be good when we hit our straight with the jack. I guess that's why he's let that one go with his up and down there. Ten on the turn, and Peter firing for 2.6, and Vic going to have to call again here, Tower. Can't be folding just yet.
Nope.
And the decision is going to occur on the river. That's when we're going to have the spot, assuming that it's not going to be a wet river card. Well, this is going to be
wow. This is interesting.
Dicey spot for Vic now, because we now chop with ace queen. So our only real worry in this particular scenario here, Tower, is aces and kings, simply because 10x is going to check flop unless it's specifically queen 10, and Vic pays it off. He doesn't even think about it for too long.
Yeah, small bet 3.5.
Yeah, for that size we can never fold, Tower. We can chop versus other queen x. Only loses to aces and kings. Queen 10 as well. makes sense for quads, but shouldn't really have too much any quads. 10x going to check 3-way fairly often. Just unfortunate for Vic there, bit of a cold one, has to pay it off for that price. Ace-8 suited here for Connor in the hijack, raises to 1.3. And Peter going nowhere in the big blind, Ace-10. Needs to be continuing with this one. Does so in the form of a defend, calls for 800 more. Queen, Queen, 7 rainbow is the board. And Connor not opting to c-bet this one. Fairly dry, paired. Surprised about that.
6 of spades on the turn.
Just happy to get to showdown here. Connor with his ace high, I'm guessing, hoping to be good. Peter can defend a whole host in the big, but the 10 is going to play, so this one going the way of Peter. Jerry, the commentator before the break was Sam Orledge, come in and done 2 hours, hour with each of us, giving me and Tara a little break each, which was nice of him.
Certainly was. Sam knows his stuff. Plays tournaments. Met him at Goliath. Did some comms at Goliath a few years ago.
And Rick raising to 1.1. Raising take. Michael, King 5 suited, not wanting to defend that one. Heads up, that's very surprising. Definitely a hand we want to be defending in a heads up situation, but maybe just not wanting to go post flop out of position with that particular holding. May think he's in a dominated spot, but getting that price of suited king should just be a slam dunk defend in the big. And Sid Stokes says 1-0 Man U.
1-0 to the Man U.
That's good to know. I've got him in a little bet.
Oh, it's FA Cup. Richie P, the VIP, is at Old Trafford in the old corporate bit. Getting the old corporate malarkey on old VIP. Show PK that. No, show PK that.
Slots in the first and second one.
So Rich Kelly sat in seat 6, Pete Charlambos in 2, Vic Meta, Ewan McNicholas. This is a decent table.
Very good. A lot of good tables out there though. I've had a little butchers around the room and there are some superstar tables out there. Yeah, he's very good, Sam. Very, very nice as well off the table. He's good to chat to, and it was lovely of him to come in and help us out.
He knows his stuff.
Eights for Peter. Nice one to open once folded to us in the cut-off. Raises to 1.1. And Michael here just going to rip this one tower, or at least he should be, for 20 bigs, and it's going to get called off once it comes back round to Peter with the 8s, or at least it should do. This is cut-off versus button, 20 bigs effective. 7s through deuces should be in the range of Michael here. So we have to call here with the eights of PA. Might also have some free bet bluff shoves like ace 5 suited, those type of hands. But dwelling this one over, Peter Charalambous here. But cut off versus button, 20 bigs. This should just be raise, free bet, snap call, and we're off to the races. But going to take his time with it, which is perfectly fine. Just maybe thinking about folding potentially. I don't see how he can fold in this situation. It's a bit. Oh wow, he is going to fold. It's a bit different if we open gun and then we get the shove from the button. But cut off versus button there, Michael's rip for 20 big should be fairly wide versus our cut off open. And very surprised to actually see the eights hit them up there from Peter. Very surprising fold. Was in a flip situation, but didn't fancy it. King Queen for Georgios in the low jack raises to 1.1, and Anthony ace king out in force early doors this session.
Certainly is.
3 betting to 2.7. Just a quick throw from Georgios. Good to see that. I like that from him, opening the King Queen. But once we get 3 bet, just letting it go off of our sub 20 big stack.
Instantly knows.
Ewan's turn to open. Ace Queen under the gun +1. And Anthony with a fairly loose pill in the cut-off tower.
Fairly loose, Ant. Fairly loose. Ace, King, Jack.
There's a little Ewan flopping top pair, top kicker on the Ace King Jack rainbow board. I expect him to fire fairly often. Can incorporate some checks in though. Don't always say mix it up. And Anthony happy to call once with his gut shot, but he's drawing to a chop.
There's the Jack on the turn.
Yeah, and this is where I expect Ewan to start checking here tower. Like Anthony's going to have some Jack X here after flattening in the cut-off. He's going to have King Jack, Jack 10, Jack 9 suited, Jack 8 suited, these type of holdings. So we want to start checking over as Ewan and happily check call this spot with our Ace Queen. Nothing else doing here, just has to be a pure call. Once Anthony fires, can't raise, obviously never fold him. Just taking some time to make it look like he has a bit more of a decision, but I know he probably knows what he's already doing in his head, and that is going to be a call.
Four of hearts hits the river.
And Anthony going for it. And I expect the snap, unless it's really huge size in 5.7, so half pot from Anthony. Ewan losing specifically to like a jack here or a flop straight, so he's actually got a really nice hand to call here. Queen Jack removal from that, Queen 10 removal from that. The board's disappeared, but the board is Ace King Jack, Jack 4. I can't see Ewan ever folding this spot tower after some debate, especially against Anthony, who can be aggressive in spots. I will have Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 10.
Where's the board go?
I think once we check turn, we just have to go call as Ewan. And that's the reason, one of the reasons we check turn against an aggressive opponent. try and induce some bluffs. I know what he's thinking. He's thinking that we don't beat any value, which is correct. Unless Anthony's going to go as thin as ace-10, but that's chopping with all other ace-x anyway, so he might choose to check that one behind. So it's just down to bluffs, and Ewan probably trying to come up with some bluffs on the ace-king-jack rainbow board. That's the problem. Like, what bluffs are there that call flop and then start barreling on this jack? And there's not too much, and he lets it go. And fair play to Anthony there, getting Ewan off of the ace-queen. Pure aggression, taking it down, and Ewan folds the best of it. I'm actually quite surprised to see that tower after we check call turn, like check it over on the turn. I'm sure he had his reasons. Probably down to bluffs, doesn't expect Anthony to turn like a king x hand into a bluff there. He thinks he's just going to snap that back. So then what hands are calling on the ace king jack rainbow board that now bluff river go bet bet? And there's not many. Like, you don't expect queen 9 to be in there. You don't expect like 10 9 10 8, all these hands. Expect to probably pass flop, so that's probably why Ewan folded there. Couldn't find any bluffs or pick out any bluffs that Anthony could have, but we can see if he's peeling as wide as queen 9, can definitely have more bluffs than first expected.
Straight to the very next hand. There's a monster brewing. Yeah. Ewan raises to 1.2. Henrik comes in for a 3-bet to 3.7.
Ewan working with 16k, so 32 bigs effective here. We have opened under the gun, but ace king suited, 30, just over 30 bigs effective. I just see this one going all in pre here, tower. But then again, we don't know the dynamics on the outer table, so we don't know what's been going on, if Henrik hasn't been free betting at all, but he obviously has, and it's just going to be the classic race.
Classic race, who wins it? Ewan ace king, Henrik for queens. Here we go, the proverbial.
Ace king suited. Slight equity favourite here.
993.
Check 2 seconds. Turn.
Ace
for Ewan. How's he doing it? He loves ace king on the feature table.
Unbelievable tackle.
Just a king
for rubs. Brilliant. Awesome for Ewan, gets a double. So Henrik down to 5 big blinds and 2.9. Ewan gets a full double. Ace on the turn, king on the river. Try as you want on the flop.
I don't think I've seen him lose an all-in all-in with ace king on the feature table this week, tower. I think every single week he had that 10k cash game pot, didn't he, against the queens with the ace king. Coming ace on the flop. He had the ace king in the higher roller, day 2, when he got it in, early doors.
Grosvenor Pro rigged. Yeah, Ewan winning the fantastic £20,000 package last year. What a year he had. Started at this event last year. Leg 1. I know we didn't start till July, but it was amazing. Great year for Ewan, for Ben T, for Paul Rigg, all the guys that got themselves a package.
Yeah. just reminded me. I see so many hands throughout the day, guys. I sometimes forget a few. He lost. But that was his bust-out hand, wasn't it? Ace King versus Ace Jack of TJ Jr. I remember it now, and it come the Jack for TJ. You are correct. Thanks, Singh. Thanks, Loza.
On the river. And here's us to 1.2, King 10. Mitch Kellett coming in for a call.
That might bring Vic along on the button with King Jack off tower. And does. You're not joining the party from the small with the 7-5 suited, but Georges is going to join, and it's 4-8. Anthony with the King 10 suited, Rich with 4s, Vic with King Jack, and Georges with 9-6 suited in the big.
5-6-10.
A lovely flop for Anthony here once we go 4-way. But there are some situations where I incorporate some checks with top pair heads up, but 4-way here, just want to be start betting, thin the field down, try and get heads up to the turn. Like, this is the ideal scenario here for us as Anthony. Wow, Georges just folds the 6, just lets it go. Discipline laydown. He was only working with 7.7k, but still, we'll see some players just rip that spot tower after catching a piece and all that money being in the pot. Fair play to the man for letting it go, leaving himself with the 15 bigs. How are we doing, Fishmonger? You're liking the new graphics? Good to hear.
Nice one, Fishmonger. Hope things are good. We've had a bit of an upgrade. And Andy and PK are working on it Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And the upgrade does look good. Got a couple of clicks since. And even Tower's got some power with flicking the buttons.
Nice one for Connor to open in the hijack. Queen 10 suited, raises to 1.2. And this is it for Georges. He's been patient, to be fair to him, and he's found a good spot to get it in. Shoves for his remaining 15 bigs over the hijack open from Connor, and Connor knows can't be calling it off with the Queen 10. Here he is, the blaster. Spanned, blasting off in a 3-bet coup with ace high.
Unbelievable techies. What are you doing, man? I got told you were at the table. I get myself settled down to watch the viewing. Hey.
I like it, Span, though. I do like it. If it's not a heart on the river, you win the pot, mate. It's as simple as that. Or a queen. And I like the heart as well. Henrik raising to 1.4, but he has only got what is 1.5, that looks like, behind, so effectively all in for him for his last 4 or 5 big blinds. And he's actually going to pick up blinds and ante, which is massive for him there. 50% stack increase, just under, getting that raise through. Up to 8 bigs. Peter on the button, once folded to us, happy to open the King 9, raises to 1.1, and Anthony not letting his big blind go, defending with the Queen 6 off.
King, Jack, Queen, both hit a piece.
Yeah. And like Peter's check here, this is a good one to incorporate some checks in. Turns a straight there, but we are worried about some ace-x holdings. Jack on the river. I don't think Anthony's ever going to take a stab at this. Now Peter happy to go for value with his straight, and Anthony just knows he's behind.
He just knows.
Like the thing is, like, if Peter hadn't got a straight there, say if he's open like a 4 or 5 suited tower, when that brings the 4-liner to Broadway on the turn, if he's got a hand like that, he's just going to represent it. Like he's more inclined with a check back to have a straight than he is with a bet on the turn versus us, and Anthony's just well aware of that and makes a good laydown. Kellett with the 9s under the gun.
Bert Kelster. Halfway through level 7.
King 7 off for Henrik. Doesn't have much left behind. 7 big blind stack. Just lets it go. Shall we look at Goliath Tower?
What's happening at Goliath?
There we go. Main event schedule all out now. Starting on the 27th, all the way through to the 4th of September. £150 buy-in, 120 plus 30, and that is going to be. I'm just looking forward to it. What do you reckon? 10,000?
Yes.
10,000 entries.
Friday's the big difference from previous Goliaths. There are 2 turbo flights. Flight G and Flight H. We worked out, or J did, you start at 12 on the turbo and you finish around about 6:30?
10 to 6.
10 to 6.
Yeah, 10 to 6.
And then Flight H, turbo yet again. 7 finishing round about 1 in the morning. Big difference, but just with the numbers on the Friday, I think it makes a lot of sense. You could easily end up with 2,500 runners on the Friday.
Something like that. We got to jump back to the action because Henrik is all in for his last 3.1k, and Anthony makes the call with a 7-6 off.
Binky Winks. Good evening, Binky Winks. Ace 4, 6, 7. Ace 4 hits.
Yeah,
that'll do.
Dead on the turn for Anthony. Double up for Henrik.
Rave on. Just remember, kids, the louder you scream, the faster you ride.
I still have no idea what you two are going on about every single time.
You have to watch it. You have to watch. It's the best 2 seasons you'll ever watch of TV. You're listening to Chorley FM, coming in your ears.
What's the series called?
Phoenix Nights.
Phoenix Nights. Oh, someone told me to watch that. Mickey Black, you know Mickey Black, Pocket Sixes. He actually recommended it to me, Phoenix Nights.
Well, there you go. We might all be talking sense.
Yeah,
you know.
I might actually have to give it a watch.
The problem is there's a lot of relevance and relating to famous people in the 70s and 80s who you might not think, who's she?
Yeah.
Who's he on about, kind of thing. But you don't want to be giving Henrik chips, says Brumbajan on Twitch.
It's blind on blind here. And a huge raise from Connor. Full 6x tower when we got position. Ace Queen of Diamonds there. Want to size down a little, personally. Like, just bump it to 3x, even 2.5x in position. We want Kellic calling when we've got that hand in position. We want to get value from our Ace Queen. It's just such a monster to be dealt blind on blind.
Did anybody watch that The Tourist that was on as a mini-series, about 6 or 7 parts, something like that, that's just been on? I'm not sure if it was on BBC or it was on Netflix or whatever it was. Very good. Worth a binge watch, if I do say so myself. With a bit of downtown in between jobs, in between tournaments. It was very good. Georgia says 2, raising to 1.1. Marker there, BBC One. It was on the iPlayer then I watched it.
Attention, anybody wishing to play today's tournament fight of the main event, please be with cashless carry.
Bacon Ruffles says, can you buy directly into day 2 of the main event? Yes, you can. And there's normally around about 15 players that do. Yeah, normally done before round about 11:45 to get yourself in the draw for day 2, as day 2 starts at 12 in the club.
So Peter, a bit of a loose open this one, tower. A7 off, under the gun, +1. Should be hitting the muck, but if Peter's got reason to open it, then let it be. Raises to 1.2. And Ewan here, suited connector, 4-3 suited in the big. Just expect him to defend this one, tower, nothing more. And it's heads up to the flop.
$10-10-9 is the flop.
So Peter, after opening this questionable hand from early position, once we get this paired rainbow board fairly dry, happy to just see that and love the size he's chose. Credit where it's due. Really nice small size on this board. Don't need to go large. Give ourselves a nice price to take it down, which he does. Josh Odyssey says you should watch Dark Tourism on Netflix.
Dark Tourism.
Peter, a hand we can open this time from early position. Ace Jack of Clubs raises to 1.2. And Anthony's in mid position with the 9-7 suited. 3 bets to 3.2. Love this. I was about to say like flat, maybe still a bit too loose versus this gun open, but if we are going to continue as Anthony, really like this 3 bet, especially if Peter's snap folding Ace Jack suited. Really nice from Anthony there. Going to play much better as a 3 bet if we think Peter's opening too much as well, which we can see from the stream, opening A7 off the hand before. 9-7, 3 bet. Going to perform very well versus a wide opening range. Gets it through. under the gun. Michael, King Queen, working with 22 bigs and just elects to open rip this one tower.
Nipping it in for 11.3. I think Dennis will be liking the changing colour for the all-in to yellow, as it's more prominent and we can see it. Looks good.
And Michael gets it through. Can open there off of 22 bigs, don't have to shove the King Queen. Chose to, and works the tree up to 25 bigs. Yeah, that's what I said to I'm surprised, man, that the Ace Jack just snap folded, Ace Jack suited, especially versus the size of Anthony that he opted for when he 3-bet. And they were deep as well. They were fairly deep, like 60, 65 bigs, I believe. I think they're both above 30k.
Once again, all players registered, please start taking your seats. And any players wishing to join, please make way to the cash. We'll be starting in 4 minutes.
Rich raising with the hooks. Did the 6 just fold? Michael's all in. He's going to get called. King Jack for Michael with his short stack of 12,000. Rich Kellett has got the hooks.
No help there. Needs a king or running spades. It's just the kings to survive for Michael Shepherd. And it's the 3 of spades.
Lost one.
Michael hits the rail. Kellett adds more to his stack, up over 60k now.
Yeah, the yellow looks so much more prominent, doesn't it? Even I found that the red man was a little bit fuzzy, but it looks good now. Looking good. This session so far, Tower's got the power. Peak Shah Lambos up 12.2. Vic is down 13.668. Henrik down 12.8. That's this session on our feature table. Ewan's up 8.7.
Big blind shove from Henrik under the gun.
And does he get some chips back? Give Henrik chips, he'll be dangerous, we have heard.
Once again, players are registered in Flight 1C, Turbo Flight. Your seating to our screens will be starting in 2 minutes. All players registered, please start taking your seats.
No, I don't think everybody will know Rich Kellett as much as we do. Especially the regs down here. Yeah, he's got a good pedigree and people will know who Rich is because he's played the game all over the world. But he can be steady whenever he wants to be. A very, very good player. He's got the results to prove it.
Too loose for into the muck. A bit too loose to open the A7 there for Ewan. In the low jack, probably would have seen him open it in the high jack. There's King 9 suited in the small. Anthony Kennedy here. Raises to 1.1 and Henrik here with a king himself. Raises to 11, that makes more sense. You set Henrik all in.
Yeah.
And Henrik in a dominated spot.
Are we going to chop it?
I'm not sure this one, Tower. I don't actually know the maths on this one. I know the low aces maths, but I'm not sure about the 9 kicker versus the 7 kicker, the odds of it being a chop. I'm guessing less likely. than 50%, but Jack 10-8 rolls off nonetheless. So the King 9 of Anthony holding, and they will chop this up, Tower.
Chop it up.
So Henrik stays alive.
I think he's from Manchester, isn't he? Oh, Preston he's from, Rich Kelly. Rich Kelly is from Preston.
Attention all players ready to enter into the two-more fight. Today we are playing 10 20-minute levels. We'll bring the end of level 6 and at the end of the fight. There are 2 games available into this fight. We also buy directly into the game.
Yeah, but Apocalypse wasn't drawing to a chop because although the 7 gave the King 9 the straight, the 9 gave the King 7 the straight, so it wasn't drawing dead there. Henrik to a chop.
Oh, he's from Chorley. You're right, he is.
So George
originally from Chorley. Chorley FM, coming in your ears.
Hold out a couple of days.
You have to watch it.
Yeah.
It's actually quite funny, you know. If you like northern humour. Got 2 lovely golf courses in Chorley.
Have they?
Shaw Hill and the Municipal in Chorley. I forget the name of, but it's very nice. We've got an oak tree down the middle of the first fairway, straight down the middle of it. You have to dodge it. But you're pretty lucky if you can reach it, to be fair.
That's the same as Michael's to Hertfordshire. There's a massive oak tree on the first of the fairway. It's a little bit to the left, but if you go a little bit left, your second shot you got to chip out. Or in my case, my third shot I got to chip out. We need to get around in this year, Tower.
We absolutely do.
Get around in.
We absolutely do. See, the correct answer to Baldy is a T. 10.1 officially. Officially 10.1. Henrik's all in again. King Jack needs to hit this time.
Attention all players registered in the 2-more fight. If you bought into the
Duxbury Park is correct.
Lovely.
Nice water, actually.
So if you have registered, please make your way to your table now.
Well, he's hit the jack. He has got there on the flop.
Just fading aces at the moment.
Oh my days, and diamonds now.
Yeah, diamonds now working for Anthony. And it's the Queen of Hearts, so Henrik doubles up and back to 17.7. He was down to 4 big blinds, and then Anthony doubled him up with the 7-6 off, and he's doubled him up again. So Henrik nearly back to starting from what was fumes about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, somebody said give him chips and he'll be dangerous. Yeah, 10.1, had a good season. IG Golf is the way to get a handicap. Yeah, Grumbagin says give him chips and he'll be dangerous. Only if I'm caddying for, only if I'm a caddy for somebody, I'll be making my PGA tournament debut. But I won't mind playing the Pro-Am at Pebble Beach this week. It's an absolute dream of mine.
Oh, that just reminds me.
To play Pebble Beach this week.
What's Jason Day getting on?
Well, Jason all day.
Jason all day.
That's how long it takes him to play around.
Does it? Is he a slow golfer?
Yeah. Pebble Beach in the Pro-Am this week will be an absolute dream. Any straight flushes about?
Yeah, this is interesting tower. Ewan opening under the gun, the King 10 off, and Rich flattened the Jack 9 of clubs on the button. And this is just a beautiful flop here for us as Kellett. Flopping straight flush draw. And Ewan incorporating in a check here with his top pair. So going to be check calling. And Rich with just north of third.
Eight a club for Bants.
Well, 3 clubs. So Rich now just wants to continue firing tower. No need to get trappy here. We want to build a pot for ourselves. Ewan, good enough player to check some strong hands on this flop. He can definitely have over pairs. He can have 10 hex as well. And Rich, I'm sure, will be aware of that. Looks for 2/3. Sizing on the turn. Good to see. Sizing up now on this 3 of clubs, and I don't think Ewan can fold just yet here. Has to call. Like Rich can be barreling here, like on the flop with like just some random like Queen Jack, King Jack with like a club in it, and then double barreling once he picks up backdoor flush. But this isn't the best river for us as Ewan here with our King 10. Now lose to Jack X as well as flushes. But Rich can still plausibly have a 7 here as well, tower. A7 suited, 7-8 suited are both going to be in there. And Rich goes big. So 3rd on flop, 2/3 turn, and now just south of pot size on the river. Just praying that Ewan's like check the queens, kings or aces on the flop with a club. Sitting with King 10, not paying that one off, and that pot goes the way of Rich Kellett. Good fold from Ewan.
Market Ace is 6 off the lead. Jason all day. Ace Jack for Vic. You ordered a burger? You ordered food? That's Simon? Who knows? Not ours. Ace Jack for Vic. 3 bets to 4,000.
Nice 3.5x from Vic. Sizing up out the blinds. Takes it down uncontested. Could have potentially just ripped that as well, tower, for what was 21 bigs to start the hand, but chose the 3 bet. Obviously was 3 bet calling off, won't put it in half. Just under half his stack to fold. Aces for Connor.
The boots.
3 bets to 5k over the open from Anthony. Oh wow, this is bad timing for Vic Tower because this is just going to go in the middle. We've got jacks. He says, I'm all in. Really bad timing. There's nothing he can do. He's just run into it. Jacks with 26 big blinds. And the thing is, Anthony's just been opening a lot of hands, Tower. So Vic might think that Connor's aware of that and Connor's going to be lighter in this spot than perceived. But unfortunately, he's got the nuts. Couple of aces. And Vic going to need to get lucky to survive. Well,
all clubs.
We need to go clubbing on the turn or a river. Oh, there it is, and the aces are dead on the turn. Wow, Vic making the flush with a bare jack of clubs and survives up to 30k, just under. Didn't even need to wait to the river, just dead it on the turn, why not? Unfortunate for Connor.
Very unfortunate indeed. Vic Meta, give him chips.
What's what? I'll have it.
No one.
We've got racing chips now. Wow.
No payouts yet, Poker Dutchy. No poker. No, we can still buy in. We can still buy in as Henrik gets the boots again.
Aces again. Won't be making a set though.
No. No.
Oh
no! 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 No!
The only good thing about this for Peter
is that he
can't be an ace on the flop tower.
Absolutely.
All the aces are gone.
Yeah,
and if we make our set, Henrik's dead. This is just a setup. Aces into kings. All going to get in pre-flop, and Peter going to need to get lucky. Henrik, who was down to sub 4 big blinds, could be right back amongst it.
Oh my days, here we go.
Moves all in.
Yeah, Peter's going to call, get to see the bad news, but we know he's got better news because all the aces are out.
So if he makes a set,
all the aces are out.
The aces are going to be dead, unless obviously 4-liner to a flush.
Indeed.
No help there. So king needed, and only a king. And it's the 9 of clubs. So Henrik, third double up in about half hour, now up to 37k. He was down to 2,000 chips less than half hour ago, and he's gone double, double, double.
Amazing. So yes, we can still buy into this leg, this flight right now, which is a 60-minute clock. There's the turbo that started at 9 p.m. The turbo started at 9 with 33 runners, and it's only down to space because there's cash tables. There's 170 still in the main event, and there's the turbo running as well. Currently, as it stands right now, with this flight to go, and there will be people buying in. The turbo going on until around about 12:30, 12:45, and people can still buy in. Day 2 buy-ins, there'll be 10, 15, maybe 20 day 2 buy-ins. We're only 4 numbers off last year's 591 that Ewan McNicholas won, who sat in seat number 9.
3 hands in a row, someone's got aces. What's going on with this deck, Tower?
It's rigged, this guy. What's
going on with this deck? Kellett's turn this time to be the beneficiary of the boots. Is he going to get any action? Yes, he is. Anthony Kennedy defending in the big blind with the Queen 5 of diamonds. Oh, it's going to be trouble because it's Queen high. Kellett fires for 1100 and a quick call from Anthony. 6 of hearts on the turn. Could potentially check this back now versus big blind range of Anthony as rich, but happy to fire again. And Anthony still not going anywhere. Has picked up more outs in the form of a gut shot now. Jack of hearts on the river, and this is going to be check, check, and Rich shows the aces. So it should be Connor's turn now to get them right, Tower, if I'm correct.
It's good dealing.
Yeah.
It's pretty good dealing when you're passing the aces round for action.
If it happens again, I'm not having it. It's not possible.
Yeah. If it happens again, I'm going to shuffle the deck. I'm off to shuffle the deck if it happens again.
What is it? It's probably about 375,000 to 1 to happen again, Tower.
Is it really?
I reckon around that. Oh, nearly. The fake aces.
The fake aces. Yeah, he did fold the ace, didn't he, when the 8 hit the flop? Ace 4, 3. So the ace 2 has got redraws, 8 in top pair. Henrik's flop top 2.
Yeah, and Anthony going to be in a world of hurt here. Just a world of hurt. It's not much we can do here. Well, he just rips it. He's going to say not much we can do here but call the raise, and he's just happy to get it in. He's going to see he's drawing 2 to 4 outs. One of the 5s is dead though. We do have the running high card though, Tower. That is something we can hit. Like 2 9s, we chop it up with 2 pair and the 4 kicker. So needs either a 5 directly or running high cards. So a 6 would work or a 5 would work to stay alive. And it's the king of diamonds. So we're going to lose Anthony Kennedy, who doubled Henrik up twice, and then Henrik busts him. He's going to be sick of the sight of Henrik.
Henrik 60,000. Who said give him chips? Who said give him chips and he'll be dangerous? The live graphic in the top left hand corner on Facebook blocks all the cards.
You can move it, James. You can move it. Tap it and it moves. If you touch it, it should move to a different location.
I'm going to try it myself right now. Your graphics team need to just drop the top card graphic down a few millimeters. I don't even know if is that a thing? Is that something we can do? I hope it is. If it's let's have a butcher, see if we can do exactly that. I'm going to do it myself, live on telly.
Are you doing it? Are you watching it on your phone or on a PC? I'm pretty sure on the phone it does.
It doesn't move.
Yeah, it does. Look, see, it does move.
Oh, it goes to the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, it goes to the middle, so you can see the number of. Well, that's a video. I don't want that. Where's the live?
Yeah, you can.
Why can't I even find? I can't even find it on Facebook. I'm that puts.
Yeah, see?
How did you get it? He's on the phone.
Have you got? Is it an iPhone? Unless you can only do it on iPhone, I'm not sure.
Well, if I could actually find it. Live. Here we go.
Tap it, not drag it, tap. It doesn't work on your phone.
Doesn't work on a Samsung.
That's really strange.
Ah, it does. Ah, oh. No, it doesn't.
I have no idea why it's not working for you, James. Because when I tap it, it moves to the middle.
He's on his iPhone. If you tap it twice, apparently.
Yeah.
I don't. It doesn't work for me. We're sat here like two 7-year-olds trying to work technology. The last blind level of the day is 501,000. I do believe, because we start at 6:12.
Perfect.
And then if you watch it, is that landscape?
Yeah.
If you watch it landscape, the live's in the middle. How bizarre is that? Hopefully it gets sorted. Sorry, James.
It's really strange because I can on mine, James. It's really, really strange. Like that happens, what you're saying's happening, but then it just stays there. If you turn your phone landscape, you tap it, and then it should stay there. I will confirm I'm not on the troll.
No, it's in the middle.
And it's staying there.
And it's staying in the middle. Hopefully it can get itself worked out because
sorry, James, mate. I wish I could be there and help, but I'm not sure why you can't get it to stay there. Hope you're enjoying the coverage nonetheless. We're just going to hop into this hand here. Henrik opted to 3-bet the pocket fives, and Ewan peeled the king 4 suited under the gun +1. Now Henrik firing for 2.4, and Ewan just gets out of the way.
so James is just going to send us a picture. Hopefully we can get it sorted for you, James. We don't like people to have a little bit of discrepancies about it. But he has sent us a message. It's in the middle, then it moves back. So he gets it in the middle. But then it moves back.
That's really strange.
That is strange.
Mine literally stays in the middle. Just keep try it again, James. Just keep trying. Ronan in the hijack, Jack 10 raises to 1.5. Brian's now up, playing 300, 600. And Mike Davis says problem with the Facebook feed, he's moved to YouTube. Oh no, that's not good news, Apocalypse.
What's that?
Man U are drawing 1-1 with Middlesbrough.
Yeah, I saw what you mean, James. Exactly, he just moved back. Thanks for sending the fingers crossed. I'm not too sure. I'd love to be able to say this is what happens and that's how you can fix it. If you don't want to watch it on Facebook and you do have YouTube, YouTube/GUKPT, and it'll come up with a live symbol and you can watch it on there, and hopefully that's not the same. Fingers crossed, James.
So Ronan looks looks like he's going to bluff this one with Jack Hightower, and really nice check from Vic. Going to get absolute maximum here the way he's played this hand. Maxo for Vic Mehta. Really nice check from him on the river. Got the bluff from Ronan there.
Here at the 20 gold land, the registered for flight 1C, Turbo flight main event. Your seating on screen. We will be starting in 5 minutes. Players are registered. Please make your way to any place with table 13. They have a few once again, all players registered. Please start taking your seats. Please make your way to starting in 4 minutes.
So Ewan, he's had a lot of ladies this weekend.
He has.
So he's got them again.
Got him again.
Facing this cut-off open from Rich Kellett, working with 30 big blinds. Expect just to see 3-bet here from Ewan. Three bets to 6k. Nice big 4x, what I like to see. Action back on Kellett here with the ace-9 suited. Quite interesting spot because he'll be aware that Ewan more than capable of having some bluffs in this particular spot. And like ace-9 suited, it's a decent hand to have in the cut-off.
James is on YouTube and it's much better. Nice one, James. And don't forget, if you are on YouTube, click the heart button. Is it a heart button on YouTube?
Like button,
or a follow button. Click it on follow, and every time we go live, you'll get a notification when we do go live. So just click the follow or subscribe. Is it follow or something? The follow button on YouTube, and when we do go live, you'll get a notification, and you'll be able to watch us. We're glad you're on YouTube, glad it's got sorted. I like on Facebook and places like that where it scrolls across with the subtitles. Because I'm from Yorkshire and you're from down south. We need the subtitles.
Yeah. I've got a friend that's deaf actually, and he's never been able to watch it before, and now he can watch the stream because
fantastic.
of it. Yeah, it's really nice, and really enjoys watching it. He does. Ronan with ace jack raises to 1.5, and Vic king queen on the button, happy to flat. And Ewan here, 8s in the small, definitely going to be coming along. 32 bigs here for Ewan. Jams for the 32 bigs over the open and the call, and it's going to work. Ronan's not going to call off a shove for this size with the ace jack, and same story for Vic. A nice pick up for Ewan there with the pocket 8s, gets that one through.
$591, leg 1, 2021.
How many now?
595.
Wow.
And counting. Leg 1, 2022.
Coventry's going to be smashed as well, the biggest leg ever last year.
Yep.
is going to be surpassed, that's for sure.
Prize pool of £655,000 at this moment in time. Amazing. Today, 368. Well done, staff. Well done, floor. Well done, dealers.
Great effort.
Well done, everybody involved. 368 today. Amazing.
Connor opening hijack raises to 1.6 and Ewan 3-betting to 4.8 here, and Peter with the ace. Thought about it. I'm just going to get out of the way after this action in front of him, and Connor has a little look over at Ewan's stack. Just going to be happy to get this in versus this stack size, I assume. Full bet from Connor, just a snap fold there from Ewan.
Just amazing numbers. It's payday. Oi, oi.
How did Adam?
See you in Coventry, Adam.
Anyone wishing to play 5 and hold on, we have seats available on table 6, 5 and hold on, seats available on table 6, 5.
Look forward to seeing you in Coventry, Adam. Look forward to a catch-up. It'll be road trips to Dublin soon.
Wow, how's Peter not taken this tower? Versus a Ewan Open in the cut-off, ace-4 suited. I'm just happily getting this one in for 21 bigs, but didn't want to take the spot. And Ronan in the big with the King 7. Happy to defend. Flop of ace-7-5 rainbow. So Ronan catching middle pair. Ewan's going to have plenty of bets on this one though. It's ace high, it's good for his range. We'll just expect lots of continues on this board. And that's 2.4 into 3.7, so working with 2/3 continue here on the a7-5. And Ronan has caught middle pair, not going anywhere, facing one bet.
With us going 3 red, your chips will be going into play. So if you have registered, please make your way to the table now. And the chips will be going into play.
That's a nice card for Ronan in C3.
Lovely tower. We are just praying now that Ewan does have an ace in this spot. And Ronan might be thinking about leading tower. I think Ewan's going to be checking this one behind fairly often, so it comes in for a lead and just a snap fold from Ewan.
In the casino, there are 31 tables open.
What altogether?
Yeah, 31 tables. Wow. Amazing. The bag beat jackpot's running 205,000. Quad 7's beaten.
So 7-8 suited for Peter on the button. Raises to 1.2, and Henrik happy to defend the King 7 of clubs in the big blind.
King of Hearts on the turn. Henrik gets the check mark. He's built his stack up very nicely.
Right then, Reedy. Yeah, we'll have a little treble out tomorrow.
What's that?
Towers treble.
Absolutely. We will be on Towers treble tomorrow, that is for sure. We will be on Grosvenor Sport. And don't forget, on Sunday, day 3, the players will be in the book, and you'll be able to have a little punt on who's left in the GUKPT. Which events with Coventry will be streamed? It'll be the live cash stream on the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday will be the main event. There's no high roller in Coventry. I'll show you the schedule for Coventry very shortly.
Georgios getting in last 16 bigs with the 10s, and Connor pulling it off after opening with the King Queen. Interesting. I'm surprised Connor's called this one tower. I guess he's got the stack to do it, but 16 bigs once we open under the gun. Like King Queen, may not fare too well, but we are in a flip situation, and we don't flop best.
We do not.
So could be getting a double up here, Georgios. Just runners to fade. That's dead.
That'll do nicely.
Double for the 10s, no sweat.
That will do nicely. What was the grand final numbers? A lot.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah, that'll do.
Well,
it was a 2k buy, wasn't it?
Yeah, 1.1 million prize pool, so around 550, I'm guessing.
If you can't pick a treble on FA Cup day, that's the problem. You don't. The problem with the FA Cup, I find, is that everybody makes 10 changes. That's the problem we have.
Raise from Ewan, raises to 1.4. Rich Kellett in the small line with the Queen Jack out of the way. Connor does the same in the big, not defending the King 7. Raise and take for Ewan.
But yeah, it's definitely picking out the value. We'll be on it tomorrow. Me and Jay will be up all night studying. We might even do one each tomorrow.
That's what we should do.
And do 2 fivers.
We'll do one each.
We'll do one each. And then we'll both let you down.
Yeah. Imagine they're both coming.
We'll both let you down, rather than just me. Nanas are that. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Henrik's now got chips, and he's going to be dangerous.
Rich has just got an easy 3-bet here, tail up with the ace king, and Henrik should be getting out of the way, so it should be the end of the hand unless either Connor or Vic wake up with it in the blinds. Neither do, so Henrik just got an easy fold now with the ace-5 off. Perfectly fine to open in the cut-off once folded to us, but once we met with some heat from Kellett on our direct left, got to be hitting the muck as it does. Got about just over a half hour left of the session, guys, and then that will take us into the final break of the day. Should be finishing up around 1:45, maybe a little bit later.
Yeah, there've been longer breaks, haven't they?
Yeah, 25-minute breaks today.
Giving all the staff who've worked their absolute conkers off today. 380, was it 380 in day 1B? Which is crazy, crazy numbers.
Ace Queen of Diamonds for Georgios. Looks at 1.3. Ace 10.
Entries in the entries 600.
600.
600.
Wow.
600 entries. Oh, Seattle Scott's in the building. Or is it Kiev Scott these days?
How we doing, Scott?
Where are you, Scott? If you're in Kiev, how cold is it?
You're not meant to go to the outskirts of Kiev, are you? Apparently they're quite crispy crumbly.
Oh
my
days. No, what's that? Oh, is it late? Oh my days.
I wish we had the comms cam on there. I don't think I've ever seen that expression on your face in my life.
Oh man.
Attention players and dealers in today's chamber fight, you have lead line number 100, 200 with the 200 big line and the 1, 2, 2.
We can't remember that far back, Fast Cash. We got one up the first game of the season. That came in, first game of the season, I think it was.
So yeah, no draw, just coming in for the check raise here with a 7-6 on Jack 3 Deuce Rainbow. Might have a way of just randomising in a low frequency check raise, and that might be what this is. It's probably going to work versus this particular holding. I just think if we are deeper, we'd see George's float here, but we're not too deep with Ewan. He lets it go. It's a nice little pick up with a random airball there for Ewan McNicholas. Are you playing any this year, Scott? Are you going to come over? Grace us with your presence.
No, he's always in London.
He done Coventry last year, didn't he?
Yes, Coventry's next. Here it is. There's the schedule for Coventry. Wednesday, when we will be. I think. Well, obviously, if it's a setup on Tuesday, we'll be ready for the. We'll be ready for the live cash on the Wednesday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday we will be concentrating on the main event. There's no high roller in Coventry. London's the place for that. But the G400 starts all the festival off on the 24th of February. Get yourself down to Coventry. That festival is fantastic, looking amazing. And it'd be great to get down to the CBS Arena for leg number 2.
With Ace King 3 after Rich opened the Jack 10 in the hijack. This is just going to be a C-bet for Rich on this board with Jack 10. Just going to have so many bets on the Ace King 3 as the opener, but Georgios, who has full second pair, going to have the call. Take some turns.
Oh yeah, he left all his dollars in Coventry, as we remember. He came to tell us bad beat after bad beat. Every time he turned up, oh no, what's happened now?
Good old Scott, we love him. This is check. Rich taking a free one, as he should on this king turn. Jack of diamonds on the river. Now Georgius thinking about coming in for some value here with his trick kings.
Any Grosvenor pros playing today? Rick, Katie made it through. Katie made it through. Rick Triggs played today. Andy Hills?
I haven't seen Andy all week other than on Wednesday. He was here Wednesday.
Yes, he was. Yeah. Ewan McNicholas, who won the package last year to become the sponsor pro. He's there in seat number 9. Jamie Nixon.
Still in?
He's still in, is he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
John Nix is still in. So a decent turnout from the Grosvenor players. What can you see? A3, Henrik gets out of the way as well, quickly off for a minute. I know exactly where he's going, straight down the steps. Wait as long as possible. Miss a hand, wash your hands, miss a hand. Georgius.
Queen Jack blind on blind here, going to be continuing.
Yep.
Raises to 1.8 and Peter's got an easy shove here, tower blind on blind. This needs to be going in, and it does go in for his last 18 bigs, and the Queen Jack hits the muck. Spand was playing today, Dennis. He busted on our featured table though. I'm not sure if he has flicked back in or not yet. Sure he will be. I think everyone's going to be flicking back in with the size of this prize pool. It is huge.
It is enormous. This session so far, you can see right there, Henrik is up 47,000, Rich is up 18, down is Connor on 28,000. That's on this table, on this session.
Nines for Vic in the hijack, raises to 1.5. Georgius ace-5 suited here on the button. Doesn't continue. Who the list here? Holy moly, new graphics. Hope you're enjoying them.
Indeedy. I know we've got a slight problem with the left hand live on Facebook if you're watching it on your normal phone upside down or straight up or whatever it's called. But when you go to landscape, it seems to be working. Hi up, Logs. On Twitch.
Why
don't you just sign in as Logs? My name is Logs.
The zone area will be closed during the entire break. Please wait till you pull back to retake.
Ah, it's changed the Twitch handle, I see. I see. Over the weekend, we'll let you know what's happening 2025, 25 wise and G400 wise. and deep stacks. They'll be over the weekend. Plenty of information. Queen 8, 3, 2 spades. Henrik flops it, flops bottom pair. Ronan the nut flush draw. Pairs the board on the turn. First two people I've just seen walking past here. James Mitchell, Irish Open winner, GUKPT winner, and Chuffed it, the biggest raker on full tilt poker ever. He used to play 200, 400 PLO. Mad Turks in the building.
Yeah.
There's some names around in the tell you what.
Literally every
There's some
table.
names, Austin.
Every table you look on.
How are you? Good to see you, young man.
Are you live on there?
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, going well.
Awesome. It's fantastic. The numbers are mental, man.
Aren't they? Aren't they? The numbers are crazy.
You got 32 tables open.
Yeah, I know.
It's 10 o'clock at night. How's everything, Austin? All good? All good in the club?
We could do this every day.
Absolutely. Started with Grosvenor in Bolton, did Austin. He's now down in London, here in the Vic. Top lad. Is that Austin? But the numbers are mad.
This one checks all the way down, and Henrik going to take it with his 2-pack. Might have been a bet on the turn. Sorry, Austin come in, missed the turn action, you guys.
The numbers 606. Ooh.
One more.
606.
One more needed to match the record for the biggest ever GUKPT.
606. How many do we think's in the turbo?
40. I'm going with 40 because of the amount of tables.
50.
50.
Yeah, 50.
Okay, dealers, please come back at 10 past. Dealers in the main event, please come at 10 past. Push up one table within your tournament.
So 50. Oh, the last longer online. Well done, sir. The online.
There's loads in it from like so.
They're on like about 16.
Pardon?
I think it was 17 in total.
Yeah, it won't be over today. There'll be a few that make day 2, obviously. So, but good luck. How many you got?
74.
Oh, chunks.
Oh, the dinga donga. Dinga donga.
Look forward to that interview.
I can't wait. 17 in the last longer. If you're bought in the holding tank online. Amazing numbers, absolutely amazing. We're on 606.
The aces are back. They were out in force about an hour ago, and Peter now wakes up with them in the hijack here. And 20 bigs. You know what I love doing, Tower? When we get the aces off of 20 bigs and there's an open.
Flat.
Yeah. But Peter, Peter actually comes in for a really small free bet here. 3 bets to 3.5k. And you may think like Shouldn't really have too many free bets off of this 20 big stack. He's getting a really attractive price now to call with a king queen, but might have some alarm bells going off in his head when Peter free bets this small off of this particular stack size.
Is he going to make the call? Ewan, initial raise under the gun +1. Good fold. Good controlled fold. $608.
Ah, that's why
608.
I was wondering why.
We love you all. We love you all. 608 and counting. I'm glad we went to 10 at a point over 600, me and you, and I took the overs.
619. 619, I said.
You know, yeah, you did the over here with Stereo.
I said 619.
Well done, everybody.
Great effort.
Well done, floor. Well done, dealers. Well done, players. 608. Amazing.
Blind on one. Blind Connor with a queen jack suited. Just raises out and a quick fold from Vic.
Mel must be chip leader.
How many have you got?
Must be chip leader. 53.
Plenty.
Bounce is still in. Kelly Saxby's still in.
Georgia's opening. King Jack under the gun raises to 1.3.
That's it, no need to move it. King 10-4, top pair, Georges, you with the ace-6, just gets out of the way. I'll go the overs, Dennis. I'll go the overs on 10.
Yeah, I'll have £100
for the Guinness in Edinburgh. I'll go overs the 10.
I'll have a one-er on it as well, you Dennis, if you fancy it.
Don't spoil it. I'm just going a nice, gentle Guinness.
I reckon 24 will flick in day 2 tomorrow.
Wow, that's a number. That is a number.
The prize pool's just massive, Tara. Anyone that's not bagged, they're gonna.
Razor Kev's trying to goad you into a bet because he said 19.
Draw a friendly score, Kev. I'll have the overs on 19 if you fancy it. If you want a friendly score, let me know. Rich opening ace king, raised to 1.5.
Fresh off the presses.
Lovely, thank you. It's Vic here in the calf, free betting the ace-5 suited. Like it. I know we've run into it on this occasion, but definitely need to incorporate some lighter free bets in, and this is a good hand to do it with. But unfortunately, we've just run into the top end of Rich Kelly's range. Rich 4 betting to 10.8, and now just expect Vic to get out of the way. Although we do have position, and we are getting a really attractive price on the call. And I talked a lot about the equity that this hand is going to have in a pre-flop situation. Always going to have more than 30% versus any hand in the deck but aces. Aces, we block only 3 combos left of those. So Vic may think about peeling this 4-bet with position here, Tower. That might be going through his head. Really dwelling it over. So he is going to call.
He is going to call. 8-9 dudes, 2 hearts.
No help there for Vic. 4-bet pots, Tower sizings can be really small in C-bets simply because ranges should be more condensed, and Vic just snap folds to Kellett's C-bet. Didn't even see the size. But obviously not continuing there with the ace-5. Oh, Kev set a new line. He wants 25 now.
He set the line at 25. That's tempting. That could be bang on.
Oh, that's a tough one, Kev. I don't actually know.
I'll spend J's 20 and go under.
Okay, Tower's called unders for me. 20's on. Line is 25 for a chop. Anything over, you win. Anything under, I win. Good luck. Let's on.
Henrik, who's had a great session, up to nearly 70,000, raises to 1.3. Are we the top clock or the bottom clock?
We go on
the top
break
clock.
in 14 minutes, Tower.
We're the top clock. Which means we've got a 1 AM finish. 1 AM finish, so if you stick with us all the way through till the very, very end. If not, it'll be on YouTube. 7-3 Jack, 2 hearts. Gutter ball for Ewan. 900 call from Henrik, and he does.
Nice raising tower.
Is that a raise?
Yeah,
it is.
A little check raise with the King 10 on the Jack 7-3 2 hearts.
Who said watch this, Henrik, when he gets chips? Oh, Ewan says having none of that.
Yeah, Ewan comes in for the float with a gut shot. 4 diamonds on the turn. Henrik checks it over, waves the white flag, although unbeknown to him does have the best hand in this spot with King High. And if Ewan's floating here, I'm guessing he's not floating in position to hit his gut shot tower. I guess in the times that it is checked over, he's going to be barreling. Does fire, and just a quick fold from Henrik. Nice little play for Ewan there.
Well done, Ewan.
9 high, like
Very
a
nice
boss,
indeed.
as they say.
Very nice indeed.
Pocket H for Rich under the gun, raises to 1.5. And Vic here, Ace King.
Raising it up to 4.5.
Action back on Rich Kellett here, who just lets the pocket ace go versus the free bet from Vic.
Oscar Wallen on Facebook says, what's your best advice for small stake players satelliting into these events?
Well, the first thing I'd do, Oscar, is get clued up on strategy for satellites, because it's very different to an actual MTT. That's the first thing I'd say, start looking at strategy, because believe it or not, when you're playing these smaller stakes satellites, they become very soft when people don't know what they're doing and don't understand what you should be doing in a satellite. A little very good book to read, Doro Kearney. He's got really good books on satellite strategy. Have a read of, he's got 3 books out now, but 2 of those for the satellite. Have a little read of those and try and apply it in game, and I'm sure you will be winning in the field you're playing against. And just keep trying. If you're doing the right things, eventually you're going to get a seat. But the advice I give you, if you are playing the small stakes satellites, make sure you're clued up on strategy and how you're going to win these seats, because in those smaller stakes you're going to have a big edge.
Yeah, and obviously with the cash out satellites now, which are totally different, stick to, if you're starting out in satellites, stick to the normal satellites where you get all the chips, and as soon as the amount of people bust out, you get a seat, because the cash out satellites are a different strategy again. And if you are going to head out and start playing the satellites, good luck.
Georgia's opening +2 with the King Queen, raises to 1.3. And Rich here, Ace Jack in the small blind. Incoming 3-bet. Makes it 4.4, 3.5x. Nice and big out of the blinds. And just a quick fold from Georges.
It's like, it's not actually that bad compared to the it's like, no one's ever excited. That's like a very different vibe though. Queen 8 has kind of like a
Tony Palengaris still in. Jamie Nixon still in. Dave Doherty, all these faces wandering past. Steve Warburton's in the building. We haven't even ever cuddle off Steve Warburton this week. That's Stu Rutter. Stu Rutter's in the building. Have I not heard him? Have I not heard Stu Rutter? Kelly's in, Mouse is in, Mel's in. Well, the name's walking past. So we will be back when we go for the break. We'll be back at 10:45 for the last 2 hours.
There's 7 minutes left on the clock.
We will be back at 10:45. For 2 hours of poker to bring us the facts and the figures and the numbers. Buy-ins for tomorrow will be, well, the line's set at 25 by Razor Kev. We currently stand at 610.
Pembroke plays really well, Tower.
It
really
does.
well.
And we were warned.
3-bets the ace-2 suited here in the hijack.
We were warned to watch out for him if he got the chips.
Love to see it. And Rich thinking about cold 4 here and what timing it would be. This would literally be perfect spot to come in for a cold 4 here with the King Jack as Rich. Wow, what senses from Kellett. He's never flat in here, so this has to be a cold 4, and it is from Rich Kellett. This is lovely. Makes it 12.4, and gonna just see 2 quick folds from both Ronan and Henrik here, and Rich there may have sensed it and just picks it. And what a play. 4-bet bluff pre, you don't see it too often, but Kellett getting it done there with the King Jack. Really nice from him. That brain food doing a
instant service.
Yeah, instant service. Just no Tower, just picked it up and went for the cold 4 there in a spot that we're only going to do that small frequency, and what timing.
So just under 5 minutes to go until the end of this session. The top clock is ours, the red one. 4 minutes and 43 seconds and counting. Ending with the 9s raises to 1.3. Rich is coming in. Makes it cool. Oi oi, Connor. The ladies.
Squeezing it up.
What's going to make it about 7.5?
Maybe a bit smaller Tower. Maybe closer to 4x, like 5.5, something like that. Wow, he's flatted.
Well, okay.
Oh wow, he's gone big.
8.
Huge.
8.2 he's gone to.
That is massive, Tower. That is extortionate. Like, near 7x here from Connor. 6x. 6x free bet in position. More than 6x free bet here. Really surprised. And the sizing Connor's opted to choose here, Tower. And like the 9s would have probably peeled versus a more standard sizing, but Connor could have potentially left some value on the table there, opting for that really large size. It's huge.
That's the last time I remember that you see. I think you want to go clubbing, but no one wants to go out.
From the bridge, you're going to be table 16.
It's a bit late in it today.
So the last couple of hands of the session, Jay just nipped off toward his sup air, so it comes during the break. And we'll be back at 10:45 with the final 2 levels of the day, meaning the live stream is going to be finishing round about 12:45, 12:50. An engrossing watch on the biggest GUKPT numbers ever. We're on 610. It's only going to go up. How's Man United doing? Is it still extra time? Will we get a chance to watch the end during the break? A couple of minutes to go until the end of this session. And then 2 hours with the last. John Bousfield's going to be on it. Sandeep Koza got chips. Paul Siddle. Stuart Rutter is coming to the feature table. Not many chips on the next table at all. No, Damien in seat 9 has got 80,000. He is the chip leader at the feature table next time he comes, but 15, 27, 40, 33, 24, 32. That's a very shallow table for this time of the night.
Oh yeah, it is, Tower. I agree.
Very shallow.
So all in from Peter here with the ace-9 in the small over the button open from Georges for 20 bigs, and button versus small dynamic ace-10's got a call here. This is just like in an online setting, this is just going to be a snap, Tower. If you're playing against a competent opponent, this is a snap. He's going to shove really wide here in the small for 20 bigs over our open. He's going to have so much ace-x in there, and wow, he just lets it go. Okay, fair enough. Preserving his chips. And we're going to have one more hand.
We are indeed. Mark Pinnington says second period of extra time just started. We'll just get to watch the second period, and if it goes to penalties, we'll be back in the box.
I hope Middlesbrough win.
Yeah.
Screw that, Man U.
Why is that?
I might have had a little bet on them.
Okay.
And not little either. I say little.
And it did not win.
Yep. The last hand of the session, and then that's going to take us into the final break, which is around half hour, just under, I think it's about 27 minutes.
610. 610 and counting. Amazing. Everybody needs the 20 minutes. We are going to be back. It's 25-minute break actually. We're going to be back at 10:45. By the time they cleared the room, by the time they got the dealers out of the room to give them their 15 minutes, it just worked out a bit longer. We ended up with nearly a 25-minute break. But just incredible numbers. No time to swap dealers around. Every dealer in use. They nearly asked me. They nearly give me a deck of cards. Tower, get ready. I was like that. I was like that at the break, just practicing.
So squeeze coming from Ronan, I hope. Is that calling chips? He's squeezing chips. Good to see. Like 10s here, all this dead money in the middle. Just want to be bumping it up. And makes it 7k. So just sub 5x with all these players in the pot. And now interesting because it's back to Ewan. And Ewan here with the 9s. However, Ewan will be aware, EP open, 2 flats, and Ronan still taking this squeeze spot out of the small blind. So interested to see what Ewan thinks about this one, Tower.
Everybody's on a break.
It could go either way here. I'm really not sure what he's going to do or what he should be doing here. It's quite a unique scenario. Under the gun +1 open, flat +2. We then flat the 9s, then we get squeezed out the small blind, and we sit here with 9s. And really tricky spot, perhaps.
Are they all in? No, they're not. We're just going to see a flop.
If he is continuing Tower, I think this is the way that he is going to be continuing in the form of a flat. Oh, Ewan, 9 in the window. Run like Ewan, ladies and gentlemen. And this is trouble.
Usain Bolt couldn't catch him. Running hot.
So Ronan here with the 10s.
9 flop, and you've got the overpair. You just got over 1.1, 1.2 SPR, and that's it, isn't it?
It's not going to just shove Tower. He's going to
make a nice little bet. Bet of 6,000.
And expect you to just call because we got a set, and it's hard to make a set, and a lot of the time we're just going to have a complete equity lock and just have heaps of equity, which we do. Like Ronan can be drawing dead here sometimes, Tower, with like the ace king, like ace queen with runners, but those type of holdings, we want to keep all of those in.
6-10 jack. If it doesn't go in,
Ronan now up and down with the 10s, 0.5 SPR. Interesting. A 4-liner has been brought, but Ewan shouldn't have any 6x here, other than maybe pocket 6s. But they're probably going to fold pre, so maybe not a single 6 in Ewan's range. So we're not really too wary about the straight. Our main worry here are the 9s and 8s, and Ewan just shoves all in here.
That's the decision now for Ronan. The triangle's in for Ewan.
Yeah, this is a nice. Like we expect Ewan to just get jacks plus in, I think, versus our squeeze or free bet those pre. So we're worried about 9s and 8s and 7s maybe. Actually, I think 7s probably fold pre. Like 9s and 8s specifically, I guess our worry here is Ronan.
I think he folds.
Don't beat much, Tower. I can't come up with hands that we're going to be ahead of here. Trying to think of a hand that Ewan can rock up with. Like, he's never going to have ace 9 of hearts here. He folds that pre, so what are we beating? Anything we're beating? Chat box, can you come up with? Because I can't. I'm trying to think what on earth we can be in front of here. Ace queen of hearts specifically? One combo maybe? Other than that, I can't really. I'm clutching at straws here, Tower, to think of some hands that we're ahead of here as Ronan, so maybe we might see him let this one go, although we're getting this price to win a decent pot. Nice fold, Ronan. That's a very, very well played.
Well, we are now on a break until 11:15, 20-minute break from now, and then we'll see you for the final 2 levels of this enthralling, massive GUKPT.
See you then.
See you in 20.
One day, even final table GUKPT I've never done, so yeah, gotta mix it with the UK guys for sure.
Chris Moment, thanks for spending an hour with the Tower. You're an absolute superstar. Cheers, buddy. Thanks very much.
No worries. Good to chat to you, Phil. It's been too long. Take care.
Yeah, Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment One, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter. Because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Phil.
Oh, man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid. And I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot. Like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university, I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and yeah, just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat. But still, $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had a dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It's quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on, you know, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, you know, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, you know, can't take a week off poker. You know, I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came fifth, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale because, you know, cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, you know, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, you know, levels of. I was just going under the radar, kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, you know, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like, also I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like, I just would put different tournaments on, you know, I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that. And I played, you know, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like, or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and, you know, catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence, really. So I went into the I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't you know, probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, you know, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which. But I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job, so I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans, so obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down every all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything, and he gave me 6 months to see how much, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time I guess I was 20, 21 years old, and I was just all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just I got to stay in and play poker. I have to play every day to just make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school, kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for my first ever World Series at that point. Got smoked there, so that was a bad start because obviously Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And that 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until 2 or 3 years ago. So I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ending Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. As I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it, even the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met, was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With 17 left, I started his career for sure. No, it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool. and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linton. And then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, it was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop, so I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore's called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, Nido as well. As I'm walking up. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. He did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, like making #1, we always thought, oh wow, maybe you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up.
It's that penalties and everything. It's all going on. There's Man United. There's more Man United fans down here than there is at Old Trafford. It's amazing. What's happening?
Not much.
You'll have to keep us up to date. You'll have to keep us up to date with the old penalties, because we don't know what's happening. We don't know what's happening.
Surprised there's usually loads of Man U fans in London.
Thousands. Massive cheers every time they. Massive cheers going up. So let's do it again. The final session of the biggest GUKPT in history for numbers.
Should be a songwriter, Tower. Should be a songwriter.
2 hours to go, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying it. We are loving it, loving it, loving it, loving it like that. Come on then, who we got?
New feature table, Sandeep Kosa in 1, John Bousfield in 2, Mose in 4, Paul Siddell in 5, James Nall. Is that James Nall or James Hall?
Looks like James Hall.
James Hall.
We'll find out with it. We should get an iPad, to be fair.
Stuart Ra is in 7, Sebastian Young in 8, and Damien is in 9.
Damien.
Off we go, last 2 hours. Little last longer patch I see there for James as well. Got the old last longer patch on.
Nice. Is this live? We are live. 30-minute delay as always. 30-minute delay. But we are live. 2 hours to go tonight, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hours.
The cutoff open from Sebastian raises to 1.7. Bousy out flopping. The A6 to Sebastian, checking it over to him.
We have our intrepid reporters telling us it's 3-3 on penalties.
We're going to be firing this board fairly often as Sebastian, the King High Rainbow, as the opener. Bousy makes the call. 5 of spades on the river, so Bousy is going to take this one if we get to showdown.
Good to see Stu Rutter back at the tables. There he is in seat number 7. Former champion of the GUKPT. Works for the Samaritans, you know, Stu Rutter.
Does he?
Yes.
Oh.
Gives up his free time. He's also a professor in maths.
Is he?
Yes.
Never knew that, Tower.
Yep.
So, very good Omaha player as well, right?
And a massive Sheffield Wednesday fan. As in travels everywhere. If you think Exeter on a Tuesday night, he'd be there. 4-4. It's all going on. Remember last time Man United went to penalties in the FA Cup?
James here, ace jack. Opens as he should. Raises to 2k. Maybe a bit too wide to defend here for Mo versus the 2.5x sizing.
80,000 for Damien, 100 bigs. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Last session of the night. Should be finishing round about 2 hours from now with a certain number of hands at the end. We'll keep the numbers as well in the there was 70 I think it was in the turbo the last time I saw.
Wow.
the table.
So Sebastian here, sub 15 bigs tower. This is a fine to shove. King Queen off. In it goes. And Paul asking for a count. Not going to call with the ace-9. This versus range not going to fare too well.
Last session. Keep the updated figures coming because it's the biggest GUKPT number-wise ever. 607 Coventry last year. Smashed it.
Queen 10 suited for Sebastian. Working with a few more chips now, 17 bigs, so happy to open this one, +1. And Sandy up, happy to call with the sixes.
610 of the break.
How many now?
631.
Wow, 21. We could, I don't know, 700 is a bit of an ask, isn't it? As we are back end of the day.
Unbelievable. 631. 600. just 631.
So Queen 10 for Sebastian continues, and Sandy does have the best hand here, but going to have to fold the sixes tower on this board. But he's going to make the call.
Five of hearts on the turn.
Now Sebastian checks it over to Sandy, who is going to fire for 2,500. And Sebastian with the Queen 10. Not going to be going anywhere. Getting this price, 4-1 on a call. However, we are working with a really short stack as Sebastian Young here. We can be up against some King X, calling in the hijacks. Sandy will have hands like King Queen, King Jack, King 10 all in there. Sebastian's just going to make the call. Looking for a 10 or higher, or 9 or higher I should say. 3 of hearts on the turn, on the river, giving Sandy the check mark. I'm guessing there was a cheer. I'm guessing someone missed the penalty because that's the first cheer I've heard ever.
$10 bigs for Sebastian. Damien, 100 bigs.
Good, I'm glad they're out.
What's happened?
Send them home.
Who missed? Oh, I'm big round of applause for Richie P VIP, who supported the tour for years and years and years and years and years. To the game tonight, and he's absolutely loved it. Good old Dickie P, the VIP. Supporter man, supporter Borough, got the tickets into the corporate, and he's loving life, the Dickie P.
Sebastian's all in for 8.1. Shoving for 10 big blinds under the gun. Paul here, ace 9. If we saw Paul in the big, I think he'd be calling this one for 10 bigs. On the button, still 2 players behind him, getting out of the way. and James not calling, so it's going to be on Stu, who folds face up.
Paul Siddle won the first online GUKPT ever during lockdown.
I was on that final.
Was you?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was on that final.
Was you?
Yeah.
Well,
I think I come 5th or 6th. Lost. No one likes a bad beat story, but I lost Queens versus 9s against Ian Simpson, I think. Yeah.
Ian, what were you doing?
I think it was against Ian Simpson, yeah. Yeah, I remember that one. Paul was massive chip leader. I actually remember the FT.
So the final session of the day 1B, has been groundbreaking. Just unbelievable. 372.
It's just unheard of.
372 in one flight of a GUKPT. We never used to get 372 runners.
That's like a Goliath flight number, that is.
Yeah.
That's literally like a Goliath flight number.
Unbelievable. Incredible. Turbo's going on as well. The turbo has now got 78 in it. And the prize pool is one player short of £700,000.
Deep flopping top pair, fires for 1.8 into 6k, so 30% exactly from Sandeep continued size, and probably going to work because Sebastian here does have a dummy and gut up, but probably going to preserve these chips tower and try and find a better spot to get them in. Like, even if Sandeep has like ace queen ace king here, he's going to have to call off our shove because of our stack size. And I just don't think we can ever flat here as Sebastian, although we're getting this price. Eventually does let it go. Albert hasn't played this event, Gaz. Albert hasn't played, and I'm not sure how Terry's getting on.
Nine cash tables, because there's only nine cash tables available. Every single table is in use. Just outstanding.
Under the gun open, Sandeep putting on his loose shoes.
Oh, Sandeep.
Queen 5.
Sandeep Koza.
Yeah, Mo's in with the sixes. And Damien got a nice one to defend in the form of Queen 10 off.
Flop time. Jack 5, Queen 2 hearts.
Yeah, that's why you open the Queen 5 under the gun tower. You just flop top and bottom. What a life for Sandeep getting this flop, and not only that, he's going to get action because Damien also with top pair here. Mo with sixes and a player behind on this board. have trouble continuing, but looking like he is counting out calling chips and wants to come along. And Damien not going to be folding the Queen 10, that's for sure. Just expect to see a call here. Don't want to be raising this one. King of clubs on the turn. So Sandeep still with 2 pair. Damien has picked up and down to go with his queen. The 6 is going to have to get out of the way, no matter what the size that Sandeep opts for. Pocket 6s into the muck. Now Damien with the Queen 10. Not folding, that's for sure. Just under 3-1 on the call. We've got second pair, we've got an up and down straight draw. Definitely not going to be going anywhere here, Damien. But these two are fairly deep, Tower. Is he thinking about potentially turning second pair into a bluff now? Try and target some 1 pair holdings of Sandeep that he can have under the gun. Wow, he just lets it go. Really good fold. Yeah, we're going to be behind a lot of the time, Tower, but even against Ace King there, we're going to be making money, making that call with the price we're getting and the outs that we've got. But thought better of it. Maybe play with Sandeep throughout the day. Thinks he's not going to be double barreling too light. But we can see he's opening Queen 5 suited under the gun.
The Lions will be massive, says Dennis. Probably break the 1.5 mil. Well, why not? Why not?
Will be a 15-minute break. That's all players in the turbo. Finish line progress to now at 15 minutes.
Evening, Michelle. Is there no online day ones for the 25-25s? Yes, I think there are. Wednesdays are the 25-25 online day ones. They should be in the lobby this weekend. Should be. In fact, I think the online team are here tomorrow, so we'll ask the question. So the G400s, but nothing else. What's the script? We will find out for you for sure. But the online day ones for the 25-25s are usually on a Wednesday. The boys will be back in tomorrow. We will definitely let you know.
Open from Mo with the 4s, and love this from James. Love the sizing, love the hand selection, all really nice here. Can incorporate some free bets in some of the time with the King Queen as a bluff, and that's exactly what he's doing. And now the 4s with Mo just put in the cage. Can't be flattened here with 4s off of this stack size, and probably not inclined to put it in. Well, he is going to call with the 4s here and leave himself 12k back. Really surprised. He wants to take a flop.
8-8-6, 2 clubs.
And just snap moves all in, Tower. When James has the 9s for aces in his range, Mo takes it with the 4s nonetheless.
Glad you're watching the stream, Michelle, and I'm sure we'll see you over the weekend and with more information regarding the 25-25s, the online legs. Herman says he's BBB still in. I don't know who BBB is. Who's that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure who it is.
Who's that? Big Bad Brian.
Is Boss here?
I've not seen Boz. Ian Bosley's in.
Ah, it might be Ian Boz.
Ian Bosley is in.
I've seen other boss during the week though, Tower. He was here during the week. Jamie O'Connor, yeah, he was definitely here. Seen him this week.
We don't have any chip counts because there's over 160 still left in.
Yes.
So it was nearly impossible on a 15-minute break to get a big chip stack regarding the bigs. We'll try and get information from around the room if it comes through, but at the break there was 160 players still in, which was nearly impossible to get down in that 15 minutes. The prize pool is one player of £700,000.
Paul Siddell opening to 1.8 with the ace queen, and James already free bet this one once, but we can't free bet it all the time, Tower. It's all about knowing how often we should. Just lets it go like it. As I say, mixing it up, can't always free bet it. And Damien going to be continuing this hand in the cutoff. King Jack suited, shouldn't be going anywhere. I think versus +1 just going to flat here, Tower. Like, it's not nice for us when we free bet and get 4 bet with this one. It's got great playability. We want to see a flop with position on the opener. Balsi out of the way in the small. And new player coming to the table in seat 3, Alessandro, defending with the 7-4 off. Queen 3-4, rainbow board. Check from Alessandro, and Paul's just got a lovely hand here to start building a pot. Expect to see him continue almost always here with top pair, top kicker. And chooses to size up, 2/3 pot. Damien, not the worst float candidate here, Tower, with position. Thinking about it, but against this size, not fancying it. And we got Alessandro here with the second pair and just lets it go. No action for Paul with the top.
Sandeep takes over chip lead.
Fast cash. To answer your question, I've actually got a great idea for you.
What's that?
There will be some chip counts on pokernews.com because we've got the Poker News team here covering the event, and they're doing updates throughout the day, like we used to do a blog with chip counts, hands throughout the room on the outer table. So that's something you can have a look at. Have a look on Poker News. There'll be some chip counts on there.
That sounds like a good idea to me.
And Sandy, really loose
I don't
open.
know if we've got a link anywhere. If Poker News they can send us a link. If Will Shilbier is checking out the live stream. Open up an extra tab and watch the Poker News blog.
What's his name? Will what, Tower?
Will Shilbier.
That rings a real bell, and I think I know why.
You're doing a lot of scrolling.
Yeah, it's got to go back.
18 years ago, yeah?
No, 2003? 17. I'm pretty sure he's the one that got it started in Shipnall Airport in, well, it's someone called Sherwood, I'm pretty sure. I'll tell you in a second, I'm just doing some scrolling.
Okay. Flush draw for Mo on the turn. Dowsey with top on the flop. He checked the flop. Now he's going to come in for a bet. Should get a call as well. With the flush draw for Mo, which he does. The 8 of hearts misses for Mo. The tick and the check mark is in front of Bowsy. This is always a call from Bowsy. Always a call, I think.
So Bowsy checking this one behind, and
the lot is in. And that will do it. Nice move, John. Nice move indeed. In fact, we'll have a wander round as well, shall we?
Yeah,
let's have a butchers. You can pick up some chip stacks here, but this is how busy the room is, which is why it's so hard to get chip counts from anywhere in the room. Dean Clay's still there. Dean Clay. Is Fraser still in? Is that him having a rub down?
Fraser,
yes. Yes, watch me back, will you?
Who we got there? TJ still in, I can see him.
Look at how busy this room is. Mike Campbell. Chuffed it. By heck, man. Incredible. Terry Jordan.
Oh, 160?
He's only had one re-entry.
160 for Terry.
He's only had one re-entry.
He did come in the booth tower and say he's going to win this one because of what TJ Jr. done.
Yeah.
He said he's looking for this one.
Ken Wong. It's all going white for Ken Wong.
How many times have I heard that? Gary Miller sat next to last year's Coventry champion Stevie Jelinek. Joe Hindry on that table as well. That's a tough one, Tower.
Oh, here's a table. Like it.
There he is, Boz.
There's Boz. Big smile from Boz.
Sat next to Sachin.
Do you know what he did the other day, Boz? He shot 45 points at Stableford in golf.
Bandit.
Absolute carnage bandit. Unbelievable. Not playing for money.
There's Leon Campbell sat next to Nia Firetos, Nia Futu on one of the outer tables.
Leon doing well.
The Trotters there as well. Paul Trotter on the table. That should be a fun one.
Nice one. Nice little pan there, but just shows you how busy it is. Ian Bosley scored 45 points on Stableford points at golf. That's 9 under. It's impossible to do if your handicap's correct. Impossible. There's nobody should ever shoot 9 under. Even if you have a good day, it should only be 5 or 6 under. Anyway,
back to the action.
We'll see how good he is in the summer.
And going to Pill here, getting this price by the looks of things. With the 10-9 of hearts, Alessandro. Like the free bet. Can't always just flat, need to incorporate some free bets in as well. And they're now happy to Pill with position versus Sandeep with a 10-9 of hearts.
You have 3 minutes remaining on your break.
Dominic Nietzsche was there as well. Ah, good old Dominic Nietzsche.
Should be a really small size here from Sandeep. Yeah, love this. Really nice, sub 20% in a 4-bet pot, flopping top pair. And Alessandro going to have the call tower, getting this price with middle pair himself. We've got direct price to make 2 pair or trips with the 5 outs that are remaining. From our perspective, we can see that there's not 5 left in the deck on the top right, but we have picked up more outs now. This 6 of clubs turn. And 33k in the middle, and Sandeep mixing in a check, like it. Bit of deception there, try and represent a hand like 10s through kings. And 2 of clubs on the river. So clean as can be this run out for Sandeep. We're not really worried about anything here, so shoves all in. You expect like the sets of 9, sets of 8s to start firing on turn once it's checked over to them. So only will worry for us here as Sandeep is really like ace-x of clubs, which isn't a thing because we got the ace of clubs in our hand. Like jack-10 of clubs, queen-jack of clubs, they're probably going to fire turn when checked too. So Sandeep just fist pump getting that in, loving life, trying to get called by perhaps quite a suited wheel ace that peeled getting that price, that tried the 3-bet bluff pre. Yeah, sorry, William Shibble. I actually got it mixed up with Shipnell Airport. Yeah, because there was someone that tweeted, and it was the thing. I thought it was the same name. Someone from what I thought was Poker News, but it weren't Poker News. I had to go back 5 years for that. 5 years of scrolling.
There's no players remaining in the table fight. Please retake your seat. 1 minute remaining in the ring. There's 1 minute remaining in the ring.
It's been a good day. We have got around an hour and a half remaining, but the room is booming. There's not an empty table in sight at this time on the Friday night. As Mo finds a nice one to get his remaining 12 bigs in with. Ace King suited, no action, no. Sandeep just opening 9-3 off. He's like just gone pure aggro mode, Tower. Sandeep, he's just happy to open almost any two, it seems, when folding two.
Players and dealers in the main event here. We play level 500, 1000 to 1002. I think this is the last level of play today. 511, last level. Let's do it.
So crazy numbers in London. £700,000 prize pool has been hit. 704,000 as it stands right now. £704,000 in the prize pool. Wow.
Whoa!
Pocket sixes for Sandeep. Opening once more. Bit of an upgrade from the 9-3 off. No, getting involved with Queen 10 in the cut-off, making the call. And Stuart in the big blind, King 4 Diamond's going to be defending this one, Tower. At least he should be getting this price. Happy to take a flop out of position, closing the action.
7-8 Jack, 2 diamonds. Stu Rutter flopping the second nut flush draw.
And Sandeep's just on bet mode, Tower. Really up in the aggression. This is a flop that I really expected him to check three-way, and wow, Mo just puts it in with the gutter ball. What timing this is from Mo. And now Stuart behind with the second nut flush draw. He's not loving this, Tower, and the thing is he's still got Sandeep behind him to worry about, and he's asking for a count here. Like, if you could see the hands, you'd be in an instant, but Mo just ripping here. And you know what, Tower, I don't hate this from Mo. It's actually quite nice when you think about it. Sandeep's been wild, and this board should be good for us, peeling in the cut-off. Plenty of hands we can have here. 2 pairs, we can have the 10-9 suited, Jack X as well, and then we do have that equity to the straight the times we are called, as well as backdoor diamonds. But Stuart here, I don't think he's going to call, Tower, with the second nut flush draw. He's still got Sandeep to worry about him behind, and if we call and Sandeep then sets us in, we've then got to call off our remaining 11k. It's a really interesting spot for Stuart. Does he fancy the gamble? That is it. Like, he's only got 2 big blinds invested in this pot. If he wants to put the rest in, I'd be surprised. And there is the fold after some deliberation. And Sandeep here never calling the pocket sixes in a million years, I don't think. Like, even against a flush draw here, Tower, he's a dog. He's still like a, what, probably like 40% against the flush draw here. So, and then against hands that we're already losing to, we're crushed, we're drawing to 2 outs or runners. So it has to get out of the way. Nice play, Mo.
Fast cash is normally around about 25% to the winner. So, and you can still buy in at this moment in time, and the prize pool is currently £705,000. We have day 2 buy-ins and the rest of the turbo to finish. So we'll give you an update tomorrow when we start at 12:30. before 2 p.m. I reckon the prize pool will be out. But if you can 25% of 700,000.
25% of what?
700,000. 160k.
No, 175. That's spot on. That's
175. Wowzers. Nice one, Fast Cash. It'll be about that, you're right.
Yeah, spot on.
It'll be absolutely spot on to 25%. Late reg closes in the turbo and the last hand. You can buy in right up till the end. So the last level, which I think they're on about level number now.
Level 7.
They're on level number 7 in the turbo. There's 60 players left out of the 85 that's played the turbo. Where are they coming from? Where are they coming from? And is there any space at the tables yet?
And have you got sleeping bags for us on Sunday? that is the question I want to ask. Yeah, we see. With Tower showing me the list. It's 38 waiting for one game.
Yeah. Is he a day 4 in this event?
Yeah,
we might need
what I said. We might need some sleeping bags.
We might need a day 4. Jim, if you're watching, Jim, what's the theory on day 4s?
Just adding one in.
We're thinking about adding a day 4 in. Thanks, Winston Walsh. Great coverage, as always. You've been dipping in and out. Thank you very much indeed. Rebecca, how are you? Hi, Rebecca. Bousey doing well in seat number 2. There he is. He has already cashed this week.
A second he got. He got a second.
Was it second or third?
Second. Heads up. He lost in the minute.
Oh, he did. Lost heads up in the minute. Yeah, the hubster is there. He is there. Already cashed for about, was it 38?
It was a fair amount of money. I can't remember how much it was, Tal, but it was a decent score in the minute. I'll tell you what, let's find out.
Absolutely brilliant from John Bousey, the most consistent player on the GUKPT circuit in the last 4 years, including lockdown. Because I bet he was still the best player in his house during lockdown. Might not be. Might not be. Might have lost heads up to Rebecca now and again.
31k he got.
31,000 already cashed in the heads up, lost heads up in the minute. Good to have you on board, Rebecca. Bousey doing very well indeed. He's had a fantastic 3 or 4 years.
James making it 2k to go. The aces, and Damien got a beautiful hand here to defending the big 8-7 suited.
To the right of the screen, still at the side of PK, that's Will Chilibier, who would update him for Poker News.
Yeah, if you do want to know what's been going on some of the outer tables, there are updates on there. Go check it out. Will's been posting throughout the day chip counts, hand histories that have been occurring on the outers. James continuing here for 20% after flopping the top set on the 8-6 deuce board. And Damien might float this one, Tower, no? Might see a potential float getting this price with that 6 and a diamond on board. Plenty of backdoor possibilities, but out of position, thinks better of it. And pick up with the top set bases, no action.
That cheer there, Fishmonger, was the exact time that Manchester United missed a penalty and went out of the FA Cup. So they've been out of the FA Cup twice today. They've just gone out on the stream. Massive cheer. When is the next deep stack done? We should really have the. We haven't got it. I don't think it is. That's just a schedule for the GUKPT. Yeah, we need to get it on PK because we need the next month or 2 months events. We need to find out the deets. I can tell you where the next deet stacks are actually. If you give me 10 seconds, because I can tell you exactly where they are.
Raise and take for Bousey with the ace king under the gun. No action for him.
The next deep stacks are Dundee next week. Sorry, 2 weeks today, Dundee. Next week, it is Bolton for the deep stack. So it's Bolton next week and then Dundee the week after. So if we go to the app, the Poker Live app that everybody should have, go to Bolton, scroll down, find Bolton. It's in the northwest. It's on Omrod Street. You go to tournaments, and it's there. There's the deep stack. Thursday deep stack structure. It's a 30-minute clock. It starts at 1-1 and goes 1-1-1, 1-2-2, 2-4-4, 3-6-6, 4-8-8, 5-1-1. That can't be right. Oh yeah, it could be. No, it can't. That's the... It's a little bit wrong because level 9 goes 8-8-8 after 5-1500.
Yeah, that level should be. I'm taking that's
1,000.
Yeah, 1K 1500.
So level 9 is 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind. So it's on a 30-minute clock. If you want to check it, it's on the Bolton Poker Live app, and it's there. A 30-minute clock, and the blind starting at 1-1. And you start with 50,000 chips. So we've got Bolton and then Dundee. So there we go. 50,000 starting stack, 30-minute clock. Next weekend, Bolton. There's a deep stack satellite going on right now in Bolton with 51 runners. It's taking £1,020 and they're in level number 11 and there's only 11 players left. All the information's there. All you need to do is download the Poker Live app and all the information is there.
Chicken in case comes. Chicken. She's like, you're hungry again.
And just think if you play a 25-25 or a deep stack, you can get as lucky as Andy Booth, who chopped the 25-25 in Liverpool. He chopped it. Not only does he make the fantastic tables and the back screens and the backdrops and keeps us all going, he can play a little bit as well. He chopped it in Liverpool. They must have felt sorry for him.
Sebastian Ace Jack suited in the low jack. In it goes for his remaining 12 big blinds. No action for Sebastian. 15 minutes left, just over on the clock, and then we will move into the final level
of the day. Not been too much action actually on the feature table for those that have been tuned in throughout the whole day. There's not been too many hands. The only one we did see, we saw the nut boat over quads, aces full of sevens over quad sevens, but that was only a tiny pot for like a 2k all in. Not been too much going on. Let's hoping the last hour and 15 brings us some action. Someone just knocking the camera. Damien Lojack, King Queen, should be opening this one. And Paul in the big blind can happily defend the pocket fives. Flop time, 8-8 jack, rainbow. Sorry, 2 diamonds. That's a hole. And Damien here with the king queen. I expect him to be continuing this one a fair amount, but opting to check this one behind. And this will be a turn card that we are going to see Damien fire on, that's for sure though. Paul checking it over, just knowing that this ace is going to hit Damien so often. And if we're Damien here, want to be betting, and Paul just can't do anything but fold. We're just under it here. There's just so many hands we lose to. Yes, we're ahead of like the king queen, the queen 10, but then we're behind to so many other hands here with the pocket fives. And then even when we are in front against 2 overs, most we're going to have is like 60% equity, because we've got the counterfeit outs as well as those 2 over cards. And there's the fold. I think so, Hodgepodkins. I think, where was I was speaking to him in Edinburgh last year, and I think he grinds like 510 Omaha. I think it's on GG. I'm pretty sure, and I think it's 5 card as well he plays. I was speaking to him last year. I think he's an Omaha grinder online on GG Poker. I'm pretty sure he plays on there. Yes, please. Could I have a honey and lemon to end the day, please? I'll have a little honey and lemon.
The outs on the flop in the morning.
Cards don't disappear when it comes to the flop.
We need table 1 or something.
Fold it round to Mo on the button. Oh, we haven't had this in a while, guys. Card's not picking up. Been fairly good the last 4 or 5 hours. Really good, actually. I think this is the first dead hand I recall in a while. But Mo just limping in on the button. Paul completing in the small as he should. And James checking option with the Queen 9 suited. A bit wary about Mo's limp. Flop of Jack 6-4, rainbow. Paul catching middle pair. Unaware of Mo's holding. And looks like Paul going to come in for a lead here. Perfectly fine. This is a limp pot, so no aggressive action pre. Happy to lead this one. For half pot, Queen 9 of diamonds of James hits the muck, and action going to be on Mo here, who limped the button. Mo going to call. are going to be playing this hand from Paul's perspective. 2 hearts on the turn. So expect to see, like, if we're Paul here, either a really small lead again or potentially a check. Like, Mo should still have some Jack X on the button. Like, he might limp like some Jack 9 off, Jack 8 off, Jack 10 off, these type of hands. Maybe some like King 6 suited in there, Queen 6 suited perhaps that we're behind to. Bit of 2k here, getting 4-1 on the call. Paul not going anywhere, happy to flick it in and take a river, which is the King of Clubs. And as Paul, we've got a clear check over to the aggressor. And don't know the holding. There it is, Jack 10. Thank you very much. Next hand, Sebastian pocket 4s under the gun, 15 bigs, blinds are going up very shortly. This should be a shove from him. Wow, he's just let it go. He's let it go. Under the gun, we've got the whole field to get through. We are full ring. Maybe he thinks better of it. I just think with the blinds going up in 7 minutes time, around then, oh yeah, it's up there on the clock, around 7 minutes time, it might have taken that particular spot, but chooses not to. Thought about the rip. We're going to wait for a better spot. And James completing the 9-4 and Stuart raising it up with the ace-9.
What's the news?
What's the news?
Jamie Nixon's got 90,000.
Oh!
4 minutes later, he's out.
Really?
In 2 hands.
Oh. How?
I don't know.
That's 110 bigs.
I didn't dare ask.
So someone out there's got chunks.
I did not dare ask.
Balsi with the boots raises to 1.8. Alessandro in with the call on his direct left with ace-10. Could potentially free bet this one as well, as Alessandro could definitely have some free bets here with the ace-10 facing this open from Balsi. Just happy to flat here with position. Board of Jack 5-3, 2 hearts. Balsi here with the aces. Black aces probably just going to start firing now, trying to get some value from our hand, some Jack X. Like aces with the ace of hearts may incorporate a check some of the time. More often than not, we're just going to be betting though. Going to have a lot more bets than checks. And Alessandro here, happy to float once. Does have the ace of hearts in his hand for the back door. The old backdoor Broadway, backdoor wheel, backdoor nut flush draw. And that is an interesting turn card
10
here.
of hearts on the turn.
Because that does bring in the backdoor nut flush draw and also turning a pair to go with it. So this is a massive turn card for Alessandro's hand. And Balsi now checking this one with the boots. And Alessandro here, pretty clear check behind personally. Unless he's going to bet really small to try and get a free showdown. But if I'm Alessandro here with this particular hand, we've got second pair, nut kicker and the nut flush draw. It's just going to perform very well as a check. But happy to fire, and Balsi going to make the call. So he's actually gone fairly small, so probably just to get a free showdown the times that we don't make our nut flush. So he does make the nut flush, 6 of hearts on the river, and the aces of Balsi get cracked by the ace 10, running hearts, and Alessandro backdoors into the nuts. It was a less than 10% shot on the flop. Moves all in for a pot size bet, and Balsi with the black aces. It's not going to be able to call.
Yeah, nice fold.
That's good poker. You put your money in when you're ahead and you fold when you're behind, and if you do that you will make money at this game. It's as simple as that. The blind's going up in 3 minutes time.
Will that be the last level?
We saw Sandeep open the Queen 5 suited under the gun earlier. Now he's opening Jack 3 suited.
It likes the UTG.
Maybe that's it, Tower. Might like the position. Mo calling with the suited connectors in the low jack. That's going to bring Stuart along on the button with the Queen 10 of hearts. And ace 3 here, 4-way, ace 3 off for Damien, getting 7 to 1. In he comes.
Four, 10. 6.
A bit of action here, Tower, because we've got Mo with the double gutter and Stu with top pair. So it's 4-way here, Stu. Just like to see him bet this one, Tower. We want to start thinning the field down, increasing our equity within the pot. Fires for 3.2 and should only get called in one spot, and that is the spot of Mo. Mo never folding with the 8-7 of hearts here. Double gutted both ends to the nuts, backdoor hearts as well. That was cool. And does pick up an 8 on the turn, 8 of diamonds, so Mo picking up pair to go with his double gut shot. And Stuart may think about this hand as being a 2-street hand and may think that the best way to get our 2 streets of value is checking back on the turn here and firing on brick rivers once our opponent gives us the green light of checking it over to us. But like top pair here on this board, it's going to be like a 2-street hand, and it's just figuring out which way is going to be the best way to get our 2 streets of value. I could see him taking either approach here, Tower. I could see him betting or checking. I think I prefer the check. He is going to move all in. And get snapped. Mo just calls with the 8, and Stuart got a lot of outs to fade. Any 5, 7, 8, 9. 5, 7, 8 and 9, and every single one of those outs is live.
How is that possible? Every out's live.
and there's 13 of them, and all 13 are still in the deck.
Every ounce life. And that's not one of them.
Brexit.
So Moore looks like he's been left with 2.4 thousand.
Attention players remaining in the table fight, please retake those seats. 1 minute remaining on your break. That's 1 minute remaining on your break. Dealers, if you have 3 or more players, I can take one, please prepare your decks now.
Flags up now, gents. 500, 1,000. Saying that, Jake might be watching on the stream.
Players and dealers in the main event, giving you black level 500, 1,000 for the 1,000.
Next hand. Is that James Williamson's DK? Which one? Not on our table. Not on our table. It ain't, unless he's wandering around the room. Last level has just been announced of the day, of the record-breaking day, of the busiest day.
Smo gets the last of it in with the 7-6 off, and Stuart probably just going to make a small raise here to try and isolate this all in heads up, but he's happy to call with the ace-10. Ace-10's just going to be well ahead of the hands that Mo's going to shove for this amount of bigs. He might have even just put it in with any 2 as well.
So the short stack Mo is all in.
Wow, this is free-roll central. They've both flopped it, Tower. This is... Wow!
Any redraws about?
Look at this flop. Both of them flopping the stones, but Stu's got the royal redraw. And both players just loving this tower. Absolutely loving it here. And Sandeep is licking his lips, but unbeknown to him, he is getting free-rolled potentially. The Stuart firing for 6.9.
One time, the King of Hearts. One time. Wow,
there's
instant service.
And this is going to be a big pot, Tower. Shoes. Both players flopping the nuts. Now over to Stuart. And what size are we opting for here? Obviously betting. We've got like no removal to any 2 pairs like King Queen, Queen Jack, King Jack, all going to be in there. As well as Ace 10 as well as 10-9 suited. All these type of hands that we can get value from here as Stu, and got to come up with a size that gives us a nice comfortable river jam. But this is pretty grim for Sandeep. Flops the stones and going to be taken to free roll town.
So man 9. It is indeed 9,000. How much are you playing, Stu? He says. Well, we've got 26 behind the line.
And Sandeep needs to see this board pair or a heart, otherwise he's going to double Stu up. And it's a 7 of clubs. And now only one option for us here now is Stu Rutter. And you should know what that is, Tower. It's all going in.
El Jamino.
It has to go in. I just don't see why we choose another size when we've got 60% just over left. I just think we want to go for the lot here. Especially Sandeep being in the big blind as well. It's only a 2.4k shove from Mo. It's only a 2.4 big blind. So Sandeep can have worse flushes as well. Definitely, they can be in there. Okay, he's not going for the lot. He's not going for
11.
the lot.
And a snap call. And we lose Mo.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't go for the lot there, Tower. I'm really surprised.
Yes. Just looking down, thinking it could have been the lots.
I think he thought maybe Sandeep's going to have a half fold, time folding. Most hands he gets to the river with against that size, perhaps. But it was just a pretty cold deck.
Evening, Declan. No, Mr. Hunt did not play.
Seats open, feature. Seat 4.
We've got an hour left of the day, everyone. Thanks for everyone that stayed tuned throughout and everyone that's watching now.
Maze balls.
Should we have a look how many we got now, Tower? I don't even want to look, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Prize pool is £714,000. We have a total of 649 entries so far.
Okay.
You laughed at Rey Mysterio when I said 619. You didn't think we'd get that much. And it's surpassed that. And it's just growing and growing every single time.
There's going to be
that
200
we turn
tomorrow.
up. Yeah.
There's going to be 200 runners tomorrow for day
there
one.
is.
There is start of day 2.
Yeah. Make your right, Tower.
200. Biggest winners and losers this session so far. Stu Rutter up 50,000 and everybody else more or less staying the same. Ace Queen Deuce flop. Top pair for Alessandro. Got more or less a lock on this completely.
Yeah, but Stu wants to fire here, Tower, simply because in terms of range, we're sitting here with 9 high. It's not going to be good. Just want to start betting this board. We're going to have all the strong hands, the ace queen, ace king, the sets. But Alessandro going to have to just be cool in here. Well, there are scenarios where we defend out the big blind where we can, like raise some top pair, but those are the top pairs that do need protection. This one will always remain top pair. So just want to call, take some turns, keep some bluffs in of Stuart. And as well as that, we can still be behind, because Stuart still has a strong range opening from early position.
Check, check. 5 of spades hits the river. Yeah, there goes check, check. It doesn't have to show. I could have just insta-folded.
James under the gun, King Jack. Raises to 2.2. And Sandeep in the cut-off with a force. Don't expect to see him go anywhere, but he is folding. Surprised at that Sandeep, been getting involved with Jack 3, Queen 5, and then he gets a pair and just folds to an open in the cut-off. Very unpredictable character in seat 1.
Justin Devonport. Come on, Johnny boy, says Bousy. Bousy boy.
Who's the BJ Pump?
Who's the BJ Punt?
I don't know. He says, alright boys, hope you're well. I'll see you soonish. Manchester probs next.
Manchester is leg 3.
Ah, I know who it is now. Bobby James. Well, you're going to see Tower before that, I think, Bobby. I've heard anyway. You won't see myself, I'll be away, but...
where are you going?
I'm going off somewhere, Tower.
How warm is it going to be?
I'm going to get frostbite.
I'm going to get frostbite. What's the coldest you've ever been?
Yeah, actually, no. Do you know what? The furthest, the coldest I've ever actually been is Edinburgh.
Blackpool.
Edinburgh.
Why?
That's.
It wasn't frosty. It didn't snow. You must have seen snow before.
Yeah, I've seen snow before. I don't. Oh, that's just a silly question. Of course, I've seen snow before. I'm 27.
Well, then it's cold, then, isn't it?
Yeah, that is cold, but it's not that cold. Like. That's like minus what? -5, -6 you get to?
No, I mean, to be fair, it doesn't have to be that cold to snow, but it has to be freezing. Are you going to somewhere where it's -20?
Yeah, I know. It's okay. I'm prepared.
For what?
The cold. I don't know how I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna be waddling like that in all my clothes. So I'm gonna have so many layers on. I'll send you a picture. You won't even be able to see me. It look like I put on 8 stone.
Have you still got your Oasis coat?
No, I don't think I have.
Have you still got your John Motson coat?
No, I don't think I have. I think they're both gone. Both lost.
Both lost?
Both left in cloakrooms on night out.
Hat in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Coat in nightclub.
Yeah, I know. Happy birthday, Razor Kev, in the chat.
He's waited till midnight to post it. So it's your birthday tomorrow then, yeah?
He's had it typed out for 6 hours and he's just at enter now.
Happy birthday, Kev. I'm sure we'll say it again tomorrow. So, Bobby James, we'll see you in a couple of weeks, my friend. Looking forward to it.
Sandeep's just spinning me out, Tower. It really is. It's just so unpredictable. Just random open here with Queen 6 suited, makes it 2.2. Alessandro with the deuces, calling in the hijack. Everyone else gets out of the way. Sandeep continuing for 3.8. And Alessandro looks like he's going to call once here with the deuces in position. No, into the muck. Took some chips from his stack. Maybe tried to get a little read on Sandeep. And then into the muck they went.
Mike Davis won a ticket to last year's Goliath, but obviously never used it. Is it still valid for this year? But the price has gone up, so will he have to pay the difference to enter? I am guessing yes. We'll let you know. PK will tell us, or any of the online team, but the online team aren't here anymore. They had an early finish. But we'll definitely let you know. I know Tom will be involved over the weekend, I'm sure. PK, if you got a Goliath ticket from last year, can you add the difference? Yeah. Is that the only way you can use it? You got to add the difference. Yeah. So there we go. You have to add the difference, and now it's 120 plus 30, so it's £150 is Goliath this year. We've got the schedule for the main event. No side events given yet, but the main event is on. It's on the app as well, and we've got it on a ticker, so we can show you that whenever we want to. But yeah, just add the extra, and you'll get yourself into the biggest Goliath potentially on record. We are down to the final 50 minutes, Gary.
But there's still over 100 players left in the field, Gary, and we're on the last level of the day.
We are looking at 200 runners. We are looking at 200 runners for day 2. We are looking at 200 runners for day 2. It could be the biggest day 2 ever. We might be into day 4. We're already asking what the ruling is regarding finishing time. It is going to be huge.
Oh, so it goes past 6 AM. That's another day's work added on for us, ain't it, Tower, on Sunday night?
I like that idea.
I don't mind that then.
I like that.
Justin continuing, and Sebastian out of the way with the King High. Been nursing that short stack for a while now.
We will be on air tomorrow at 12:30. We'll give you the day 2 buy-ins when we come on live on air. We'll give you the chip leaders. The top 20 in chips will be available. There'll be plenty going on before we start tomorrow at 12:30. Poker News running a blog if you want to find it on Poker News. I haven't got the link actually, but we'll get that given out a little bit later. Happy birthday to Razor Kev, and we'll win him some money tomorrow because we're both doing a treble. Tower's treble and Jay's treble will be live tomorrow.
1B will be 6 more hands. 6 more hands.
Can I do Jay's single?
Jay's single?
Yeah.
What, Man United?
I fancy West Ham versus Kidderminster tomorrow.
Well, alright, okay, I like that.
I reckon.
I like that.
Or who have Chelsea got? Chelsea got an easy one.
What, you're
tomorrow,
backing
ain't they?
Kidderminster?
I've got to look for value.
Chelsea are 1 to 16.
I know,
1 to 20.
1 to 16. I will look for a value.
How did your 1 to 4 shot do today?
It was 2 to 9, I'll have you know.
2 to 9?
Yeah,
That's even worse.
Oh, yeah.
That's even worse. Don't boast about it. We're halving it. We normally do a cock and hen. We're doing 2 ladies tomorrow.
James in the cut-off with the ace-king taking that one down.
Yeah, it's normally a cock and hen, but we're doing 2 ladies tomorrow, so we're not gonna do it. We're not gonna make you suffer too much. Well, we are. So we're gonna double the pain. It's FA Cup 3rd round at weekend.
Pocket sevens for Balsey, raised it up to 2,000.
2,000.
And James in the hijack with the jacks. Incoming free bet. James making it 7k, and Stu here, ace 9 off, just going to have to hit the muck in the cut-off, as it does. Sebastian not getting involved. Action on Sandeep in the big. He's out of there, and Balsey back on him with the sevens. 5k to call out the way, makes a very good laydown. Doesn't put it in, draw into 2 outs. Paul Siddle with the Kings back end of the day raises to 2,000, and he's going to get some action because James ace queen suited here in the low jack, and could be back-to-back 3 bets for him, and that's going to be lovely for Paul. He's going to love seeing those chips go in. And James obviously 3 betting to call this one off tower, otherwise should just flat, but against Paul's stack size, if we do 3 bet, we 3 bet to call it off, and he knew that already, which is great to see. But he is in bad shape, going to need to find an ace from somewhere, or a few clubs, but Paul with the best of it. He is the player at risk, looking for a much needed double at this stage of the day.
Paul Siddle. Can he get the double?
Ooh.
No, it's always there.
Backdoor diamonds.
Always there.
A king is the only way out of this one. So king is needed to survive for Paul, otherwise we lose another. And it's the deuce of hearts, and it's going to be a re-entry for Paul Siddle if he wants to flick back in. I'm sure he will, with the prize pool being what it is.
Yeah, indeedy, indeedy. Unlucky Paul. Unlucky Mr. Paul Siddle. Unlucky Mr. Siddle.
Pocket sixes for Damien, folded to him in the cutoff. Going to be continuing with this one, should just be coming in for a raise. Exit 2.2. And Alessandro happy to defend the 6-5 off, getting this price as he should, but he is in a crush spot.
Ace 9 deuce.
And this pot's just always going the way of Damien Tower. Should be firing this board. After being the opener, it's ace high, it's very dry, it's good for us. And in comes the continue. Alessandro shouldn't take no time in folding, as he does. Sebastian had that short stack for a while now, finally gets it in for 9 bigs. Is he going to get any action though? Yes he is, but it's not the action he wants because Sandeep has him in a dominated spot here with the ace king. Oh, a little fiddle with the graphics. Oh,
we're flashing about.
Who's doing that? That all in yellow colour is so much better, ain't it?
100% better.
So much better. It looks like Bowsey's got a decision as well, Tower.
Bowsey's
in as well. Wow.
Oh my days.
What's Bowsey got? Jacks?
Looks like 9s or 10s. Is it 9s or 10s for Bowsey? Not seen the cards, unfortunately. It does a little bit of not putting in the box a bit too much, does Bowsey, but he's been a lot better today than normal. But we'll see the cards very shortly. It looked like 9s or 10s.
Yeah, it weren't paint, was it? So it can only be 9s or 10s, Tower, and more likely to be 10s because Sebastian's got a 9.
We have 3 all in. Sandeep has both of them covered. Ace king for Sandeep. 10s it is. It's 10s.
So to the flop. Big one this. Jack 10 at 9. Bowsey flops a set, but it's fading queens.
And it comes about.
Well, now finding aces and queens.
Wow.
And it's the 5 of clubs. Bowsey gets a near treble up there, and we're going to lose Sebastian Young and Bowsey up to 73k with half hour left to go today.
Run like Bowsey.
Sandeep back down to 37, and John Bousfield taking a lovely pot this stage of the day. Sir opting for blue. The blue colour is the colour of choice. Like it. Alessandro, pocket fours on the button. Raises to 2.2, and James defending the King 7 in the big blind. Heads up to the flop. 10-9-4 rainbow. Beautiful flop for Alessandro after opening the fours on the button. Flopping bottom set. Going to start trying to build a pot now with his monster, but unfortunately James has a hand that's just not going to be able to put any more chips in, and should just see James get out the way tower. However, he has an insta-mucked. There's the fold.
Put your brother on the phone. Open the door right now.
Everybody has to admit it, I think.
Players in the 1, 2, 4. Level 500, 1,000, 1,010, 1,000, 1,090 is the last level of play. Last level of play, 500, 1,000, 1,000.
Blind on blind action. James raising to 2.5x out the small blind. Only thing I would say needs to be a little bit bigger, sizing wise, blind on blind. As I do mention it a lot. The thing is, when you go this small, like Stu can just peel so wide with position, and then we're going to have to go post out. Like more inclined to size up. I'm happy to fire this board, catching bottom pair, backdoor nut, flush draw, but Stu with the best of it, flopping top pair. On the turn, and looks like James is firing again here, so turning his deuce into a bluff here. And if we're turning our deuce into a bluff here, we need to understand that we're not folding out a king or a jack to this second barrel. So if we're going to decide to start barreling this turn once with the deuce, I'd like to see the third barrel coming from him tower on the river. It's not going to work because Stuart's just got a massive hand here, blind on blind, after turning two pair, and chooses to actually raise now. And maybe now James will just think better of it. It would have been interesting to see if Stu flat there, if that was the plan, to continue firing there.
This is your last level tonight. 511, last level for.
Gets out of the way.
Best centre half Tottenham's ever had. Just walk past.
Ledley! I'm choking at I love him really. He's a great guy, Anthony. He's a really great guy.
I said Gary Mabbott, but there you go.
Best partnership we ever had was Jan and Toby by a mile. Vertonghen and Alderweireld.
Jan Vertonghen
and Toby Alderweireld.
And Toby Alderweireld. Two local lads,
yeah. the Belgian pairing.
Awesome. Shout out to Ben playing day 2 tomorrow. The hooks for we've gone blue.
What do you think? I like the blue. I think it's nice.
Do you think
I
that?
think it goes really
Do you
well
think
with
that
the
looks
table.
alright?
I think it goes nice with the table and the backdrop, the slightly darker.
As long as the all-in is still yellow.
Yeah.
Because I can see that. We need to find out. Blue actually does look good. It stands out the name, doesn't it, in the white? Yes, the all-in's still yellow. I like that. Great colour scheme there.
And this has all got in.
And whoever's fiddling in the back there, I like it.
So Sandeep, 4-bet rips the king queen back end of the day, and he gets snapped, and he's thinking, oh no, I'm going to need to get lucky, but he's in a flip situation. After 4-bet ripping the king queen, he somehow manages to get a flip. And he hits the king.
Boom, boom, boom.
And the jacks of Alessandro now need a jack and only a jack on turn or river to survive. No help there. Ace of clubs. And the 7 of diamonds means that we lose another one. Alessandro hitting the rail. We're just going to get clarification of stacks because they are fairly similar.
Right, getting some good vibes in the chat about the colours now. With a backdrop for the names, the blue is good.
I like it. I think
100% the vibe. Blue's good. Good blue. I like it. Thanks for the feedback.
I like the little triangle that comes up when they're all in as well. Little.
Oh, is that what that means? I did wonder. I thought it meant just look at me.
It's not Squid Games.
I'm on about episode 7 of that.
Are you?
Yeah.
Nearly finished.
Is
nearly
it?
there? Yeah, you're nearly there.
Is it? I'm on about episode 7. Might be episode 6, but it's definitely one of those 6 or 7. And apparently I've got to watch something on Netflix as well, which I need to check out. There's plenty coming out on TV. I love a good TV series. Have you seen the new Spider-Man?
I don't watch any.
You don't do any Marvel or anything like that. It's amazing.
I've never seen any. Never seen any.
Yes, we're liking the blue with the 8-9 of spades. Alessandro down at 10.
Guy Taylor's come over to join us back end of the day. Cully Sidhu down there as well, balancing the tables for the last half hour or so. 20 minutes you can see there on the clock, just over. It's already been a great week for Cully Tower.
It has.
And it's going to get better because he's going to back up a decent stack if he can hold his own the last 30 minutes. Got over 100k there.
Oh, you can't beat a good Sweeney. Every now and again on ITV4, 10:30 in the morning. The Sweeney, the Sweeney. Da, 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 da. Who's that hanging up? I don't know. He'll flick his fingers.
I don't want to, just in case it's Navas or someone like that. Oh, what you want? Just coming around.
Yeah, what you doing with my fingers?
Freeze, Alessandro, 10 big blinds, in they go. Stuart with the ace king makes the call.
Off to the races. 50-50.
Whatever you want to call it. Damien not insta-folding, and he's been acting really quickly, Tower, so he's going to have a decision, as we can see. Ace-Queen for Damien here, and this is pretty dicey. It's only a 10 big blind shove, and Stu will have hands worse than Ace-Queen that call this 10 big shove. But Damien, what a laydown. He gets out the way, and obviously thinks that Stu can have some traps in there, aces, kings, and fair play to Damien, not getting involved.
Ace, King, 7. The Ace Queen would have been in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it would have, Tower. You're correct. But Alessandro needing a 3 and only a 3 to survive. Next door, 2 hearts, no good, and we lose another one. Unfortunate for Alessandro. 4-bet bluff rip free from Sandeep with the King Queen. Got there versus his jacks.
Right, Taylor coming to the table, Cully coming to the table. Up and down in the session so far. Stu Rutter up 66,000 in this session. Bowsy up 38. James up 23. Alessandro has just done his 60k stack.
So sits down, he's having a great week as it is. First hand, looks down, aces. Any good?
Amazing. Oi, oi. Nice to see you, Guy.
Justin got a nice one to defend.
Hope you are well.
Guys in the chat. No spoilers, please, Guy. I know you won't, but I'm just making sure.
Definitely not from Guy.
King Queen 5 flop, and Cully firing. And Justin has caught bottom pair, but it's a board that's just going to smash Cully, so not getting involved. Not the flop we're looking for with a 5-4 of spades.
Alan McGaffney reciting a bit of the Sweeney.
Ace Queen for Sandeep in the cut-off, raised to 2.2. And Cully with the same hand here in the big blind, first in cut-off open. Expect to see a 3-bet tower, but we can flat this spot as well, but more inclined to lean towards the aggressive route as Cully. He is going to take the more passive approach and just flat out. Here's a race. I thought those were calling chips. Action back on Sandeep. 3 bets to 6.8, just north of 3x. And Cully just saw oh no, Cully wasn't here actually. He missed the hand when Sandeep 4-bet ripped King Queen versus Alessandro and got there. So Cully actually missed that hand. So Sandeep 4-bets here. I'm interested to see how Cully is going to proceed, and he does, and it's quite interesting now because if Cully was here about 10 minutes ago and saw the hand between Sandeep and Alessandro when it all went in pre, Sandeep 4-bet rip him for 40 big blinds with the King Queen effective and ended up getting there, but Cully is unaware about that hand, so not sure how he's going to proceed with this one, Tower. It's interesting, and he actually folds.
Not getting involved with the Sandeep.
Sixes for Justin on the button, sub 15, in they go, or effective all in, raises to 10, 2/3 of his stack in the middle. How are we doing, Dave Meadley?
Evening,
Good
David.
evening.
It's only morning when I wake up tomorrow. It's only Razor Kev's birthday tomorrow.
Simon done that on Wednesday night, didn't he? He went, it's his birthday, we were at the bar.
It's my birthday, he getting the drinks in, so we all got him drinks, woke up the next day, got him drinks again.
Ace 9 suited for Balsi in the hijack, raises to 2.2.
The turbo's going to be finished before we are.
And Shu, expect to see him defend this one tower, 4-1 on the call. Heads up pot, closing action, usual drill.
We'll have exact numbers.
Wow,
I reckon.
not usual drill. Free betting the Jack 9 off. And actually, back end of the day, maybe just applying a bit of pressure.
Yeah.
Like the sizing, nice big, just sub 4x. Uh, 12 minutes on the clock. You can see it's been paused, so this will be the last hand before we draw for the remaining amount to play today.
4, 5 or 6.
Yep. And Balsi +2 raising to 2.2. James flatting the deuces on the button. Oh,
And he sets about.
we got action. We've got some action.
Bottom set, not flush draw.
2 overs for Balsi. This is an action flop for us. James firing for 2,000. Balsi here, coming in for the check raise with the ace queen of diamonds.
It is.
Yeah, and this deep tower, just flat in here, almost always is James. Just don't want to set off alarm bells. Like Balsi, we can see probably get this hand in anyway, but just like to see the call here from James, and we've got position. 8 of spades on the turn.
Once you check raise, you have to lead the turn.
Well, I'm going to continue. Balsi's basically repping like jacks for aces here, tower, like he's check raised an overpair for value. Obviously bluffs, he does have some diamonds, but he is firing again here. And if I'm James, for that reason, what I just said, like hands that he's going to have for value, the jacks for aces, they're going to have 4% versus us tower, well, closer to 5. And then the flush draws, yes. Yeah, they're going to have a fair amount more equity, but we want to keep Balsi's bluffs in. So if I'm James, same story applies with position. We get to dictate the action on the river. Just not going to, oh, he is going to shove. I was going to say not going to set off alarm bells to the overpairs, but he just chooses to shove. And Balsi now in a bit of a world of hurt with one card to come. Obviously it would be snapping on the flop, but Just one card left to come here. Bousey going to ask for a count. Do some maths. Work out whether he wants to call or not. Just getting clarification of stack sizes. I know it's a double flush draw paired and it's a fairly wet board, but I think once Bousey check raises flop and barrels turn here, as James like, he's just going to have jacks through aces.
Yeah.
Sometimes sets it, actually 10's probably flat flop tower. So it's jacks through aces and then like the flush draws like ace king of diamonds, ace queen of diamonds, king queen of diamonds, these type of hands. So for that reason, like Bousey's probably good enough to fold an overpair in this spot tower from what I see from Bousey. He's good at making big laydowns in spots, so I'm surprised to actually see James shove this spot with the deuces. Like backdoor space shouldn't be a worry, it's only really the front door diamonds we're ever worried about. And Bousey now lets the ace queen go, and we're going to move into the last, how many hands, Tower?
I didn't hear it.
I would have loved for James to just flat brick river and see if Bousey was going to unload the clip though. That's something I would have been very intrigued to see. So final, how many? Tower don't know. I don't know. No one knows.
First of 6.
First of 6.
First of 6. First of 6, says the dealer. First of 6. I think it was 6. Dealer just said.
Bousey, ace queen suited raises to 2.2. Everyone's saying 4 in the chat.
No, there's one person saying 4. 4. There's one person saying 4.
Sorry, that's my eyes.
It's Friday night and he's probably drunk. Oh, give me that. He'll have been out to see a band. His ears will be ringing. Well, that's 17 pints of cider.
That's one hand. So, 5 to go. I thought that was a 4 as well at a quick glance. I saw a number. I hope it's not 8.
This is 2 of 6. If it's 8, I'm off. The turbo will finish before this event.
This guy makes it 2.5 on the button. And Sandeep. Jack 7 of diamonds, nice one to defend. Flop a king 9-7. Rainbow, king high rainbow. Guy's going to have plenty of bets on this board. Probably be betting this one more than checking. Incoming C-bet. And Sandeep here. Got 2 options here. I don't think we're ever folding versus the button raise, a guy and the C-bet, but this could potentially be a nice little check raise, the bottom pair with the plausible backdoors, but opting to just call, fine as well. King of hearts on the turn. Now this is one where checks are now going to be more high frequency for Guy once his king of hearts coming off. Like we're going to struggle folding out 9x and 7x now once his king pairs, making it less likely that we have a king from our opponent's perspective. And ace of hearts on the river. And Sandeep now choosing to lead once this ace rolls off, which is so much better for Guy than it is for us. I'm really shocked to see that lead there from Sandeep with the Jack 7, and Guy just snaps it off as he should. And we have 4 more hands now. Final 4.
Is this 3?
4.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we've only played 2.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Queen Jack of clubs for Cully, lovely one to open, raises to 2.2. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan either, Jim, of the lead from Sandeep there. Very, very strange. Sandeep free betting the ace queen out the small after the open and the call, and should get 2 quick folds as he does. So 3 more hands to go. This is 4 of 6.
We've had 4 of 6. Oh, we had 3 of 6.
We had 3 of 6. We had 3 hands. The first one was phrase fold. The second one was between Guy and Sandeep, and then we just had that hand there. The one between Guy and Sandeep was like a 2-minute hand. So this is 4 of 6. Pretty sure. Pocket 2s for Damien.
Same I'm still in it. I'm tired. I don't want to think too deeply right now. So you guys got more serious fucking.
I was just tilted the ice cream in the window. Like, he block him at this shit.
I don't have many ASECs though. Better check in it. So. Check a lot of them.
5 of 6.
5 of 6.
Okay, it definitely weren't 4. My apologies, it wasn't 4. I thought that's Preston Pixie's fault and Fishmonger, because I thought that was a 4. I'll blame you both. Sandeep getting some premium holdings back end of the day. Ace King this time in the cut-off, raises to 2.2. And Cully defends with a 9-6 of hearts and flopping best on the 8-6-4. Sandeep just knowing this is a flop that he should have high frequency checks on, and these two playing fairly quickly. Checked all the way down, and the 9-6 of Cully going to take that one, and that's going to take us into the final hand of the day.
Wolves by living on. Good to go home on that. Yeah, all my family's still. Where's the lift?
Last hand of the day. Yeah.
Are you sure?
I've counted 6.
I've lost count.
I've had my fingers
I've give up. I've lost count. I've lost. I got him count to 6. That late. Well done. to everybody. And I mean, floor staff, dealers, amazing. 12 hours and 12 and a half hours, 13 hours, whatever it was. Fantastic effort. 375 runners today.
Great. Fantastic effort from everyone. And
at this moment in time, there are 175 coming through.
Plus buy-ins.
Ish. That's only ish, by the way. That's not exact. That's only ish. We'll do everything ish today. You know, like when you go to a shop outside and you want a kebab. Yeah, kebab-ish.
What?
No,
what are you going on?
You don't have a
Tower?
kebab. Yeah, you don't. 664 runners in total.
That's incredible. Plus day 2 entries.
664.
Can we get 36 day 2 entries tomorrow?
No. No. But we have a prize pool of 730,000, which is insane.
And that's it for the day.
I'm not sure if PK has been able to get the chip counts or he's been able to run round. It's nigh on impossible to get all of them because there's that many.
There's too many, guys.
Far too many. So tomorrow. So tomorrow, by the time, hang on a minute.
We got some.
We got some here. I've got a private message.
I've got to zoom in.
I've got a private message.
Should we do the top 10 tower?
I need the glasses.
Top 10?
Go.
So top 10 chip counts. We got Steve Jelinek, 240k. Kieran McCullough, 231. Alex Peffley, 187. Terry Jordan amongst it, 172. John Kelly, 156. Martins Adania, 152. Leon Campbell, 141. Mark Hayes, 137. And Stephen O'Keefe at 136.
Shall we share doing then?
I said we'll do the top 10.
Oh, no, you'll do the top 10.
You can do
I don't want to do anymore. No, I'm not doing anymore. No, I'm not doing anymore. Down the bottom.
You can do the bottom.
Oh yeah, I'll give the bad news out to Paul Maguire's on 8,000, shall I? That's it. Paul Maguire's on 8,000. Yeah, it's all right. You do top bit. I'll scroll down to the bottom. Have you seen my eyes?
Sorry, but it's been a great day, guys. Thank you for tuning in yet again. Tomorrow, no more buy-ins. We'll get the confirmed prize pool. It's money day. Well, yeah, no more buy-ins after we start on stream at 12:30.
That's true. Shall we just go to bed?
I think we need to. I think I need a good night's sleep. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you very much indeed. It's looking like around 200 coming back for day 2. Everybody's going to be in situ at 12. Live stream's going to start at 12:30. A full 12 hours live stream, playing down to however many are left. We'll have the top 20 chip counts in the morning for sure. We'll have had a good night's kip. It's been a great day. Thanks to Sam.
Thanks everyone.
For a couple of hours in the comms. Jay, do it all again tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll do it again tomorrow. Let's go.
Good lad, we'll catch you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, guys. Thank you.
See you then.